Alrighty. Are we live? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 2. There's no refunds now. You're already locked and loaded in the market, and we're kind of dealing with the same thing as yesterday. There's not as many crazy headlines, but you're getting some downside pressure. The dollar is up again. The only difference is that Bitcoin actually fell. You got a little bit more global tensions, but the main story here is all of the data that we are about to get. You got jobs, Jolts jobs openings, ISM manufacturing, and then the Fed minutes. Bonds, both in America and in Europe, are already kind of reacting negatively. You do have a buyback blackout period because earnings is right around the corner, but for the most part, we are right back to where we were at the lows yesterday. So, says we're down by like 0.5 right now on the futures, but if you think about it, you just gave back up till that like 10-minute rig that we had to deal with yesterday. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for it. It should be a fun 7 hours. I hope you're locked and loaded, but my goodness. Good morning. How are you, man? What's going on? Oh, my goodness. Who do we have here? We got Turbo. We got Benny. We got Dirty Bird. Good morning, baby. Tim Whitman, Alaskan Assassin, Cam, Uncle Terry, Lori. Okay, now the chat just went. I don't know why it does that. It goes, brah. Good morning, baby. What up, Open Face? Living in San Antonio. Yee, Christina. Good morning, Chantel. Good morning, Ansel. Good morning, Aliska. Good morning, Regal. How you living, baby? You getting some snow out there? Yeah, let's go. Sean Carter, Matthew Orman, baby, Lester, JD, Wise, Andrea, Gary, Uncle Terry, baby, good morning, Rotary Lifestyle, baby, Wandering Smarts, Pear, Rodney Cook, baby, good morning. What up, Jay Samuels? What up, Carissa Hines? Oh, my goodness, good morning. You feel me? Philip Hamilton, Hobby Life, Brandon Johnson, Deathlon Crow. What's Deathlon Crow, man? What did I say? What does that even mean, baby? Let's go. Good morning, El Trapato, Untamed, Turbo, Marcus Hanlon, baby, Javon. Good morning, Walter, Candy, DJ Spaz in the mix, Dilla Greasy, baby, good morning, Antonio, Postwave, Jamar, oh my goodness, good morning, Hobby Life, Winning Loser, Nope, Cassandra, baby, D. Denota, Axel, Ari, good morning, YT Sucks, baby, Tim Levy, baby, Lowell, David Sir, Charlie G, Young Fungus, good morning, Bruce B. the Tiger Man, what's up, baby, what up, Guadalupe, what up, David, what up, Mr. Demetro, ooh, Demetro, what a name, Manson and Benzes, good morning. Ken San, Dela Greasy, Paul Castro, J.A.K.E. Allen, Alpha, Agent of Chaos, baby. Don't get smashed. Chickadee Chaz, Michael Barfield, good morning. Oh, my goodness. That's what I'm talking about, man. The JR, Lamb's World, DJ Spaz. I love saying that, bro. You have no idea. Will Saloms, baby. Operation Property, DJ Big Gant. What you got? How many DJs we got this morning? Oh, good morning, Johnny Benz. Najee, well, baby. Yo, where's Laker Jay? I usually see Laker Jay. Oh, good morning, baby. What about the Twitch? Shank Sinatra, Blizzy B, Feed Me Seymour, Midwest Finest Realty, baby. Good morning. How you living? We got Blizzy B, KJ Lemur, Payday Devo, Peter Zaman, Danny V, Bobby, Amor Pati Travagant, JJ Silver, S. Jones Max, Unan, Universe's Favorite, Ibex, Big Curly, Vasily, Preforms, AC Dolphin Punch, Charlie in the Tray, and Most Dope Andy, baby. Good morning. What's up, Ken? I missed you too, man. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Oh, we got Brian Fierro's ready to go. What up, San Diego? What up, Mavis? What up, Regulator? Let's have a good one, chat, huh? Let's have a good one. Glad to see you here. I hope you're ready for the day. It's kind of getting warm. I won't tell you it's cold because I'm not allowed to say that anymore. I understand it. Godfather Rocky, no, I see you, baby. Good morning. If I missed any of y'all, the chat just go crazy in the morning. It go crazy, baby. But, Chad, let's get to the news. Let's see what we have. It's an interesting day. And, again, 30 minutes after the bell, you will be getting that data. So let's see what's about to happen next, okay? Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Bonds, stocks extend New Year drop before U.S. data. U.S. bonds and stock futures extended their drop as the bearish New Year moon deepened ahead of the swath of data that could justify whether wagers on interest rate cuts this year are justified. 10-year Treasury yields rose to 3.97 after touching the highest since mid-December, and S&P futures slid by 0.3. The dollar strengthened for a fourth day, the longest run since November. Nvidia dropped in U.S. pre-market trading as investors continued their retreat from tech stocks. Bitcoin erased their gains on this year. U.S. markets are poised to extend Tuesday's slumps, which registered as the biggest global rout since 1999 for the first full day of trading in a year. Wednesday's data includes the ISM manufacturing report for December, Jolts jobs reports and openings in November, followed by minutes from the Federal Reserve's last meeting. Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin held off on giving a forecast on whether U.S. central bank's first rate cut would occur. Conditions are ever evolving, he said in prepared remarks on Wednesday, so too will our approach, so buckle up. That's the proper safety protocol, even if you expect a soft landing. The minutes are of a particular interest for investors because of the December meeting was a key catalyst for the sharp rally in treasuries after Fed Jerome Powell said that policymakers had discussed interest rate cuts. We do not expect such sharp cuts to be supported by the discussion in the minutes, but we will be on the lookout for any mention of rate cuts, which would trigger them and how soon they might come, said Carl Steiner, head of analysis at Skandinaviska Enskilada Banken AB. No idea what that is. Gilts pullback. In the two-day pullback this year, long-end UK bonds have been amongst the hardest hit. Yields on the 30-year UK government notes have risen 14 basis points, more than their US and German equivalents. Investors are ditching long-end gilts to free up cash before the UK sells new debt that may have a higher coupon. In Asia, the MSCI regional benchmark sank by 1.2%, the steepest retreat since November, as investors sold technology stocks. Elsewhere, a slump in Bitcoin on Wednesday saw the cryptocurrency erase almost all of their gains that they have made for this year. The world's largest token fell as much as 9.2% to dip below 41,000. The volatility spilled over into crypto-linked stocks, with shares in crypto exchange Coinbase falling 6.6%. Key events this week: U.S. FOMC minutes, ISM manufacturing, job openings, and light vehicle sales on Wednesday. China Caxton Services PMI on Thursday, Eurozone PMI Services on Thursday, initial jobless claims, ADP unemployment on Thursday, Eurozone CPI and PPI on Friday, and then U.S. non-farm on Friday alongside factory orders and ISM services. My goodness, Chatadonia. Tandem fall. U.S. Treasuries are lower once again, and stocks are mostly flat after investors pulled back some of December's blockbuster rally in the first trading day of the year. Tuesday's in tandem fall for stocks and bonds marked among the worst concerted drops for the pair ever. King dollar. The dollar headed in the opposite direction, however, notching up their best single gain since March as traders paired bets on Federal Reserve cuts for the coming year. Bitcoin rose too, albeit for other reasons. Meanwhile, gold and oil came under pressure from a strong dollar. Focus will turn to the release of the Federal Reserve minutes later, ahead of which the greenback is holding gains. Apple slides with individual stocks. Apple shares have suffered their biggest drops in September, the biggest contributor of the NASDAQ 100's one-day fall since October. Note that after the tech-heavy index rose 54% last year, Apple itself picked up a new bear in the form of Barclays, which warned of softer iPhone demand. JP Morgan Chase, however, continued their strong run following a 2023 when its shares outperformed its banking industry peers, hitting a fresh record high for the first time in 2 years. Dovish narrative. The Fed minutes are due at 2 p.m. New York time and are expected to broadly back the dovish narrative that took hold of the end of 2023, the meeting that saw officials signal an end to the rate hiking cycle, fueling bets on the first rate cut. The minutes may include some pushback on these expectations, though nothing too strong is anticipated. And then there's a data flurry. Ahead of the minutes, investors will contend with ISM manufacturing reading and Jolts jobs data, with the later setting the stage for the payroll report on Friday. That's expected to show a labor market in the U.S. which is gradually weakening but staying resilient. ISM numbers, however, could matter more than the overall picture of the Fed minutes, as said by Mark Cudmore on Bloomberg. Let's see. Still got more. U.S. equity FIG futures finished the first trading day of the year mostly lower, though ended Tuesday's session off the worst levels, followed both S&P and NASDAQ finishing higher for a ninth straight week last week. Magnificent Seven names came up for sale. Apple downgrade was in focus. Semis, growth software, road rail exchanges, asset managers, building products, home builders, hotels, cruise lines were some of the other laggards. Bank, insurers, pharma, biotech, managed care hospitals, food, grocers, energy, telecom, fertilizer, casinos fared better. Treasuries were weaker with some curve flat. flattening. Dollar index was up by 0.8 on a broad-based strength. Gold ended up by 0.1. Bitcoin futures were up 6.8, but they came off the best levels and then went down. Top 45 for the first time in nearly 2 years. WTI settled down 1.8, reversing earlier gains. It was a risk-off trade to start off the year, with overbought conditions and stretch positioning and sentiment indicators the easiest excuse. Some earlier focus seemed to be on geopolitical tensions and mixed China PMI data. Big tech came under scrutiny after driving a big chunk of the upside last year. Bearish camp also focused on lagged effects of Fed tightening and earnings risk of disinflation traction, dovish Fed pivot, and resilient macro backdrop. The main area of focus for the bulls. Also, some FOMO talks with additional support from $1 trillion of flows in money markets fund last year. Final December manufacturing PMI marked down as new orders remain weak and selling prices remained as fastest since April. Construction spending, ISM manufacturing, Jolts out on Wednesday. Is this thing lagging behind? I don't think this one's updated. Yeah, and then, Tesla, this one's way behind. I'll have to give you another one. Two of China's biggest state-owned banks and a leading joint bank have stepped up review of smaller lenders over the past couple of months to identify those with poor asset quality and have a high risk of default. The two state-owned banks have decided to reduce interbank spending limits and set the shorter maturity periods for smaller peers deemed high risk. Chinese Communist Party newspaper has urged the country's regulators to end their erratic moves against the platform economy in a sign of growing concern over policy damage to the health of the country's ailing internet titans. A front-page opinion piece published by the Study Times, the mouthpiece of the Central Party School, on Wednesday argued that regulators must stop the regulation so that China big tech firms can have room to grow. EU regulators will dig deeper into the links between banks and other financial firms such as hedge funds, and said the chair of the European Banking Authority, as concerns mount of the potential for contagion from stresses in the wider system. The EU has added Russia's state-owned Alrosa, the world's largest diamond miner, to its sanction list, amongst with the company's chief executive, Pavel Marinchev. Oil's facing a glut this year as production from non-OPEC countries like the U.S. run ahead of the demand, and traders are skeptical that the cartel will be able to implement cuts. U.S. national debt tops $34 trillion for the first time, with $1 trillion added just in the last 3 months. Republican House majority will shrink to 2 following Ohio lawmaker resignation. The resignation will leave the House with 219 Republicans and 213 Democrats, which means the GOP can lose only 2 people on party lines. Issuance of convertible debt climbed 77% last year to $48 billion, according to data from LSEG, making it one of the only areas in capital markets to return to pre-pandemic averages after 2022's market downturn. Experts say the boom in convertibles, a type of bond that can be swapped for shares if a company's stock price hits a pre-agreed level, is likely to continue this year as companies refinance a wave of maturing debt. The killing on Tuesday night of senior Hamas leader marked the biggest hit to the group of top leadership in years, taking out a key player who is responsible for aligning Palestinian militant groups with Iran and Iran's proxy Hezbollah. Salih al-Aruri was killed in Beirut in a suspected Israeli strike, although Israel has not officially claimed responsibility. Manhattan home prices rose for the first time in more than a year as surging high-end sales propelled the market, and lower mortgage rates set the stage for a broader recovery in 24. Purchases closed at a median of $1.16 million in the fourth quarter, up 5.1 from a year earlier, according to appraiser Miller Samuel and brokerage Douglas Elliman. It was the first annual increase since the third quarter of 2022, the firm's data shows. Good morning, Nathan. Stocks drop in tandem for the worst start of the year in decades, with January mega-cap tech pullback now seen as consensus. U.S. corporate earnings expected to improve at stronger pace this year, though profit estimates could weaken further. Tesla Q4 deliveries nearly 485,000 ahead of estimates. Fidelity values X at $5.6 billion, or 72% below Musk's $44 billion purchase price. American companies dive into convertible debt to hold down interest costs in a rare flurry of activity in otherwise quiet market. Shipping giant Maersk to pause transit through the Red Sea for the second time on safety concerns. U.S. construction spending rose less than expected in November, though October upward revision indicates strength. Higher borrowing costs, weaker consumer could usher in wave of large corporate bankruptcies in 2024. Germany's labor market continues to show signs of resilience despite the weak economic backdrop. More talk the Fed may have to end QT early as RRP declines. UK executives urge Bank of England to cut rates after confidence drops. Hamas deputy leader assassinated in Beirut and Hamas vow response. Iranian warship officially enters Red Sea, though unlikely to want to direct confrontation with U.S. Oil markets focused on surplus with rising crude production from non-OPEC nation. Gas prices under $3 a gallon at a majority of U.S. gas stations. OPEC to resume regular monitoring meetings next month. U.S. overtakes Australia and Qatar to become the world's biggest exporter of LNG in 2023. Beijing removes press and publications regulator after recent video game turmoil. China sees new holiday year travel pre-COVID levels. China's biggest banks tighten exposure to smaller lenders to rein in credit risk. And PBOC injects nearly $50 billion in China's policy banks in stimulus push. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. I know, I'm sorry. You guys ain't have to hear any McDonald's while I was gone. I have not had McDonald's this year. I barely had it like to the end of last year. Actually, y'all were with me. I think we DoorDashed that. Or no, my girlfriend dropped that off. Can you repeat all of it? Yeah, right now. Just like the video. If you don't like the video, you probably won't hear the recap. It's kind of weird. But as far as plays to trading higher right now, PSTG, it looks a little blurry. They're up 6.6, added to the S&P Midcap 400. SU is up by 1.6, preliminary quarter 4 production. GSK up 1.4, Jeffries upgrade. Verizon up by 1.4, Key Bank upgrade. Sirius up by 1.1, VFS up by 1.1, BTIG initiates buy. Comcast up by 0.9, Myrna 0.9, Disney up by 0.3. Information sharing agreement with Value Act and Blackwell's Capital nominates board candidates. AGIO is up 13.4, phase 3 energized study in NTD alpha of beta metasemia endpoint. I can't, but it's blurry. ASTS up 6.2, financing update. Bowl up 4.4, PGTI up 4.2, receives unsolicited takeover from Mitter Brands at $41.50 in cash. AMLX is up by 3.2, Baird initiates outperform. Zim up 3.2, follow through on Maersk indefinitely pausing Red Sea shipments. DYN reports initial data of Achieve trial in DM1 and delivers in DMD up 34%. TDCX is up 31%. Receives preliminary non-binding proposal from founder to acquire all outstanding shares at $6.50 ADS in cash. Krev up 14.3. HLP up 13.8. ICCM up 10.3. Publication of results from preclinical study at ProSense. MDAI up 7.1. Elva up 6.0 off of earnings. Mizuho upgrades ARQT. They're up 5.8. GLYC up 5.1. Uprocellar manufacturing supply agreement with Thermo Fisher subsidiary. LBPH up 4.6. That was the one that went crazy yesterday. $150 million offering. Update on year-end cash level. SFWL up 3.4. IVVD up 3.0. Submits request for EUA to FDA for VYD 222 and pre-exposure prevention of COVID. Affirm trading lower by 5, Square down 4.6, Rocket down 4.3, Wells Fargo, KBW downgrades, Neo down 3.1, Goldman initiates neutral, Roblo down 3.1, Mobileye down 3.1, Raymond James downgrade, SYM down 3.0, CCL down 2.8, Unity down 2.8, Net down 2.7, Palantir down 2.6, Path down 2.5, XAS down 2.4, Tulio down 2.4, Rivian down 2.2, Shop down 2.2. They all had no headlines. Blackstone down 2.1, Goldman initiates downgrade, Marvel down 2.0, Snap down 1.9, Schwab is down 1.9, Goldman downgrade, IoT down 1.9, CRH down 1.9, SMCI down 1.9, RCL down 1.8, Zscaler down 1.8, ALB down 1.8, AMD down 1.8, ON down 1.8, CNHI down 1.7, SoFi down 7, KBW downgrade, Wheels Up down 6.5, ARWR down 6.4 off of 15 million share offering, AUR down 6.2, Goldman downgrade, Upstart down 4.7, Open down 4.7, Carvana down 4.3, Amba down 4.0, Wells Fargo initiates downgrade, Sentinel 1 down 3.6, acquires PingSafe, ATES down 3.4, KYMR down 3.2, Bank of America downgrade, Laser down 3.2, ALIT down 3.2, 15 million share block being shopped through Bank of America. NXT down 3.0, GitLab down 3.0, AG down 2.8, Redfin down 2.7, AI down 2.6, ESPR down 17.8, agreement with Daiichi Sankyo. What is that, the watch list? How watch list? Where's Daiichi Sankyo? Agreement with Daiichi Sankyo to amend collaboration, resolve litigation. PNST down 15.5, recently closed SPAC merger. ATHA down 4.2, completes enrollment of phase 2-3 Lift AD trial of fosgonimeton in Alzheimer's, and then Altimmune down 4.0, and then PCT down 4.0, Craig Halliam downgrade, and all of the Bitcoin names are trading lower. My goodness. A lot of plays right there. Again, I hope you guys notice there's definitely a lot of downside on a lot of different names, even though there wasn't really headlines for them. So again, 30 minutes after the bell, we will be getting data. Here's a little update on Barkin. I'm going to go to the bathroom and get me a little bit of water. Follow me on Instagram at that Trade-In Fraternity. And I will see you in a little bit, baby. I'll see you in a little bit. Good morning.
As you mentioned, Menace, we get some data that will give us some ideas about what the context of all this is. We get the jobs report on Friday. 170,000 is the forecast. 3.8% unemployment. Not really going to tell you that things have slowed down a lot. Then we get, of course, CPI next week. That's going to get a lot of focus in the markets. We should see some base effects there that maybe even push it up a little. December retail sales, and then fourth quarter GDP, which looks to come in about 2%, not a slowdown of any significance. And then December PCE, the Fed's numbers, and then we have that meeting at the end of December, and we'll see what they tell us then about what happens next. Today we also get, as you mentioned, the Jolts report and ISM. And ISM is supposed to go down a little bit, but these are the numbers that Wall Street's really going to watch, the sub-indexes that tell us something about the prices paid, employment, and new orders to see which way the factories are leaning. And they've been going up, and they're expected to sort of level off. But watch that prices paid. It went up to 49.9 last time. The forecast is for it to come down to 49.5. But if it doesn't, that could be a wrench in this story that the Fed is going to be cutting a lot.
Well, it could help reawaken the odd bond vigilante. There's a risk for you. Mike, thank you very much. Mike McKee, setting the agenda for the data over the next 3 days. And today, critically important on that agenda. The talk of last month's Fed meeting was Chair Powell's pivot. He started the month saying this: it would be premature to conclude that the confidence we have achieved a sufficiently restrictive stance or to speculate on when policy might ease, then pivot. 13th December, Powell mentions cuts post the decision, saying, quote, that begins to come into view and clearly a topic of discussion out in the world and also a discussion for us at our meeting today. So are they going to achieve a 1995 soft landing? The lady with the answer to that is Erin Bryan. Is that your core belief, Erin?
So I think that whether they achieve a soft landing or a slowdown into a softer landing is probably the question to ask. And we're not expecting by any means a hard recession. We do think that there's going to be softness throughout this year with declining inflation. So if that's what you define as a
Soften it, yeah. Oil just had a pop there. There was a headline on Iran security apparatus to give swift, severe response. But oil and nat gas just went up, bonds, and then we're going a little lower here pre-market. But, again, this is like barely lower than the lowest low. So it's kind of deceptive. It looks like we're down 0.47, but in reality, we're really just back to yesterday's low because we had, remember that last 10 minutes yesterday was pretty crazy. But Chattadonia, my friends, how are you living? How you feeling here on Tuesday? I told you, day number 2, man, no refunds. If you want to back out now for the market, otherwise just get the law term. Otherwise, you locked in, baby. But Chattadonia, for day number 2 of the trading year, what is your first play of the day? That's it. You got to hear from Fed speakers. You got to hear from Bloomberg. You got to hear from a lot of different people already. Even, is moving all over the place. Bitcoin, what do you have for me? What do you have for me? Post it in the chat. First plays, baby. IWM Crush, locked and loaded, MCL, RFM puts for earnings, SQQ, thinking about Amazon Condors, Google Flips, ASTS, SPY puts, NQ short, NVIDIA puts, Meta puts, long and straw, long SPY, crossing my hands while SPY puts cook, always trading SPY and put calls, like to return to 24 and get a refund, selling SQQ, PGTI, SPY calls, SCHD, Netflix calls, M2, MES, JP Morgan, Expedia, Pfizer, Coca-Cola, buying Boyle, short NQ, McDonald's, Mara, NVIDIA puts, watching bonds, Walgreens, play of the week, long Tesla, call Tesla, Ford puts, DIA puts, USO calls, long Algon, waiting on my moment. Just vibes. John Deere for the long term. SPY credit spreads. Boeing puts. Waiting on data. Already holding IWM puts. Tesla calls. SMCI. SPX. ES short 47.95 if we get there. Selling NQ. BA put. HYFM. Boeing put. Tesla. January 26. 300. GLD. Pfizer calls. Who wants my SPY puts? SPY calls. 19500. NVIDIA bounce. Corn lawn. Baba weeklies. Disney calls. PayPal long term. SPY puts. UNGI. UNG. BITI. Baba calls. Disney long term. JA calls. Good morning. Colt. Great morning. SPY bounce off the 20 DMA. TSM puts. BB puts. Holding SPY, DraftKings shares, Uncle Answer, new album calls, great morning, Cold Corn Law, Mara calls, waiting for the data, Cold, rolling QQQ, 400 for next week and taking profits, picking up UMC near 8, trying to hold my short until 46.77, looking to drop off some NVIDIA shorties at 40.60 or 460, UVXY waiting to load up, good morning, WMT, NGM, Fisker calls, and the final plays. MSOS, SPY NVIDIA puts, ASO short, and buy gold. Wow. Beautiful. With some time to spare, baby. With some time to spare. Are you ready? Y'all ready for this? Down, 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 down. Oh, I just lost the Twitch chat. Where'd the Twitch chat go? I got a couple plays. Not anything too crazy. Again, I'm watching Pfizer, Pure Storage. They're the one up today. They got added to the S&P midcap. And then oil, we're still in that play. And then Walgreens, JP Morgan, any of these earnings right around the corner. Alongside KRE, I'm going to be watching that. Then DYN, they had a positive update. This was a what's it called? A muscular dystrophy play. It's a biotech. It may be a little low liquid, so it's not going to be my number one play, but we'll be keeping an eye on that one. And then LBPH from yesterday, they had a pretty big offering. They gave an update on their cash, and they're still holding up. So kind of, what was that one play towards the end of the year? Like SES something, and remember they had it, they killed it off of their data, and then they popped up, and then they did an offering, and then they went up another 15%. So that will be something we got to be looking at. But like I said, those last two plays might be a little bit of liquid, so you got to be a little bit careful. But that's it. Those are my plays. Again, oil's looking good for now. F-150 recall? No, man. Tell them, baby, what up? Commander in Chief, baby. Good morning. But Chattadonia. That's it, man. The time is now. It's game time. And what I mean by that is before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar. Yes, EYPT, that was it, man. That was the play. Thank you. Before we do any of it, man, I'm telling you, for real. And this is something, again, we end the year, we start off the year with it, and I hope none of you guys ever forget this, and I hope you all live on this type of ideology. I hope you always show this love and appreciation. And I'm not talking for me, baby. I'm talking about a special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for your support and sacrifice. I hope you know you love and appreciate it. And if not, man, I'm encouraging all of you to show that love and appreciation. So veterans, thank you. We love all of you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the garbage men, the janitors, the coaches, anybody helping and giving back to their nonprofits, their communities. For real, keep it up, baby. That's what we need. And that's how you build things. And that's what makes us all stronger as one, baby. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or no, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia, day number 2. Oh, hopefully you ain't getting held back on day number 2, baby. You in the game. I hope you're ready for it, baby. It's already Wednesday. Data on the way too, man. 30 minutes after the bell, and then we're going to kill a couple of hours, and then it's going to be, what's it called? Then it's going to be your boy. It's going to be your boy, Feminist. It's your boy. Again, that one had to do with the dot plot, so we'll see what they do, but they didn't change too much language. So I'm excited for it, man. We're going to have a lot there. People are going to be looking for any signs of rate cut or anything in between. So let's see what happens, my friends. Are you ready for it, man? It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a wild one. We are going to have a wild one. So let's make the most of it. Yeah, we got the Jets. We're ready to go. Any questions? You got about 1 minute. So in that 1 minute, you could like the video, make sure you're subscribed, and you'll be good to go. OPEC Plus reaffirms commitment to market stability. They said in a statement, and then Iran attack was a response to blow inflicted by resistance. Iran Kerman attack was a response to axis of resistance. So get ready. You got an OPEC statement here too. So again, oil play is doing great, and then yesterday, I guess oil was like, what, 72, 73? That would be a nice target, or you could take some good gains on oil. And the market is still a little lower. We are near the lower, or a little bit lower than where we were yesterday. So 30 seconds, baby. hit that like button, call out any plays. You have any questions, you let me know, and let's have a good one, man. Let's have a good one. Let's see what happens. Corn for war trade. I think if oil gets up there, and again, I was even thinking about it. I mean, in the way I'm looking at it, think about it. Even with election, gas prices are down. If gas stays low, which is a big objective of the United States and other countries, or not gas, I mean oil. But if that comes down and stays down, that's going to help the soft landing. If oil starts to rocket back up, then the hard landing might start to come back in there. Round 1. Fight. All right, man, we're off here. So you're opening up literally right below yesterday's low. So let's see what happens. Banks are kind of down. Pfizer's doing it again. So I have that one up there, but I do want to look at some of the earnings. Again, Walgreens, that's another one on the list right there. Walmart is ripping up. Again, grocers did good yesterday. There was a lot of random plays that did good. Again, healthcare-related, XLV, biotechs, and then banks. Those were kind of your leaders. And then a lot of, travel plays, and obviously big tech was the laggers. What's the other one? PSTG? So, again, Pure Storage, they're still up 6. Is this thing not moving? Why does it look like nothing is moving on my screen? Yeah, SoFi down. I think they just got a downgrade. I don't think it was anything too crazy. And then you're at 47.18. So you actually just literally right above the level. We tick that. Like I said, you were right below where we were yesterday. So let's see. Remember, if we go below here, that starts to open up the floodgates a little bit more. That's what we saw last time. So we'll see how it all plays out. Oil's still ripping in here. If banks did good, we're going to find out, but so far the idea here with banks is that they're doing better, or they should be doing better, or they've been going up at least, simply because of the rate cuts or the priced-in rate cuts and rates coming down. Unity's on the high. I think they got a downgrade in the morning. Don't forget about Apple and where they held up yesterday, but I think all of big tech is not really doing too hot. It's only down a quarter, though, so NASDAQ's still down 0.7. Russell is the worst on the day, down 1. SPY down 0.47, and then even the Dow. So you don't really have a leader. All you have is a leader to the downside. Uber's trying to move up. They're still down. Amazon's on the high. Eli Lilly, was it NVS or NVO? I think they got some update there with something related to, gene therapy. So we'll see. Sweden just hit negative 40 Celsius? Is that possible? Yeah, NASDAQ down 117 points. Where's Baba and K-Web? So watch out for the China plays. They didn't do too hot. ARM is on the high. Again, NVIDIA's been tweaking out. AMD's on the high right now too. But again, NVIDIA hasn't been good. And then where's the other one? Coin. So again, crypto has not been good. I think literally Coinbase is down 20% in the last couple of days. So we'll see. Where's biotechs? Biotechs are actually coming down pretty big there. LBPH, that one's still holding. Again, this is the one from yesterday. Where's EYPT? That was the one related. Boeing's on the high. Tesla's selling off. Yeah, down 2%. Again, in SPY, are we going a little bit lower? You're down by 0.5. So you are breaking now that level, or you're about to here. So 47.18, 47.17, technically hitting the low of the day right now. And then next level is 4,700 flat. So again, you've only been below here 2 or 3 times. Just in the last couple of days or couple of weeks here. So, again, when we ran, I think, was this the last FOMC possibly? This could even be the last FOMC if you think about it. So, this was the first little low there that we chilled that out. And then, again, you're going to get those minutes today. 47.17.99. Eli Lilly is a leader right there doing good. Again, Boeing's trying to go up, but they're still in the red. Let's see Apple. Pfizer's now flipping to the red. There he is. So, he was holding up without earlier, but not so much. Coca-Cola, you think the escalations overseas can affect the markets? If it gets really bad, but, it'll have an effect, and then it'll kind of, go back and forth. My ES short is up. I'm up 175 on that one now. So we're going to ride that one for a little, again, because I'm losing money on the Russell, but hopefully it puts me in a position where if there is a crazy flush, if we're going to lose any of those Russell gains, that ES should be able to do good. Or whenever I'm ready to sell the ES, we could even sell the Russell if we would like to. 2040 on gold. That's level number 1. So if you want to get risky with it, you could go for there. The dollar is what's smacking gold around. That's the same. I'm surprised even oil's up there, but there should be a lot more war premium on oil to begin with. But yeah, I like gold, but 2040 is level number 1, and then the real good level is 2020. And then if you get anything below that, I think that's way better than not. So I'd say this is greedy level number 1 on gold. PayPal new low. What about Altria? And then SPY still kind of holding. Let's get up the VWAP. Again, bonds. Dude, it's crazy. This is like the first 2 days here. This is one of the biggest like down days for bonds and dollar at the same time. It's kind of crazy. It's actually kind of wicked to think about. And then oil coming down a little bit. Top ticked at like 71.80, so it's not able to get past 72. So let's see what that does. Yeah, Russell's down 1 point. Russell's doing awful right now. That's literally the worst on the day here as the NASDAQ's down 0.6, and then SPY. And the Dow's even not doing, Dow's more close to the SPY, but Dow would be one of the best here on the day. But today you don't really have too much craziness to see. Is that Apple's green? Yeah. Apple's going green again. A lot of tech. I've seen Microsoft, Nvidia, AMD all print on the green. It's kind of like they're all going straight up there. Even like Amazon's up by 0.5. Netflix is back into the green now too. Meta is starting to move, and Uber. So let's see. Tesla dumping. What would that be? 1046. Yeah. I don't know. I still want a Netflix play, but these things are absolutely insane. Yeah, I'm going to wait a little bit on that one. I'm seeing Tesla, Pfizer, PayPal crushed. No. Netflix going up. Might get a little bit of a opposite rotation from yesterday. Yeah, Pfizer's down 1%. So that's both good and bad depending on how you want to look at it. Still right below 30. And then Tesla's down 2.6. Again, where's Walgreens and the banks? Walgreens is down 3. So again, they got earnings, I think, tomorrow. And then JP Morgan, not down too much. XLF doing a little worse. And then KRE's down a decent amount. Snap, huge pop. Not so much, kind of. Just off the bottom. It looks like Apple and the rest of the tech plays. Uber's gone into the green now. So, again, they were mollywopped yesterday. Eli Lilly's still going. That's been a leader since the morning. They're up 2.4. No Apple news. Just if anything, there's more like negative news in the morning. But it does seem like bigger tech is catching more of a bid, and then everything else is getting clobbered. Coin's starting to move. Micron on the high as well. Coin's still down 4. But, again, Micron's getting some volume here at the high. Again, I think all of the chips are still red, but they've been, again, a lot of things have had this like 10-minute move. And then gold is flushing 2039 now. So that one's starting to come down. ES is just chilling still near the lows. So again, if anything, I think Russell's just taking a beating in these last couple of minutes. But this is turning down. And remember, you have data in like 23 minutes. Baidu average where I already did it at like what, 114 or to like 112. So I think it's below my average prices. No. My last average was 112 and 109. Wow. So I'm done averaging on that one. If anything, I'll write it out. We were just green on it like 2 days ago. I guess literally end of the year. But Baidu, I get 109, 112. Those are my average points. C Bank of America flushing, Nike 105. Oil's trying to tick back up here again, still up 1.75 on the day. What happened? It's just literally day 2 of yesterday. Again, it's like a bond blowout mixed in with the dollar going down as well, too. So, again, it's like this is one of the biggest tandem drops in over a decade in terms of, like, bonds are getting killed, and then so is the dollar in the same day. And then this is the worst start to a year, or I guess the first day has been the worst since 1999. So we're going to see what happens with everything. But if anything, you know, this data will be the next mover. OPEC comments. OPEC countries reaffirm commitment to unity, full cohesion, and market stability through declaration of cooperation. Statement from OPEC. Why bonds getting killed? Well, remember, bonds had a huge run-up. And then again today, we'll see if the minutes could confirm more rate cuts, the bonds will catch a bid right away. Other than that, we're going to have to wait until the non-farms. So there might be a little bit of a bond effect on the minutes, but other than that, I think non-farms will be the most important. And then we go from there. Baba's on the high. I put nah. Hey, Baba. Let's see. what's the PayPal news? They got clapped. Let's see. Again, Square was down. They did a little bit better than Square yesterday, but the other ones got clapped. Was there news? I think it was news with NVO or NVS. One of them got something with like gene therapy, and then I think they just got to benefit off of all of it, more or less. Let's see. OPEC efforts have been evident in supporting the global economy to overcome challenges over the past years and have ensured market stability, says in statement. So again, you're getting more of the more OPEC comments right now. Yeah, bond yields are hitting around 4 on the 10-year. Coin recovering. So again, market's chilling now after this little drop. Again, this was like the lows of yesterday, and everyone's kind of doing their thing here. But for the most part, I think we have, 20 minutes to kill? So we either make like one little leg lower below the level, or maybe we bounce up and then test the level again. But 20 minutes, we will be getting 2 sets, manufacturing data as well as Jolts jobs opening. So that'll probably decide us for the next couple of hours here. So if anything, I think we're still just hugging the lows of yesterday and all of that. Yeah, 10-year climbs above 4% for the first time since December 15th, 14th. So isn't that the Fed meeting? Goodbye. Apple back to VWAP. TD charts messed up. PayPal. Coca-Cola about to break 60. Yeah, Coca-Cola is looking great, actually. And then you're getting a little bit of a move. Affirm is on the high. They were clobbered here on the day, interestingly enough. Pinduoduo, it's another China play moving up now. Babo is trying to catch a bid. Baidu's even starting to move up as well, too. Tesla on the 100-day. What is that? Love. Alibaba. Walmart new low. Nvidia. Well, China plays are interesting right now. Nvidia is coming up there. Nvidia's recovered a lot. AMD's still down 1.4, but they're doing great. I see Caterpillar. I did not. They're down 1.6. Was there any updates, or is this just general manufacturing stuff? Because I've not got any news. There is manufacturing data here coming out. Uber's on the high still. That one's in the green. Again, Netflix has been going straight up. I was looking at those plays, though, even for earnings. I still think it's kind of a little bit juiced there. And then oil's still holding. SPY trying to hang on. Meta's coming up, right? Yeah, remember, Meta's been clapped, though, the last couple days. Meta and Netflix, those keep printing on the high ticker. So we'll see. Okay, because I got the sweaters. What do you think about Disney at this price outlook? I like Disney. We're up on it. That's the only thing I don't like is that in a weird way, I've held Disney. I've been down on it. And the fact that I'm like still up on it. So I don't think you're getting the best deal, but you're definitely not getting the worst deal in the sense it kind of, it fits in the criteria of some of these other plays. So of being, one of those cheaper ends, on the cheaper end. So I like it a lot, but I am up on that play. So keep that in mind. The whole don't buy what's in the green already, but it's not too crazy. Actually, no, is this my break even here? So this is like right there. I'm up like 0.5%. So you can kind of justify it. I don't think it's too bad. But I've seen it go lower. That's the only thing. FedEx drilling. Tesla new low. Wasn't Nike dropping there too? FedEx down 1.8. Yeah, Nike's been getting clobbered. That sucks. Again, we have the shares in the what's it called? The puts, but the puts were going to expire. So you had to sell the shares and all that. But that one kept going. That would have been great if you rolled those over. Caterpillar bad sweater sales, maybe. So we're coming down a little bit here. Let's see where oil, WA put premium cheap. Oh, it could be, huh? And they've ran up 20% recently. I could definitely see that being good to the downside. Meta's still going there. Again, K-Web's trying to hold on. Big tech is ripping. Big tech is doing actually very good right now. It is surprising. Oh, Jake from State Farm, baby. Good morning. How are you living, baby? Second day of the year. Always showing love. Oh, my God. SPY coming down right now. I think, is that about to flush into the low? Almost. Again, you're like 1 point off of it, but it's not like you got too high above there. If anything, EYPT, that play's still moving up. Let's see. Coming in with coins, FL Surgeon General. I'm calling for a halt of Myrna COVID vaccines. Where did this come from? After they had their best day, after they're the best stock in the stock market? What's Saidu? Not Baidu, Saidu. Sidious Space is up 40%. I think this thing got unhalted and then halted again. And then Disney's starting to run up here. Yeah, Disney's coming up. They're right at break even. Again, SPY at the low. Where are the banks? JP Morgan. Mara's coming up. Again, Coinbase, all the rest of those, they've kind of been clobbered. And then again, watch if that Myrna news has an effect. And then XLF still keeps just selling off. It's not so good, man. Not so good. GLD mini pop. I haven't looked at gold yet since the morning. Again, gold came down there, but it's near one level. It's coming back up, 2044. And then oil is still holding up. I think that's kind of the surprising factor there. Okay. What would that be? 5. Yeah, it's 2 or 3. I have done it. I'm going to get some for Colt Sister too, but I've added to the long term in a very scary fashion. I know, it's terrifying. Is it actually, does she even have cash in here? Let's see. Let me see if there's any more bill. No, she got rid of that. Yeah. Not Disney. I went with something a little cheaper, hopefully. But let me see. I get this on Colt Sister. All right. So yeah, don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. It doesn't have a dividend. That's the only thing I don't like about it. I guess it pays out 1% now that I think about it, but I made a long-term play. I have added BABA to the long term. So I grabbed 85 shares on the big account at 74.50, and then we grabbed 8 shares on the small account at like 74.60, and then I just grabbed 2 shares for Colt Sister. So on all accounts, yeah, they pay a 1% dividend. I'll take it. I'll take it, man. Let's see. What did I get it at? That was like 74.63 a share. Really? I thought it was lower. Around 74.63, I think, is the price. Let's see. Yeah, 74. I think on both accounts, exact same price. Nice. I thought I got in at 50. Don't ADRs have a dividend fee? I do think so. Why BABA? I mean, we don't really have any foreign exposure in the long term. And then, quite frankly, I mean, this is one of the deep discounts of the multi-year. So I like that it's cheap and then it has exposure. But I think this might be my only deposit. I've held BABA since 2014. Best case, it's like quadrupled my money. Worst case, it came back to break even. But I do like it there. I've talked about this recently in there, so we will see what happens. But I do think it's a little bit more risky. But I've put my deposits there for now. Has a slight dividend. I mean, again, I've been talking about it here and there, but other than that, now let's see where this takes us. Let's see where this takes us. Why buy BABA and not Pinduoduo? My logic with a lot of plays should make sense why I went with BABA and not Pinduoduo. I mean, one of them has a premium, one of them is at a deep discount. So it's a value. That's, again, there's a lot of risk with BABA, not ignoring the risk of Xi Jinping and everything else. But at the end of the day, I do think BABA, if we do get a great soft landing, if China recovers, even if we do bad, I think China will have to play its role. We'll see, but for the most part, I do like it. I like the cheapness of it. I'm literally buying made in China cheapness. Only Chinese company I've taken the gamble on too. Yeah, I did on the IPO in 2014. But again, I was just talking to you about this like last year. Again, I've asked some people that I know, and again, they like it too, and I've always loved the company, but there is tremendous amounts of risk with it. So again, I put in 2 deposits towards it that we had saved up, and then we'll see. And then worst case scenario, it dies, but we'll still have China exposure. And then if not, if it does recover, I mean, it gives you a lot of upside with a little bit of dividend. But we'll see. We will see. I don't think Jack Ma is back as CEO. No. I think all the China plays just got a rip right there. So we'll take it. Again, I wanted more Pfizer, but it already ran up a little bit. We're still like slightly negative, but I figured I'd wait till it comes back down. They're going to have earnings and ex-dividend too. So by then we'll have a dividend as well. BABA's not doing a split. BABA's just paying a dividend. So in a weird way, it pays 1.8% or 1.18%, I think. So we'll see. And then SPY coming down, and then we have data in 5 minutes. I've been healing. Where's Jack Ma for some time now? No, for real. Does Bitcoin have more upside and less risk than BABA? No. I don't know. I think Bitcoin just has Bitcoin has a lot of upside. if it goes crazy, but I don't know what the downside risk is. But then BABA, I mean, you could double up, triple up, but then again, you're dealing with Xi Jinping. So, and I mean, Xi Jinping hates China, or he hates crypto and BABA. So, I don't know. That one's a good question. Remember, you were going to sell Pfizer? That was on my, what's it called? That was on the Flip account, and I decided to average down, and now I'm up on it. So that's why we're still in that. And then Pfizer for the long term, we double ticked it at the bottom. We made day after day order, but then it kept going up there. So again, I think BABA's gone up like 10 to 12%, or excuse me, Pfizer since we got it. So we'll see. Tesla nasty, broke 240. And then actually, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. We have 5 minutes. The data's about to come out. SPY at the low. I need to go to the bathroom before the data. I gotta be fresh, you know? So follow me on Instagram, chat, at the Trading Fraternity. Stay locked and loaded. We just added to the long term. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So you got anything? CNBC, where you at?
Got some breaking news on Disney via Kramer.
Yeah, I just spoke with Nelson Peltz. He's got beneficial shareholder, $3 billion worth, and he's just saying this is not influencing the Value Act, not influencing his decision at all. Of course he's going to run. He's still got another person. He's got two people going to run. Talking about long-suffering shareholders, 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, and that he is not even going to accept anything where he's just invited to the board periodically and share information. He wants to be at the table, making important decisions, helping him make important decisions to try to get this total shareholder return. Likes Gorman, thinks Gorman's a great guy. Everyone thinks Gorman's a great guy, but it says, no, that's not enough. And this Value Act decision is irrelevant to him.
Do you see the potential for a détente the way we had on air last year? Remember?
No.
This feels more.
I think that this is enough is enough. We really need to have. Peltz needs to have a transition now. That obviously things are not working. And by the way, let's understand, it's not saying that the company's not working. It's Bob Iger. He questions Bob Iger's leadership, and he's not going to let up. And this is going to go on. And Value Act is not a factor in Nelson's thinking. What Nelson's thinking is this total shareholder return is abysmal. Look, it's hard to argue. Remember I said empirically it's hard to argue with certain situations because the numbers are bad?
Yes.
Like empirically, I made some bad moves, okay? You have to talk about the bad moves. If you're going to talk about a 1,200% gain in NVIDIA, you got to talk about bad moves. And this was a bad move for anybody who bought it, including me. And the numbers are awful. And they like the independent voices that are coming in. But no, he doesn't think it's enough. And remember, he's got $3 billion worth of stock, and he's got Mr. Perlmutter's stock. Part of that, Mr.
Not
Perlmutter,
bad if you buy it low,
for a very
you
long
know,
time. He's got a big position. Obviously, he's not. Look, anybody who's happy is brain dead. Yeah, well, I'm really happy with the loss. This was a really good loss.
No,
I don't
you
like
buy
the
at 90,
playoffs. I'm going
80,
for a draft.
70.
Well,
You happy at this price? What do you mean? I don't know. Nelson buy $3 billion. Wow, the market go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, Chad. 2 minutes till the data. Get locked and loaded, man. Let's see what we got to deal with. So Jolts jobs openings. I told you guys this last time. If you print a 7, everybody and their mother might get bullish. But then again, it's kind of a little different than how we ended the year. But you never know with the crackheads. But apparently, if this comes in lower, though, I don't think too many people would be expecting that. And then for the manufacturing numbers, again, 47. Yesterday we came in a little softer, but remember, if it drops too much, it hurts your Goldilocks narrative. So if it could kind of stay the same, that wouldn't change much, but I do think Jolts will be important. And then again, I'm punting till non-farms. That's my take on it. That is my take on it. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Minutes on the 31st. No, minutes are today. Minutes are at 2 p.m. Eastern. And then Baba's still moving, but hopefully that holds up. Again, Baba, all of these names. They could just go crazy. They have no love. Ain't no love in the heart of the Disney. And bonds have been coming up here, though. Bonds have been catching a bit as stocks have been staying down. All right, 30 seconds, Chad. Get ready for it. Y'all ready for this? Down. And then oil is starting to rip ahead of this too. All right. Good luck, Chad, at the interview. We got Chad going to a job interview. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it. And 10 seconds. All right. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. And, oh, come on. Where'd it go? Wait, where's the Jolts? ISM Manufacturing, 45. And then Jolts, 8.7. So, wait a minute. No, don't tell me that barely moved. Hold on. Yeah, so literally ISM Manufacturing prices 45.2 versus 49. That came lower. Manufacturing stayed the same with prices dropping. So you're getting a little bit there. ES just rocketed. And then where's the Jolt? My thing's not updating there. Jolt's 8.79 versus 8.8 expected. So they dropped a little bit. Slight easing, 100,000. I think prices paid on manufacturing. That might give you a little bit, though. I don't know if it guarantees ultimate rally. And then, again, you might have a little bit of punting until your boy, the minutes there. So it's decent. I mean, it's good. If it keeps up kind of the Goldilocks narrative, but it could have been a little bit better. But nothing's changed, really. So, again, your Jolts jobs openings are borderline staying the same. And then, like I'm saying, the manufacturing PMIs, borderline staying the same. And then the prices actually had a bigger drop. So whatever increase we saw in prices did come down a little bit. So that'd probably be your good news of the day, but I don't know if that's going to make you go too crazy. If anything, it keeps status quo. And then oil is going nuts right now. So let's go. Oil at 2.9 on the day. Ay. All right, 72.40. And then ES, wait, the ES is back down? So watch there, and then oil's just rocketing up here. All right, I sold out of oil, $1,900 gain from yesterday. So our first 2 flips of the year on oil I've been paying out for a little bit, but I'm out of the oil play for now. It might still go up a little bit, but I'm gonna take 3% on the day and not get greedy. Oil was just, again, there's a lot of the war premium, but literally, I mean, since last year, we've kind of just, it's going up higher. You might get a little bit more. I think 73 is the top. So there's like another $500 you can make on that play. Otherwise, I'm not going to risk it, though. I'm just going to take the profits. But oil, again, I think the war premium, but like I've been saying since like last year, it's just been a lot of the, what's it called? It's just like it goes down for 7 days in a row, and then you buy it, then you might go down a little bit more. I said this all on the watch list yesterday, and then that will do its thing. But I like it, so I'm out of oil for now. That was a good gain on the day. If you would take it, go home happy. And then, dude, SPY is bouncing all over the place. Again, I don't think it was bad. I think now punt till the minutes. Maybe we move around again. Market's still down quite a bit. You haven't really had an upside move of the day just yet. The data was borderline unchanged, but then one positive note on prices paid coming down. And then, again, the jobs was actually good too, but not like mind-blowing good. 100,000 job openings less, slight deterioration. It's probably everything kind of hinting that it's going to be in line, but we'll see. Why was there $1 difference on BABA on Fidelity compared to TD? There shouldn't have been. Oh, wait, what? No, I think it's just because it went up. So, again, it's BABA's already went up $1 since we bought it, I think. Yeah, we were at 74.60. BABA's literally up $1 now off of that. So, but I don't think there shouldn't be. I mean, again, maybe you're on a delayed one. Netflix on the high. I don't have Nike in the long term, no. So we're going to have to even wait till next month. You paid $75.30 on Fidelity. Well, when did you get it? You know, because like literally just even in that 20 minutes we bought it, it kind of already made a decent move. All the China names did. So again, Pinduoduo went straight up. Baidu went straight up. I think even JD. So, like, ever since all of them kind of had that move, oil extends gains, crude up by $2. It's still in. It went up 10 cents higher than I sold, and then it's coming down. Then ES futures are like break even right now. Yeah, GLD, big pop. 2055 did that yesterday, man. I like the gold plays, but I'm going to get greedy on the double dip. U.S. announces solicitation for up to 3 million barrels of crude for April 24 delivery. Energy Department. So, again, you have sales, I think, not SPR. What do I think of the BRICS? I think you know what I think of the BRICS. I think it's a weird scam, or it's not as important as people think it will be. Although everybody is going to get mad when I say that. But, yeah. Why are China plays? I have no idea. I just, again, they were down yesterday big. Even then, things were bad. There was a little bit of China stimulus and then some call-outs by, like, China newspapers. But for the most part, they were just down on the day, and then they're going up. This is kind of why I like it. Added it BABA to the long term today. But I'm hoping that, it could kind of give us a different set of exposure to what's going on. Oil's getting another candle here. So it's now higher than where we sold out. I know, fine. I was trying to get greedy on BABA. I wanted to wait, and then maybe it comes back down below 70, but I figured even like with the five, I like this date, that December 14th. That's when a lot of stuff happened here, so I was like, all right, fuck it, we'll just take it at 74, 75. I could have got it a little lower too, but if not, we'll average into it. Or I think this will probably be my only purchase on BABA. I put like $6,000 or like 600 on the small account and let it kind of just sit there and do its thing. FXI, I have not looked at FXI. China large cap. I like BABA, but ETF wouldn't be too bad. Again, both you're gonna have to pay an ADR fee on BABA anyways, but this honestly it doesn't look too bad. I could kind of get behind that because it's an ETF. It'll get you exposure and it's cheap. Does it have a yield? I feel like that might even pay out more. Yeah, that even pays out. Honestly, that might be a better option. Again, you don't have the individual exposure, but that could balance you out. Yeah, I kind of like that. It might be small cap rally. I don't know, man. The Russell still kind of collapsed here. If anything, SPY, and I think oil's helping lift up the SPY, but we'll see. I think we might just start dancing around a little bit. Maybe we recover since we've been opening up lower, kind of like a weird remix of yesterday. Maybe we kind of do a little bit of the dance, but we now have to wait for the minutes. That data, again, it could have been bad. It could have been very good, and you kind of right there, smack dab in the middle. The puck does not move too much, so I think it's a punt till the minutes, and now we might just move. Set of big wig tech names that could move either way. What do you think of dollar cost into the QQQ for the long term? I would like the idea if it wasn't at all-time highs. That's the only problem I have with that strategy. So it's like, again, I'm not really too opposed to an ETF at this point. That's what I'm saying. Like the China ETF, I kind of like. But the problem would be like with the QQQ, with SPY, any of those, is that they're near all-time highs. So you're not really getting a discount. You might just go a la carte until the SPY comes down or QQQ, and then you could buy it. We pump the rest of the day, Habibi? I don't know. Let's see, man. Again, it's like another weird day of nothing. And then Baidu starting to come up here. Schwab allows multiple accounts, yes. I have the random on there as well. Yeah, Baidu's, all the China plays are kind of going up there. So good timing, I hope, as long as they don't give it back up. Again, market's still kind of tweaking out here. Dollar General on the low. Nike's still on the low. Nike at 105. Where's the Tesla? Tesla's down 3.6. NVIDIA chilling out. They went green for a little bit. Then again, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft. Apple flipped. So I think Amazon, Meta, Netflix, and Microsoft are the only ones in the green. Apple went red. Isn't everyone back next week? This positioning for insanity? Kind of. I mean, there's a lot of people back, but it's definitely, you will get a lot more volume. And the thing is, there's a buyback blackout period now. Don't forget about that. You have earnings. Not only do we have this data, but like starting next week, banks and certain consumer plays, and then even Netflix the week after that, they're not going to be able, 2 weeks from now, they're not going to be able to make any buybacks. So as we start rolling into the earnings season, that is going to be some of the effect as well, too. Devon Energy, oil's still going. Oil's holding right where I sold out of it. So, again, we're done with that one for the day. Pfizer coming down. Yeah, Pfizer had its it's back in the green though, but Pfizer was red earlier. Tesla's flushing again. That might be now what 4% on the stock. Sidhu, that was moving up. Wasn't that like 80%? I think a little bit more a liquid name. Yeah, it's up 62%. I have no idea what they do. Sidious Space, Sidus Space, Cider, Apple Cider. Is it possible to transfer shares out of Robinhood to Schwab or Fidelity? It is. I've had difficulty transferring out of Robinhood before, but in theory it should be. You don't trade for like 3 days on the account so that none of the balances move, and they should initiate the transfer. And then again, if they don't move your money in like 3 to 7 days, you can file a complaint. But yeah, you could talk to your brokerage about that. That will also work. But in theory, yes. That was a weak punt. Honestly, we're back. But then again, we might touch another low and then move by the minutes. The only problem is that anything below here is 4,700. So, again, the next level is 4,700 flat. And literally ever since the Fed day, we haven't gone there. And watch the bonds, too. If you guys haven't noticed, they caught their little bid and then they're coming back down. Sidious, they send stuff up for SpaceX. You know, you have some cushion, but what time will you lock the profits if the downtrend continues? When I sell my ES short. So they may match up, but in my mind, I'm hoping that if I do start to like see a flush on the Russell, my ES short will take care of me. So I'm already up $400 on the ES short. So that's kind of my idea. When I'm ready to close the ES short, I'll be ready to close the Russell. Or maybe we'll give it a little bit of time. So we'll see. Barkin components important for conviction on inflation path. Says March rate call is pretty long away. So you got another Barkin comment right now. Remember, he had pre-written statements in the morning. Fed Barkin says March rate car is pretty long away. Again, another reiteration of that. He's had some hawkish comments in the morning. Thomas Barkin. January 2nd. Market sell-off for the short term, but long term will go up probably. Well, we have a lot of events. Again, we have non-farms, then we have CPI, then we have earnings, and then you end the month with Powell. So that's literally just week after week starting off this year. We're going to have a lot of stuff to deal with. BlackRock says bond ETFs drew in a record $300 billion in 2023. Market screener. And then Barkin questioned whether consumer demand will stay vibrant. Fed Barkin question whether why is it? It's double post and everything. Again, he already has. Barkin put out a thing. I don't know where he's speaking right now. But these are all pretty, sounds like his pre-written statements from earlier. Oh, Raleigh Chamber of Commerce launched 2024. Let me see. Sponsored by Wells Fargo. Yeah, program 8 to 10. I don't know if we get there live? And then we're still hitting another low. I'm trying to get you Thomas Barkin right now. Fed Barkin, question whether consumer demand vibrant. Same thing. Nexi, wasn't this one of the biotechs here in the morning? Again, I think they partnered up with somebody, or that could be the one related to Eli Lilly. Oh, what the heck? It cost $80 to listen, $115 if you're a non-member, and then if you want to sponsor the event, $7,500, $5,000 for a gold sponsor, $2,500 for a silver sponsor, and then $1,500 for a bronze sponsor. Yes, it's real. So I don't know if we could afford to listen to Thomas Barkin today. I don't like us like that. Let's see. Oh, it's on WRAL. What is that? All right, I think I find. Bitcoin starting to move up right now. Yalla.
When you download the Ralph's app, you have easy access to savings every day. Get the most out of weekly sales.
He should be on there. He's on the radio right now. My bad, man. My bad. Yeah, that scared the shit out of me too. Tesla shares fall 4.5%. So you might get Barkin headlines when he comes back from commercial. It's a radio commercial.
When you download the Ralph's app, you have easy access
Do I have
to
to listen
savings
to this?
every day. Get the most out of weekly sales and receive personalized coupons to favorite items. All.
When you download the chat app,
Value out of
I'm trying to.
every
You
time.
can't pause it.
Download the Ralph's app.
I don't want to download the Ralph's app. Why? SPY going lower. Again, PCAR, a couple of travel plays. A lot of things are printing on the low now. Watch out for any of the value stuff. And then again, think about laggers and leaders from yesterday. They're just playing music. I don't know. Maybe he's done. He might be done. Did we all just catch BBB? You might have. I got scared. I don't know. The cortisol could trigger it. Definitely could have happened. You never know. Can't wait for the 24 election Uncle song. It's gonna be tough, man. I don't know. I've been talking to Uncle about it, and he's just like, both candidates suck. He gets really mad, bro. He's like, yeah. He starts sounding like Biden. Abivi's on the high. So again, not every not every like biotech healthcare play is up, but remember that was a big leader yesterday. Fed Bark. Yeah, I haven't got another headline from Barkin. That might be it though. Again, he was kind of hawkish here to start off the morning. He's speaking at this conference. It should be on the radio, but they're just playing their favorite mixes right now. I go crazy, you know, so that's good. DeSantis wins. I'm from the future. That's unfortunate, man. Not that DeSantis wins, but like, you mean to tell me you from the future and that's all you gonna tell me? That sounds like some bullshit to me, man. Even if I'm not saying it's bullshit that you're from the future, I just think that's kind of messed up. That's the only information. Like, tell me what Baba goes to. You know what I'm saying? Just tell me the ending price on the S&P 500 or the 10-year bond. You know what I'm like? Just give me something better than that. Like, really? I guess it's important, but like that's all you have to share from the future. Man. PSA, very proud moment. My little bro just said, I want to get my real estate license. I was proud to say I know a couple of guys. Go check them out. He got the law term too, baby. Amen. He sounds like a Chad. Sounds like he's on the right path. The right path of Chadadonia. Tell him let's get it, man. That's it, man. I would love to see that. More. You almost bought Boeing instead of Baba this morning? I feel that could happen. It's double Boeing, two Boeing. It's coming back there. So, again, you had the little Chad pump, but I think it was all the China pumps. But now you literally, we're back. We still got, again, it's like 10, 20 cents. We were up $1 at one point. I didn't realize Baba moves a lot. That thing really be moving a couple of dollars in like a couple of minutes. And then Abivi still going. SPY dropping it down a little bit lower. Let's see. And then oil dropped a little bit after going like 10, 20 cents higher. My goodness. Isn't Pfizer still in the green? Where's gold? Gold came right back down too. Damn. So literally everything that had the little pop, even bonds were leading ahead of the event. And again, the data, it's not like it gave us too much. And like I was saying, maybe we go a little lower, but a lot of things just did the pull up and then they came right back down. A lot, except for oil. Oil's still holding up there. Double Boeing is Baba. Coincidence? I don't know. I was walking through the back of the store and I caught my boss listening to the stream. I freaked out. Did you tell him or did he just find out that you caught him through me now? Don't put me in the middle of this, man. Just both of y'all get a long term and y'all could bond over it. Or, ask him if he bought Baba. You could tell him about the latest long term play. Other than that, I hope this is, you put me in a weird position, sir. Now he knows. Now he has to know now. Tesla still going down here. Again, low ticker is getting pretty active. We're at 47.11. I have a PayPal position. It's smaller, so I guess my Baba position is now bigger than PayPal. But we'll find out. We'll find out if we add to that one. Maybe we'll give it a little bit. Disney faces activist battle as Value Act backs CEO Iger. Well, that should be fun. 47.09. So 9 points down to 4,700, man. If we flip from there, bonds start going down, that won't be too pretty. The real question is, do we flush 4,700 or do we hold it? Remember, last time you flushed around here, it was a really bad day. I don't know if you guys remember that. Last time we went down to any of we did this in, 10 minutes? Or I guess it was 3 hours. Technically, maybe most of it done in an hour. Remember, that was that big flush day where we got burned on the NQ. This is like back to where we're at. So you got burned on that, bounced up. We took the week off, and then the market melted up again. And then now to start off the year, you're coming right back down to that level. So we'll see. It's either going to find a little level of support there, either prior at the level, or it really does start to flush. Again, we haven't broke 4,700. You've only came below that, I think, once since the last Fed meeting, or like right around there. So it's quite the level, to be honest with you. So let's see how this plays out. Maybe one time for the bounce. It could move all over the place. That's what you got to watch out for. You have the ability for it either could bounce right ahead of the level or like right at it, but kind of here, it might do the dancing queen, but the last time we did flush with it, there was like a lot of panic and then it kind of parachuted instantly down. But then again, you could see it. A lot of people you can see this on every index right now. The gaps below here, I mean, it's been a while. I don't think there's any gaps to fill, more or less, but how we got up here was quick and fast. So as long as people don't freak out, you'll hold up, but if they do, you'll go down quick and fast as well. NASDAQ down 1% again. SPY down 0.69. Dow matching up. Russell's still clobbered, but if anything, NASDAQ's dropped double in the time it took the Russell to drop 0.3 here, but for the most part, Russell has been the dog for all day. You turn the stream on over the warehouse speaker once so I could tune in while checking inventory. The warehouse homies were not having it, unfortunately. You're probably messing up the music in their earbuds. I think I could be relaxing to listen. I don't know, actually. Maybe I'm stressful. There's like 6 fat gaps to the downside. Yeah, it's all from the Fed. Remember, like December 14th, December 13th or whatever. That was like as a result of everybody saying, oh my gosh, we're pricey. Look at the dot plot. We're going to have so many rate cuts. And even the Fed futures, the Fed like rate cut odds have chilled dramatically. So I'm pretty much back down to where I was on that day when it happened. So again, it got a little bit worse and then things started to calm down. So we'll see where that takes us. No matter what you click on, Coinbase is broken. Are you talking the stock or like actual Coinbase? And then, fun fact, today was the first, I think, mining block of Bitcoin that ever occurred. What's it called? Like, is it called the first Genesis block? That was today. So 2009, January 3rd, the first Genesis block of Bitcoin was mined today. Yes, fun fact. Fun fact. And then, bro, tell me why. I told you, Mr. Hollywood. You know Mr. Hollywood lending tips now. Bro, out of nowhere, this dude just texted me last night, and he sends me a Kanye meme, and he's like, I've just played him Jesus Walks. That's what he sends me, right? And legitimately, bro, he's like, he sends me him buying a token that he bought last year that's up like 400%. I'm like, oh no, his crypto tips back. I'm like, oh no, man. He said, nah. He said, I'm not going to look at the account for another year. He said, he said he told us all on stream. So he said he's going to send me the stream clip. I was like, oh my gosh. He's back at it again, man. He is back at it again. Do you guys remember LT telling you about something called like ICP token or something? I think it was like it's like Internet Protocol token or something. I'm like, what? Do you remember him saying that? Because I was like, dude, what the hell is this? You do remember that? All right, find the stream for him so we'll know. Yeah, ICP. Is that Algo? He trolling you? No. He sent me the purchase activity. He sent me the transaction of him buying it at $3. Yeah, you're in it at $4. Okay, so then he did tell you. Oh, what? How come I don't remember this one? Internet computer price? Yeah. Uh-huh. You got some? What the fuck? Insane Clown Posse? Yeah, I know that one. But he was joking, I had hoped. No. He got in at $3, and now it's at like 13. That's funny. We forgot to. I think everybody forgot to tell me, bro. That's cold. And then, yeah, my Coinbase works. I just logged in. You know, we chilling. Oh, you could earn 1.5% holding USBC. Not bad. I've been saying it for weeks. Well, he said it like a year ago, and then I was like, man, I don't remember this one. I was like, oh man, is he back? I think you laughed at them on stream. I probably did. I said at that point, because again, I said the last year, just Bitcoin, Ethereum, call it a day. I still have my shit coins, but for the most part, I don't think it's, I don't think they're going to be too crazy. Unless I think once Bitcoin goes above 60,000, then I think all of the shit coins will come back up. Is it the Sam Altman one? No, that's WorldCoin. WorldCoin. That one's a little different. Putin condemns terrorism in all forms. Send condolences to Iran after cemetery attack. Then oil hit another high there, like right below it, 72.60. Have we seen LT and SBF in the same room? We have not, but then again, I think those are two very different individuals. Yeah, one of them, I don't know. Like LT looked like a Greek god. Sam Bankman looked like a Greek gyros. I don't know how to describe it other than that. But even then, Cucumber. I can't imagine Mr. Cucumber. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen LT eat a cucumber. That's it. I've seen Sam Bankman eat a cucumber. I don't know how. That is, again, it's really wild to think about and even say out loud, but that's all factual. It is all factual. Must have been September. No, he showed me the purchase day. He purchased it December 2022. So LT bought that at the end of December, or the end of 2022. So whatever happened in 2023, that was he bought at the end of the year. My outlook on the bond market, I think 4% is stable. Remember, we were talking about it a couple weeks ago. Anything below 4% might indicate hard landing. 4% might be your sweet spot for soft landing. But then again, I do think it's going to depend on whatever the data spits out this year, mixed in with, like we were saying, just does it get Powell to move the cycle or not? So if you guys didn't check out yesterday's watch list, again, you've had 2 weeks to catch up. But it's been, I talked about what I'm expecting for this year. And really, like, the two main important factors of this year is the rate cycle and then the election. Everything else is going to be noise. Again, I mean, I think I brought up a very good point on the video yesterday that you got to think about. Last year, we had a black swan. It didn't change anything. What outweighed a black swan with banking? It was government response and stimulus, as well as the fact that you had people talking about policy shift. Oil going up again now. So literally 72.60, new high on oil, up 3.2 on the day. So that's where you got to think about it. Like, I think we're going to get a lot of events, but ultimately it will all be outweighed by if, when, and how the rate hike or rate cycle does in fact change. Morgan Stanley Executive Chairman James Gorman says we'll stay out of the road but help new CEO. And then SPY's still hugging these lows. Oil's starting to go up again. PayPal clapped. Baba's holding up for now. We'll take that. Even Baidu, some of those other names are doing good in China. But again, they're like barely green. Just everything's red, so I don't know about doing good. Fed minutes at 2 p.m. Eastern. Good watch list. I think the inflation picture will cast a dark cloud over the market. I feel you, and that's going to be as long as the way I'm looking at it is that inflation would have to be bad enough to cast a dark cloud over the shift. So I agree with you, but I don't think we're going to be as market sensitive in a weird way. And I think the market will move. I think there'll be a bunch of events. But the way I'm looking at it is that inflation has to get bad enough to change Powell and the Fed's mind again. Just like they quickly said, oh, we're ready to cut. If inflation quickly shoots back up and they're saying, oh, now we're not ready to cut, then again, that just throws into doubt the whole rate cycle getting changed and ending. You know, one cycle ending and another one beginning. Average down on PayPal. I'd wait. I don't have any money in the long term now. I think in the small account we might. I might have used that there, but for the most part, I'd be waiting on PayPal. But this is why I'm glad we didn't pick any up, though. But if it starts to have their drop, again, earnings, too, right around the corner. So we'll see. But next deposit, depending on how where the price is at, and then where it's at pretty much end of January after Powell, we'll be able to make that move. The debt ceiling, we're going to have another one of those government shutdown events right around the corner, but we found a way to avoid it. It will be interesting with the election, but I think that'll be one of those events that, again, it may get people distracted for a little bit, but above all else, I do think the cycle and ending of rates, if it ends or if it continues, and then election will be the main key. Anything under 60 was good on PayPal. I think it is, yeah. We got in at like 61 or 61 or 62. So, but remember, it moved up a lot after going there, and it was as low as 50 flat. But now I use my money on Baba. So it's on my list for sure. It's a growth name, but then, again, I just used any available cash there for Alibaba. Constellation brands for Friday. Yeah, we could do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's already Thursday, which is wild to think about. What's the play? I added Baba to the long term, about almost $1 lower. We did it in the morning right around here. Tesla, what's the other one? Pfizer, where are they at? Pfizer's still holding up, surprisingly. Again, it was above 30 pre-market. The week flew, just the holiday, that extra that we started. It's been a broken week. I wonder which Republican will offer cash to voters and how much, just like when Bush got elected. So here's the thing. This is where it makes a lot of sense. I could give you guys tinfoil. I could give you tinfoil related to the election, kind of, but it's more so related to the economy. I sent out a stream alert for Baba. You should have got the long-term alert and a stream alert for it. I went long on Baba for the long term. Do you guys want it? Do you want some election tin? It's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of good to think of. I don't even know if I would call it tin, but I do think it could jog your mind, get you thinking about some things. You might like it. You might like it. What's the likes at? We got 800 likes? Oh, yeah. Let's go. Let's just push it to 1,000 real quick, and let's get this out the way. Let's go. This could be your first tin of the year. This will be your first tinfoil of the year that I am selling right now. So I'm not going to disappoint you, man. I'm just saying. Damn, Carissa. That's my Arab sister right there. She knows. He said $1,250. I'm only asking for 1,000, man. We might have to ask for 2,000 and then 50% off. You know what I'm saying? 50% off for you, Habibi. 2,000 likes is what I'm looking for, but for you, Habibi, I take 1,000. Right now, I do 1,000. Right now. You prepaid, man. That's why. That's why they getting a discount. All y'all prepaid, y'all hooking them up there, man. Hey, man. 50 more likes. Let's go. Good morning. Good morning. I'm going to talk about the election. Oh, 5 more likes. Oh, my goodness. Immigration right now. Calm down. I saved all of that's for for Hollywood. They already making Civil War movies and shit, man. You don't need me to give you any of that. You don't need me to give you any of that. I got something good for you, bro. I got something good for you. I am running for president in 2024. No, I'm not. I don't think I'm old enough, unfortunately. Isn't that? And they're like, how old are you, Josh? Anyway, SPY going lower, hitting a new low on the tin. Y'all ran it up on the likes, baby. Way to show some love. Are you ready? So here it is. Here is my tinfoil. Both sides, but especially the Democratic side, coming into this election, they are going and this should make a lot of sense. This is normal. This is very, very normal. If you're going to be a weirdo about it, that's God bless you. Study history. But it's simple. Whoever's in office is going to want to keep gas prices lower ahead of the election. Can we all agree with that? I even think Republicans, they kind of won't want gas lower so they could be like, look at what Biden did. But at the same time, I would argue that everybody right now, until the election, wants gas prices lower. Okay? I think we're all on the same page with that, right? But now here's the caveat. Here's the tinfoil. If they can't keep gas prices lower, we have a recession. If gas prices go higher before the election or shortly thereafter, we will have a recession. That's the tinfoil. Why? Why am I saying this? You remember the whole recession rate cut chart? Well, remember, if oil goes up, we actually get clapped. There's only one time in the 80s that didn't happen. But especially 3 to 5 years after the first inflation wave, if oil goes up, we get clapped. So that is my tinfoil, is that in a weird way, your soft landing will be predicated by both the election and what happens with the price of gas. So if gas prices and oil shoots up, and then that will make all the electoral people get pissed off about it. then you will also get clapped economically, and then vice versa. If they could accomplish that, low gas prices ahead of the election, whoever wins, and then gas prices stay lower, everyone's going to feel good about it. That is my tinfoil on the second day of the year of trading. Good morning. Good morning. That's how I'm opening it up with. That's how I give you some food for thought. Mm-hmm. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Yes. I don't think they're the primary reason he has shit approval. Well, that's not what I'm saying either, but in general, though, it's just the easiest thing to control or try to influence ahead of the election. It's a good priority. Both administrations all throughout history, again, I think the only real debate right now is, like, do Republicans want gas lower ahead of the election or not? That's something to think about. But above all else, like I'm saying, there's a reason to influence oil because of the election. But like I'm saying, the bigger point is whatever happens to that price of oil and gas, that's probably going to have way more implications on the economy and recession. So, yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. There's beef in Venezuela and Guyana about oil. Very, very good oil, good in comparison to Saudi oil. Troops are being sent to the border as we speak. That's been going on for a little bit, but I think it's going to be one of those factors. So I think it's 50-50. Again, there's an incentive to try to keep oil lower here, but things like that, even the Red Sea, even that attack with Iran yesterday at that funeral. I mean, there's a lot of crazy things that could happen there. So welcome. But yeah, oil came up. I flipped out of my play. You would have got an extra $300, but I took like just under $2,000 on the play from yesterday. But in general, I do think oil's cheap right now. But again, goes to the tinfoil. We are pumping like crazy right now. You know, Americans and non-OPEC countries are pumping so much oil ahead of even the demand and everything. I think it's getting ready for it all, but we would need like another war escalation for things to really, really pop off. Gigi Gaming, baby. Subscribe with Prime. Welcome. Good morning, too. It's very early. We've only been here for, what, an hour and 15 minutes. Data came out, had a little fake pop. Data was slightly good, but then we sold off even more. You're just kind of, I guess you're getting a little bit further away. Are we at 4,700? Yeah, you're at 4,705, so honestly, things could get crazy. Morgan Stanley Gorman, China has some profound challenges on demographics. And they said never understood Bitcoin, Gorman says never understood Bitcoin as form of store value. Bitcoin not going away, but not a core investment. Why are we pumping if price is cheap? Why don't we just buy oil? I think they're getting it prepared in many, many ways so that they could have it again. Because if you pump it, we have a lot of ability to pump oil. Don't ever forget that. America, do you realize like we could pump oil like the best of them, like the Arabs, like the Russians. We got it like that, but at the same time, I don't think they only want to buy so much. And think about it, where oil's cheap, you could only buy it from so many places right now. The Fed minutes, they didn't move the market at all last time. Last time the Fed minutes were borderline a dud. So again, even now, I'm not expecting too much, but granted, the dot plot shift last time, that might get the minutes pumping here, but everyone's just going to look for evidence of rate cuts today, and that'll probably be the main factor. Yeah, minutes already know, nothing new. But hopefully it gives us insight. Remember, the last time we got the dot plot, it was huge, and the real main factor, this is why the minutes could be interesting, is because think about what happened on the dot plot. It was a huge spread between every voter. It wasn't like we got this low median because everybody was on the same page. There was a lot of dots that moved, but then every dot, like the distance between them was very high. The Kev Dog is here, baby. Oh, man. Kev Dog, how you living, baby? He here, man. Kev Dog in the house, baby. That's crazy. I'm getting to it. I need to go to the bathroom now. You got me excited. Bro, that's what the little puppy do, bro. The puppy, every time I see him, he pees. He does excitement pisses. And now I'm about to do that because Kev Dog is here, man. So I don't know. All right, I'll be right back, man. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. It may be your last chance to follow me on Instagram. You so follow me on Instagram now, man. I will BRB, baby. BRB.
Dissent and turmoil. My whole life they've been that from when I went to university in Australia in the 1970s. So that doesn't bother me. But it's important that people are able to have dialogue and discussion on campus without intimidation and expressing their rights for free speech.
What is the next big ambition for James Gorman?
You mean today or? No, internally at Morgan Stanley is to help TED and to help with our clients around the world. I have a very large client network that I've built up over a long career, and I think I can help our bankers and others in that regard. For me personally, it's to live in a little bit of a world of unknown. For my whole life, I've kind of known what the next steps are. As you mentioned, I've joined one public company, will be joining one public company board, Disney. I'll be getting more involved at Columbia University the months ahead, and then I'll take it from there. So I want balance in my life. I've loved being CEO. It's a phenomenal company. I'm so proud of my colleagues here, the job that they've done. This isn't a one-person show. It's thousands of people who are really talented doing the right thing. And ultimately, it's the values of the organization, which is what drives it. So that's what I'm most proud of. And for me personally, we'll find out.
Well, James, thank you for your time, your first interview in your new role. That's James Gorman, Executive Chairman now of Morgan Stanley for Bloomberg Television and Radio. Back to you.
Sonali, fantastic. Great stuff. Fantastic interview. So much coming out of that conversation with James Gorman, Morgan Stanley Executive Chair, as Sonali says. Sonali, as ever, awesome. Katie, let's talk about what he said. I want to take any class that he would teach. That would be phenomenal. Here is a guy, as he said, and I know he said he was being immodest, not being immodest, but he talks about the fact that we got most of the big stuff right, and he certainly has. He's embraced so much. He's changed so much at that bank. He's done a phenomenal job. What a world to be in.
What a world to be in. Did we hit 4,500 or 47? No, 4704, bro. We're doing the air. Remember, 4706, 4707 is kind of like an air brake level that we've seen at times. So, again, literally 4705 to 4707. You see these little wicks here. But, again, we're right at the level now, and then we're going to see. So, bathroom break brought you down a little bit. Not too much. Not too much. Yeah, Tesla is down like 3.5 right now or 4. I don't know if it bounced. Yeah, 3.8. And then Regen. So, watch out. Watch out if these biotechs start waking up again. Remember, yesterday, XLV and then healthcare providers, they all did good. Again, Abivi was running earlier, so they're still holding up. No problem. Seatbelts on. We got some turbulence. You'll be good. No flies. It's very slow. Again, we still have how many hours till the Fed minutes? We're going to have, 3 hours? 2 hours. Yeah, 3 hours and 15 minutes until the Fed minutes. So we'll see. I don't know about rotation in the defensives as much. It seems like we're kind of just getting a little bit of turbulence after again. Remember, we're still on 9 weeks green. So if this week somehow goes green as a result of the minutes and the non-farms, this will be 10 weeks in a row. So you got to keep that in mind there. So it's like we're still in this weird state of if we go red, we're just giving back a lot of the extraordinary gains that we have witnessed. That's kind of the awkward part about this. Again, I was even talking to Lending Tips about this because we were just talking about rates and we were talking about bonds and how Lending Tips is noticing that people are buying houses now and people are feeling good because they like 5, 6, 7% interest, believe it or not. Anything above that, everybody started to just lock up. But and I said the ironic part about it all is go look at the 10-year bond. It's the bonds, they're at the same place they were at a couple of months ago, but a couple of months ago we felt really weird about it just because there was upside to it. So this is the irony of all. Look at this, 3.9, 4%. You were here in July. You were here in the beginning of July, the end of July, and then you were here around March as well. Even kind of towards the end of last year, rates, we were a quarter point higher. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's the same thing where it's like even if we move down with the markets here, I think a lot of stuff, like just don't forget the cushion, don't forget the fear, and then don't forget the cushion from the rally. That's definitely what I think we're experiencing in a lot of asset classes, more or less. Dollar gassing, that's not really the best in a weird way, but as long as the bonds could catch a bid. Again, today is one of the last 2 days has been one of the worst in 10 years in terms of dollar dying, dollar going up, and then bonds getting clapped too. Actually, dollar, wait a minute, dollar should be down. I know, up. Yeah, 2 days in a row of this. So again, you guys remember this was the whole Fed thing, but then there was also that the weird UUP is not the best one to look at. You might have to look at the DXY. I bought a house and move in June. I have all my down payment in the stock market. Should I sell it off to secure that I have enough for my down payment? Well, why are you moving in June? So why do you have a 6-month escrow? Or what's up with that? So, like, that's the only thing. So, usually I sell when I'm in escrow. So, right when I enter escrow and then they need the money, that's when once I know there is no chance of falling out of escrow, then that's it. It's BU. What do you mean it's BU? But it's being built right now. So, are you in escrow? When's the escrow period going to start? So right now, if you put down the payment, you probably put down money to secure it, but at the same time, is escrow started? That one's gonna be a little trickier. But if you do want to be more safer about it, and especially if you got good gains in your long term right now, I wouldn't be opposed to selling now. But ideally, what I do personally is I wait till escrow. So if you remember, with that house I did with the Bitcoin, I didn't sell the Bitcoin until I had escrow. If I sold it earlier, I would have got $200,000 more, but I didn't have everything locked down. I don't like to move money until I know that there's kind of a locked-in period how things are going to move. So we will see, but at the end of the day, if you got good gains, you might be able to take advantage of that now. Yeah, you could put it in bill and not risk it and get 5% yield. Honestly, you'll get back, 3% if you lock it in now. Maybe put it into a bond and call it a day. But like I'm saying, though, last thing you want to happen is you think you're going to do something, and then it's not locked in, and then you go and sell out all this money, and then whatever happens, maybe it works in your favor, maybe it doesn't. But then now you're going to not have stock, and you're not going to have a house. So just make sure that you find a way to lock it in. Talk with your lender. You might be able to talk with the lender and secure everything now, and that's something that you could go about where, hey, this is the process to all of it. And then have you looked into do they have any houses available now? If that's the case, or unless you need to move in 6 months, but it depends. It all depends. That was almost my case. Yeah, you got to be always right when escrow starts. Escrow is my time to sell. As far as like moving money from stocks to real estate, that's what I do personally. And again, I tried to give you an example a couple years ago with it because then you guys saw the stocks that I was holding or the Bitcoin, so you saw what I did with it. But for the most part, you could play it safe too. If again, stocks right now are giving you good money, so if you sell out now to play it safe, I couldn't get too mad about that, assuming you got profits to walk away with, and then you're good to go. Somehow we are still in extreme green. Well, that's what I was talking about here with even the bonds. It's just we're still holding this little level of just like, remember, we've came off of, we're still 9 weeks. So again, unless we get back to 475, this will probably be our first red week in 2 months. Riot, Mara, Bitcoin all going up. United Steel too. I feel like we haven't talked about the buyout since remember Japan, but a lot of people said they wanted to try to prevent it. Bitcoin pop, but you can't stop. I know you like this. Bitcoin pop, this must be. Now, why y'all trying to classify the type of securities? We're just trying to make an ETF, and we do the same thing. Okay. Do you need a permit to renovate small office spaces into apartments? Like, if you want to, like, market it and rent it, unless you want to, like, rent it out, like, off the books, and then you'll get a code violation if you're Elon Musk. But more likely than not, yes, you have to. It's a different type of zoning. So, like, commercial properties, real estate, versus ones you live in, they have different types of, things associated, from, like, parking to showering and where people could sleep. And, yeah, fire codes. There's a lot of things that need to be changed on there. That's why people don't let you sleep in an office. SEC is holding meetings today with the exchanges, NASDAQ, CBOE, and NYSE to finalize comments on 19B4S submitted by the Bitcoin spot ETF issuers. So that's why you're having the Bitcoin pop. Good post on that. You're moving out of your townhouse and renting it out, then moving in with my parents for 4 months while the house gets finished, selling stock to keep the townhouse. Oh, that's not bad. At least you'll have some asset in there. It's not too bad. But why did you wait? Like, why did you rent it now? Like, that's it. There's just a big gap. That's it. There's just 6 months. You could have done it a little bit to be more flexible with what it is. But if you're going to this is your second property, I mean, I wouldn't be too opposed to selling too early if you want to secure it. Or maybe you could take some risk on there. It just all depends. New York landlord has entered the chat. I give you $20 credit. You leave OK code, man. Very nice. Very good. Okay. Google on the high. Coinbase popping. So, again, all the crypto names made a big move. Remember, Coinbase was down, another 5% in the morning? They're still down 2.3. Where's Tessie? Mara's all going up there. Again, Mara's now in the green. Where's MSTR? MSTR's down 6. Come on, Bitcoin, man. Let's see. Of Niagara Falls rental. I don't know much of the area, but I'm assuming a lot of tourist demand. I could kind of get behind that. $40.80. He's very expensive. I don't know. Mara getting dumped. Mara was getting bid up. Coinbase was getting the most dumped, but Mara is actually right at the high right now. And then Google is ripping right there. That's on the high. That POL has been a random runner from the last couple of weeks. And then oil's coming down. Oil hit almost 73. And then ES is still holding down. Pfizer's coming down, but still green a little bit on the day. Google's running. And then SPY a little bit off the bottom. We'll see if this gets any steam. Nettie's doing pretty good. It seems all the China names, they woke up a little bit weaker here today. Again, China had a bad day in Asia markets, but now they're all kind of coming up there. I think Baba, Baidu. Baidu's near the high. Again, Pinduoduo. JD kind of chilled. Happy New Year. Do you have any thought on the Pelosi ETF, Nance? I haven't looked at that. I remember they made that, but I feel like Pelosi's been kind of quiet since all of that happened. I feel like you haven't had a big Pelosi trade in a while. Didn't she buy NVIDIA not too long ago? I like thoughts on MO. I like MO for the long term. I would have bought, if it didn't shoot up 2%, I would have bought them instead of Alibaba. So literally, like yesterday, I would have bought MO if it didn't have this monster rocket. That would have been my first choice, them or Pfizer. But then again, so I went with the one that kind of was lower, and then hopefully it could just that was a little pullback, and then it goes there. But I do like what Baba adds for our portfolio now. We now have some overseas exposure, which we never had. SPY Daily 470. It's hammer time. Is that the technical one? The technical hammer, or like a Home Depot? Again, a little bit. You're right back up to this first little, I think that was the bathroom break flush. And then we have, 30 minutes till Euro close? I added BABA today. Yes, I added it at like 74.50 or 74.60. I thought I was way lower, though, but this thing kind of moves a lot. But, yeah, I put 2 deposits towards it. So, like 85 shares on the big account, 8 shares on the small account. Regen still going up. Ukraine Defense Ministry or Russian Defense Ministry says Ukraine returns 248 Russian prisoners of war after complex negotiation. Oh, wow. That sounds positive, no? I feel like we haven't heard any of that. Literally, Russia and Ukraine have prisoner swap agreement. And then gold came back down to 2040. So literally like right above that first low of the day. Yeah, SPY's rocketing here from the bottom. At least the futures, bonds catching a bid. Russia says UAE mediated in prisoner return. Very positive, right? I don't know. I don't know if I feel like I haven't heard a headline like that, but that sounds like positive news. AMD to 90. Everybody is underweight international stocks on a global weighting basis because there's a lot of risk. It makes sense, but like again, I'm going for some value here and I like it, but that is the theme until it's not. So if we really do get a soft landing, I think international will be great as long as the dollar doesn't rocket up. But then also too, it's like even if there's a recession, I do think China will be when we start doing bad, China will start doing good. So I think there's kind of a good 2 ways on that one. But we'll find out. But I don't think I'll add more than that. Put 2 deposits unless it gets like really cheap. And then that yield, again, it's a weird yield. It's like 1.1% or something. I got a lot of names yielding. See, at 1.3. I think it was at 1.8 when we got it. But again, because it just moves up pretty quickly. NVIDIA, Nancy Pelosi bought 1.8 million worth of calls expiring December 24 at 120. Can you explain why she goes so low? Her strike price, she only bought 40 shares. No, she got more. She probably bought more than that, but she likes it in the money. So it's just like a cheaper way to buy the stock. You save a little bit, since I'm sure she paid some in the money premium, and I think she was rolling over some plays. No. BGNE for bio. I'm in IBB. That play's still up there too. But bios after yesterday, that showing they showed yesterday, if they could keep going up, that one's definitely interesting. We'll see how it plays out. And then MSTR is still running. I had some contracts I was looking at, but I still think they're a little too expensive. So again, crypto, remember there's just some news about who SEC meeting with people or whatever. Palantir to 10. I feel like I haven't heard about Palantir. Again, all the AI stocks were kind of down earlier in the day. Yeah, Palantir kind of chilled out from November. Because again, if you were like leading during some of that rally, even think of like the Ozempic stocks, they kind of calmed down, and then we had that small cap rotation for the names that were down. Are you flipping your CL? I already got out of it early in the morning. Not early, but like at the first pop after the data. So I took like just under $2,000. I said it could go to 73 today. but I didn't want to push it. I liked it. 2,000 buck gain, 1,900. I said, just give me it. You had a vivid dream of your teeth falling out. What could that mean? Oh, I don't know. I've heard the interpretation. I think it's good luck. I don't know. Somebody said that. You could Google it. I had what's it called, bro? I had a dream yesterday that I saved a baby. It was the weirdest thing ever. That's it, man. It was the craziest dream I've ever had. Because I felt like a superhero. There was like a baby on like a golf cart, and like they were like driving with the baby, and then I was like, yo, and then I ran, and I got the baby, and I saved it, and I gave the baby back to their mom, and I felt good about myself. It was actually the baby, not a baby. It was the baby. And he was like, "Look at the peck, I'm gone." What's that one song? What's that one, the baby song? That's it. Am I expecting? No, I'm not. Yeah, I saved the baby, the rapper. Y'all must have misheard me. No, no, it was like a baby. It was a baby, not the baby, but a baby. Remember the baby? Back in the mail. It's gone. I need to listen to that. So I love that. Was that 2018? It was a good song, man. When it came out, it was good. Back in the mail. It's gone. I don't even like. I can't even like recall the whole song right now, which is weird. The minutes are at 2 p.m. Eastern. I remember the name. Yeah, Suge. She's like how I smell cologne. I'm so blanking on this right now. It'll come back to me. It'll come back to me. Chad loves you, man. Good morning. Good morning. Cox Automotive expects 2024 to be best year for U.S. car buyers since pandemic. Like I smell cologne. I just signed a deal. Nah, dude, I'm reading it like I don't know the song at all. Baba's on the high. Let's go. ABVC on the high as well. Again, crypto, that's been the latest move. And oil's up. Well, like I said, I got out of oil. Oil's already up 3.4. I sold out like 0.5% lower. But not bad, yeah. Oil was great. CNBC talking about recession signals. I think oil, man. Oil above all else, but then we'll see what happens with the cycle. Does it end? Sava is supposed to issue warrants today. Oh, Sava. I haven't heard them in a while. Healthcare Service Corp is in exclusive talks with Cigna for Medicare deal, sources say. Oh, HCSG. Yo, HCSG, that's popping. Oof, another. I got clapped on the last Cigna play. Or again, Cigna UNH, but it depends what kind of deal we're talking. HCSG. Healthcare and is in exclusive talks with Cigna for Medicare deal. It's a Wall Street Journal. Yeah, right here. Cigna. This is a Wall Street Journal exclusive. So if this one's, or again, we've seen these ones go crazy before. To sell Medicare business for $3 to $4 billion. So healthcare group is going to buy it, and then Cigna's selling it. So again, I think Cigna might benefit off of that. I think we have that one a little earlier, Chad. Yeah, that one came across there. What is it? Tell them. Hit the like button. You got clapped 10K the week you were gone. You got it all back the day you came back. Nice. Be careful, though. Be careful on any holidays we experience. I'm definitely, like short weeks and certain things. You want to be calm. But because I'm glad. That's it. Every end of the year, I'm chilling from now on. You have no idea. It was so relaxing. And the fact is, it's just like the market did nothing. And I definitely could see like low volume sitting here. It'll hurt you. So I'm glad you got it back, and just keep that as a learning lesson for end of next year. You don't want to force it, or maybe even think around like Thanksgiving when we start getting back into that stuff. You may watch it play out a little bit different. If Cigna is selling, why are they heading lower? I don't know. Honestly, usually they would be the benefactor of all of it, but if they're selling it for like $3 to $4 billion, well, we'll give it some time. Chill between Christmas and New Year's is the way. It really is, man. It was beautiful. Because like I said, man, I mean, I got to sell out of stuff. I was holding plays, and like they would just go up and you made your move. But at the end of the day, the market did absolutely nothing. And I've heard a lot of people say, oh, I got trapped in this week and these 2 weeks doing this and that. But it's just like, you take it easy during holidays. I think, don't force it too much, especially when you're fighting the computer. Yeah, Cigna's all over the place right now. And then Baidu's hitting a high. I don't know if Baba is. Yeah, Baba is as well. And then HCSG, that's the one related to the news right now. Long Apple 2-2 expiry. I did nothing during the last week. Yeah, I mean, if you were like writing stuff before, you could have just trimmed some stuff, wrote it out, but then it was just like, again, a lot of people told me they got into trouble when there was just nothing to do there. The volume was lower. And then, like, again, I remember just waking up and looking at the market, and I'd wake up later and I'd be like, man, it did absolutely nothing. So there's a lot of opportunities to get trapped when the market is slower, and then you're going into the end of the month like that. And then oil had a nice little drop there, but then it's kind of popping up. Banks, I think, getting ready for earnings. Again, they were one of the leaders yesterday, but not so much today. But I think they're kind of moving with everyone else. KRE down a little bit more than usual. But for the most part, I think they're just flowing with the natural market today. And then again, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, a couple of other regionals are going to all be next week. Bank earnings will start the sell-off. I think for banks, if they're bad, but I don't know about the whole entire market. It just depends. I think it'll be very big for the industry, and then we're going to get some more feedback and insight into what the new rate cut expectations mean for the banks and how they're holding up. But then we're going to also see, inflows on the year, deposits, how that's expecting, not to mention their yearly guidance. But I think industry-wise, it'll be huge. Citi, 52-week high. We sold out of that one the other day. And then we're chilling right below VWAP. Again, we never hit 40. We never hit 4,700, and then you're still right below level number one here, 47.18. The low of the day, 47.04. Nasdaq down 0.75. Russell recapped a little bit, but Nasdaq came up a little bit more, and then SPY down 0.6, Dow down 0.6. Let me give you an update. Let's see what the movers are. We got 17 minutes till Euro close. And NASDAQ 100, you have 75 names in the red, 26 names in the green. Dow Jones, 19 names red, 11 in the green. And then S&P 500, Palo Alto's on the high. Interesting. S&P 500, 388 red, 114 in the green. So futures starting to catch a little bit of a bid. And the bonds, too. Bonds are coming back to this earlier level. Remember, bonds ran up before anything on the data. I'll be short in the banks this season. I think the ones that have ran up a lot, it may not be that bad of a trade. So, again, it's kind of like the Walgreens logic, where there's so many names out here that have ran up a lot in the last month or two. So if they have earnings, even just from sheer risk to reward, the downside just might be cheaper. Like, I think JP Morgan puts will probably be a lot more cheap. Like, look at this. This is just straight vertical. So, again, I wouldn't really be too against that idea, if that makes any sense. So it's not really, it's one thing about what's going to happen, but even from a pure risk to reward stance, I mean, it seems like they're in their own little level here. Mm. Maybe 182. Yeah. Okay, I did it. I just calculated it all. It's actually not bad with this. I'm shooting way too early, but I kind of like the idea. I went both ways on JP Morgan. I'll go over. It's 2 standard deviations. They're cheap as hell. I'll go over that one in a second. Mm. It's next week, yeah. But that's why I guess we're almost there. We're getting close to it. But you could buy it like the day before. That's what we did on a lot. Remember, FedEx, we bought it the day before. Nike, we were like 3 days early. And those are hits. Those are great hits. But then again, those also had the 2 standard deviation thing. I'm using the ghetto standard deviation. So it's a strategy I have. I mean, it uses basic concepts of math, but it's not really. I'm not calculating this to the decimal and doing it. Just pretty much, I take what's priced in for earnings and I double it up. And if the contracts are at a certain level and not too expensive, I go for them. So, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed January 19th. So why did I grab January 19th? Because, again, on all of these, I've been telling you, man, just get an extra week. So if the earnings is next week, just like we did on the FedEx and the Nike ones, I went 1 extra week. And then, again, go calculate what's priced in. Again, and use the 170s minus $1, double it up, and then you'll find the puts and calls. I bought 2 puts and I bought 2 calls. So we'll go over them on the watch list. We'll go over them on the watch list. That's for JP Morgan for earnings next week. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I spent about, I think, $160 to play both ways. So it's not too bad. It's around the same amount of money we've put on the other ones. I didn't really hedge it. I'm just playing both sides. I don't know what's going to happen. But in this case, 2 standard deviations both ways are relatively cheap. So I have a call and I got to put. I can make the money both ways. Oh, wait. I could buy the hard check. Go away. That's what Uncle would say. But, yeah. Walgreens, I don't know if I haven't checked out Walgreens yet, but Walgreens might be a little wicked. But JP Morgan can move though. You see what I'm saying? We've just played both ways for $160, and this stock is $170. You know what I'm saying? Like dollar for dollar, I think this could get you way better moves on a cheaper option play than like a $25 stock like Walgreens. But I think the downside on Walgreens might be good. And their earnings is this week, right? Let's see. Be like $4 priced in. That would be double the expectations. They're pretty cheap on the downside, and then to the upside, kind of more. But again, I think you're spending way more for something that's just smaller. And then all the puts jacked up today. I don't know. I might skip Walgreens. We have it for the long term. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. The anticipated move's $2. I doubled it up. $4 would be the expectation, or double 2 standard deviations. Ghetto. But then again, like I'm saying, I just bought JP Morgan contracts for the same price. And then what it represents is way more. So sometimes these smaller plays are you're kind of paying just more for what it is, more or less. Earnings is, so Walgreens is tomorrow. JP Morgan is the 12th, and then we got 1 week after. So I was even looking Walgreens next week contracts, but I don't know. I think I'm going to skip that one. Oh, January 4th is that? Yeah, that's tomorrow. So today, last day to buy it if you want the divvy. But again, they're hitting 52-week highs. They might have a little sell-off, though, ahead of earnings after ex-divvy. No, JP Morgan is near all-time highs. And then your boy Jamie about to sell. So I think they kind of clipped it yesterday after hours, but 172.50. This will set JP Morgan to literally all-time highs. Okay, IRM divvy. Yalla. Jamie like bang bang. Tomorrow's my B-day, Max. Let's go, baby. Happy birthday. A New Year's baby, a new year. And so you start everything fresh on the new year. Like, it's my birthday, it's a new year, it's another year for the long term. Amen. Why are they doing so well? Because they literally ate up everything, got ultimate deals from the government. None of their sales and trading stuff went down, and then interest rates are at 5.5%, and they scammed everybody. So we own it for the long term. We're up like almost 40% on it, but I'm a big fan of JP Morgan. Not what they do to the society, but they are the best bank in the world, quite simply. Only way to put it. Just on all fronts. Like, they're the LeBron James. Maybe, they're LeBron James if LeBron James, shot behind the three-point line, if that makes sense. But, yeah, they did good. I hate Jimmy. Remember, they got hooked up. They got to buy people's assets for pennies on the dollar. They killed it, man. They killed it. It's like Kobe, pretty much, but I don't know. Kobe was just a good guy, man. I don't know. Maybe like Steph Curry. I give him Steph. But then again, Steph Curry could only shoot threes. JP Morgan has every asset. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe I think LeBron James. I think JP Morgan is very LeBron James, and then people like to hate Jamie Dimon like they hate LeBron. I would say LeBron James comparison is better. It's not Kobe. Kobe is like Apple, maybe. I don't know, and they don't pass the ball. I don't know, but then again, I don't know. Kobe is just Kobe, man. Let's see. JP Morgan like Messi. Where's Messi, Habibi? Where's Messi? Oil pop again. Didn't it just drop a little? It's back 72.60. I got out at 72.40. So not bad. I literally just hit there again. But then again, that was a good profit on the day. And right below the 73. Cigna, news that they're selling off their Medicare unit, but looks like everyone took that one more negatively than not. Well, we're up 35% on JP Morgan. Not bad, though. And then here's the crazy part, though. I don't know what they yield. Yeah, look at you see how JP Morgan yields 2.4? Based on the price that we have it, we're getting paid 4% on all of our shares for the rest of time unless we buy more or change that up. So remember, we bought JP Morgan when it was yielding 4%. Now it's yielding 2.3 at this price. So, again, we get our drip based on what we have. We're getting 4% back of our initial investment, on every year. And then, again, now it's at this price, it's 2%. But since we bought it lower, 30, 40% lower, we're yielding way, way more on the dividend. So that's why I like the JP Morgan for our portfolio. We bought it when it was yielding 4. which, again, may not seem like a lot, but now think about it. If rates do get cut and all of that, 4% is a pretty good one that we could hold for a while, and it's almost 10% of our portfolio, 7.2. Yeah, oil's all over the place. Honestly, that little pop here didn't materialize. Futures already coming down. Up 50 on shares. Oof. You probably added big on the lows. We made a good average down at 116, but we had other shares at like 130. So ours is a little lower, but that's fire. You're probably yielding even more. What does that work when you buy 30% below it double divvy? Well, you just get your dividend at the yield price, right? Like it's yield at cost. That's what it's called. So like you're getting, if the stock is yielding 5% at $100 a share, right? You buy it at that price, you're going to be getting 5% of your initial investment back. So if the stock price shoots up, you're still getting the same amount of dividend per share, but you just spent less on the shares. That's all. So the dividend doesn't change. We just get the same dividend, but we spent less money on it. Does that make sense? So we paid for like JP Morgan, we paid like what, 120 I think average for the same $1.18 per share or dollar a quarter dividend. So as long as the stock, I'm not buying any more there, I'm reinvesting my dividends, but at the same time, to get that same dollar per share of JP Morgan now, you have to spend 30-40% more. So that's the kicker with all of it. My average on MPW is like $7 or $8. I'm down 40% on that one. So that's our high growth financial position that's doing bad. But if that recovers, we'll be good. And meanwhile, I'm hoping it does a UWMC. We reinvest all those dividends and then it does its thing. But that one's awful. My average 831. Ugh. Again, I still like it though, but I should have made another average down, but I went with BABA instead. Bought the 3-year low. JP Morgan, we're done with JP Morgan. We're just going to ride that out there. Again, we got a pretty decent size. Let that one do its thing, and then it'll be good to go. Colorado, Ohio governor pushes lawmakers to allow marijuana sales very quickly and ban intoxicating hemp products. Think we need to have a sense of urgency about this? Huh? So he wants to sell weed fast and then ban hemp? I'm confused. Oh, JP Morgan, I did make a play on it, though. I'm tripping. I did make an earnings play for both ways. We'll go over it on the watch list if you missed it, but if you have followed along, watch the watch list. You were even here at the end of last year and saw the earnings plays that we did. It's 2 standard deviation criteria, and I went both ways. I made sure I got an extra week beyond the earnings of time. SPY puts added. Bond's still holding up. SPY's just been holding here for a while. We got Euro close in 3 minutes. Usually we kind of make a move prior to Euro close. You got it, I guess, an hour earlier, 30 minutes earlier. Did weed even react to that, MSOS? I don't think so. Hemp products with low level of THC aren't regulated by anyone and completely legal in 50 states. I know hemp was all legal. I didn't know hemp had THC in it, like the stuff they sell, or that it wasn't regulated. We went with Citi instead for earnings. Not bad. There's a lot of value there. As long as you use the criteria is showing good prices, you could go for it. But again, we just hit a lot of them. Just keep the amount small. That's at least in my mindset. We hit a very nice earn. And again, think about it. We're putting $100 down and walking away with $2,000, $100 walking away with $1,000. Like, if we keep it small, like even if you miss a couple, it's not going to dent your portfolio. So I'm just keeping them small. That's my thing. I'm trying to get best bang for the buck. using the criteria, and go from there. So again, even on the JP Morgan earnings play, $150 both ways. I'm down. Even if we lose on it, it shouldn't hurt our option profits from the last couple of plays. Walgreens is going to be a wild card, but if they do good, they got a lot of. They have to do really good to capture more upside after running 20%. But then if they do bad, they might get back to the gulag. Delta 8 and K2 are both sketchy legal stuff. Yeah, I remember back in the day, I had a friend. He went to jail, and then he got out of jail, and then he was on probation, and this motherfucker was just smoking all of the weird fake weeds at the smoke shops, bro. And I tried it, and I was like, never again, bro. That shit's weird. It's not even like weed. It's just like smoking chemicals, bro. I don't even. Yeah, spice. Yeah, spice. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it was. That shit was weird, man. Nah, like that's just, yeah, spice. Nah, bro. Dude, didn't it like mess out people? Did he turn out okay? Oh no, not at all. No, not at all. Like, if anything, no, it did not. I don't think he has a positive review or that. I was like, I think I was like 17 years old or something, or 18, not even. No, I think I was 16 or 17. Yeah, he went to jail early. He was a little trouble child. But yeah, nah, man, it was not. No, not the move, man. Not the move. I was old. I was young now. I was young then. I'm old now. So a long time ago. And I got a long term, and I still ended up okay. So that's why y'all should just put down the drugs and get a long term. Call it a day. Call it a day. You had some kid in boot camp smoke and sell spice, shut down the entire company, and raided everyone's lockers. Oh, wow. The synth weed didn't kill him. No, but I think it, like, made him go a little cuckoo. But other than that, nah, it didn't, and then he moved on to other hard drugs. Like, I don't think it wasn't that insane. But, no, I remember I did it a couple times with him, and it was just weird. I did not feel good. And it was like, nah, it was not. Again, this was a long time ago. Like, I don't even, like, this was before Facebook went public. So, to give you an idea. Mini gold futures. Ooh, MG. How much does that move? I could be down with a mini gold. I'm gonna wait though. We hit fat on gold, so I want to push it, but I don't want to push it. If that makes sense. Anything to know before the minutes? Well, we're just gonna Control F and look into rate cuts, and then really you just need to understand the backdrop of the minutes. So you want to look into anything that could give you a clue towards why the dot plot came out how it did, and the dispersion between all of the members. Again, what they say even about maybe clues towards the economy, slowing jobs, but more so, it's all in the context, the lens of that dot plot last time. So it's all going to be old info. That's going to be why I'm not thinking it's going to do too much. But then again, last FOMC was gigantic. Cigna, another low. And then MPW, I don't want to average down because I think there's other, like, way better high-quality names that are lower. And I would have averaged down if management was a little bit more, was a little less shady. That's all. I don't like the last couple of earnings. Not only did they cut the dividend, not fully, but they lowered the dividend. And then again, management they're like 30, it's like a quarter delayed on the report. And then they're doing stuff with like non-cash payments and all of this stuff, which I just don't think is too above board. And the way I look at it is that I think their assets are the real value of all of it. But then again, management is the only risk for that company right there. So if I trusted management more, I would. If the price goes a little lower though, and it gets real cheap ahead of earnings, that's it. But we do have to start seeing. A good earnings. If they have a good earnings, that shit's going to take off. But then again, like at that point, we'll get back to break even. I would assume. So might as well just wait for the earnings, see if they keep doing shady shit or not. But in the meantime, you know, I picked up Pfizer and BABA, and then Altria, so got to increase yield, and you know, actually all of those pay a dividend, so not too bad. The minutes is going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern in about 2 hours and 30 minutes. Have I heard anything on the street about Riley? Like, that's not O'Reilly Auto Parts, is it? B. Riley? No, I haven't. It sounds familiar, though, but I'm not recalling anything off the top of my head. Powell does not talk after the dot plot, no. Looks like it's going to 0, like SIVB. Did they drop after the rate cuts thing? They have not even moved. Honestly, they look ugly. And remember IBKR, though? That shit was weird on the day after the Fed. But B. Riley looks a little bit worse. Vinda and then SPY's chilling, man. We're post-Euro close and nothing has happened. Are y'all witnessing this? Look at this. Pre-Euro close pop. We have not done anything. Just holding 47.13. My goodness. And on that note, Chatadonia, you know what you should do at Euro close? Push-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate costs. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up plank, the worm. Anything, but get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, it feels good. Feels amazing, actually. Relax those eyeballs. And chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. Not wrapped behind your computer chair. You're not riding a dolphin. And I need you to listen to me right now, okay? Why are your shoulders scrunched up, bro? It's a new year right now. I need you relaxed, okay? Your shoulders, man, no one's fighting you. No one's going after you, man. That's it. Barrick said to sound out First Quantum holders on possible bid. Barrick CEO approached First Quantum to gauge support. Who's First Quantum? First FQ? First Quantum Minerals, FQVLF. There it is. Barrick wants to buy him out. Gold company. Oh, wow. This looks a liquid as shit, bro. FQVLF. They got so many things. FQVLF. They don't have options. Only shares. Up 20. So Barrick Gold, again, said to sound out First Quantum bid. Approach First Quantum to gauge support. I think it's Canadian. Could be. QVLF up 20%. Yeah, that's an interesting one. It's over the counter. It's Canadian. Again, I would play it, but you know, we're going to stick to avoid the liquidity traps this year. But again, that is news and it's related to a buyout. But it is, again, maybe gold moves, but that looks great. I mean, if you think about it, a gold play and then gold and how it is. But remember, like these gold miners, they move different than the price of gold. You know, they're not, they hold gold, but they also run a company there. But again, I need y'all to relax the shoulders, okay? For real. Just drop the shoulders, man. You don't need to hold all that stress in there. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to hold all that stress. Just relax, man. You just got to relax the shoulders. Drop them down, you know. It's good, man. That's where a lot of the pressure is, the shoulders. Just calm down, okay? And then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, just like that, man. Just like that. You feel good? Feels good, man. It feels good, man. That's it. How do you know exactly what we're doing? It's good, man. That's just fine. It says, I know the trader life, man. I've traded for almost 20 years, I think. I'm well above 15 now, or 17. I don't even know, man. This is another year, too, bro. Just getting old, man. So it's good. Relax a little bit. It's good, man. You prophesized the Russell go dropping to 188. You should put a size. Just grab a put on it. I still in my Russell plays, but I grabbed an ES short. So again, I think both will do. I don't know though. I don't think small caps will die without bringing everything else down at this point, unless we get a magnificent 7 rally again. But we will see. We love you, man. I love having you here. So good. I'm excited, man. The new year's already here. I got good PHILO for you today too. Let's get it. Do you believe not this Friday, the next one, the QQQ will run down to 390? I don't know about technical analysis. I think it's going to depend on non-farm payrolls, even Fed minutes today, then the CPI next week, and then earnings. So we're gonna have a lot of that stuff. My ES, I'm short at 47.64, so I'm up like $600 on it. So like literally, I got like I still have like $6-7 grand between both of the Russell plays and profits, and then now I'm up like $700 almost on the downside short. So like I said, my idea is I want to push that Russell play. I really liked it from the beginning of December, if you all remember. But now I'm also, I'm kind of hedging it with the ES, and then I'll move around. But no matter what, like. There's still a chance I could lose on them all, but kind of securing profits, and then we took profits on a lot of other things along the way. So, we will see. What's the other one? Like Pfizer, I'm up on Pfizer. That one was a crazy-ass play. So that average down helped a lot, but we'll see. I don't know if the Russell will go down. I think the Russell can go down. I'm not like against. There's a reason why I bought the short on the ES. I'm not saying it's bulletproof, but it's more or less my favorite play in terms of if we get an all-time high breakout, melt up, if things end up going good, a bunch of crackheads. Even without the crackheads, I do think the small caps have a little bit more to run with, especially if we get rates in a favorable stuff like that. So we'll see. My flip shares, my average is 29.21 on Pfizer, and then my long-term account, I think it's like $30 or 32. 30.80. So I'm still down 3% on the long term, and then I'm up just about 50 cents, almost $1 on the flip shares. But then I bottom ticked it with the biggest average down. So that's where I made a lot on the 26 purchase. People are camping outside of Target for the new pink Starbucks Stanley Cup. It's sold out and the resale is crazy. I didn't even know there was a Starbucks Stanley Cup. Do you get free coffee? ADM, Archer Daniels on the high. IBKR's moving. Fed minutes today is a brief on the FOMC meeting in December. Yes. Exactly. It's just how it's when they were sitting down in the boardroom and they took notes, the minutes, that's what it is. So it's going to be important because what happened last time? Last time we had the Fed minutes, or last time we had the FOMC, that dot plot came in and shocked everybody. So that is something you got to keep in mind. Wait, I didn't even do my resistances. What am I doing? I was about to lower my desk. I said, hold on. I need to get these stretches in here, bro. The Stanley Cups made them like 800. It's a company, or wait, does Starbucks make the Stanley Cup? Oh, you're about to blow my mind. I'm avoiding the traps this year. Josh Wisdom saved lives, homes, and families. Co-POV, baby. Let's go. Hey, man, I'm definitely gonna we came back on a lot of shit in the end of last year, but like my biggest L's were just liquidity traps. At the end, again, I had stuff that went down and then it came back up, but Those liquidity traps just, they ain't do the same. Was it made by hockey? Like Stanley the Tool or Stanley like the hockey? Which one? You guys very confusing, man. Oh, I need to do one more stretch. One more stretch in here. I'm still here. I'm just stretching on the wall. Do you hear the echo? Echo! Damn, son. Oh, there you go. Okay, but asking me too good of questions. I didn't get to do my stretch in there. Did you hear it? That's because I was like, that's next to my bathroom. I said, it's a pretty big bathroom, bro. I didn't realize till I never screamed in it like that. And you have the echo. Oh, it's like the Yeti cup. Yeah, y'all love the Yeti. I think people still like the Yeti, right? The coolers. Echo. Don't do that. We can map out your house with the echoes of your voice. That's fine. It's okay with me. You can map out my house. That'd be kind of cool. Chat GPT, map out the echo. Hey, Josh AI. Sorry, I can't do that command. I don't help you do stocking. But if you have any other questions, let me know. I'm pre-programmed with over 500,000 stock market responses. And I heard that Josh bought something for the long term today. Make sure you click that first link in the description. You could get your free long-term alerts. It's actually free, even though it costs Josh money to send it out. But still, we hope you enjoy it and get a long-term. Best way to take advantage of the stock market. Have a wonderful day and like the video. Thanks. Boy can use echolocation. If you found my location through an echo, I would love to meet you. I'd be like, hello, Mr. Dolphin. I would run experiments on you. You know that? And I'd make a biotech company. I call it Sonar AI. I make a SPAC. I go public, and I would make YouTube videos, and I would show your dolphin ass off. I mean, look at it. Not only does he sit behind his chair like this, watch this. I'll be like, Echo, he knows exactly where you are at. Mm-hmm. You kidding me, man? We got Dolphin Man in the chat. I'd be so down with that. A little flipper. What you walk in on? I don't know. They were trying to scare me with echolocation. And then I've just realized there's a bigger opportunity. Mm-hmm. Oh, analyst said AI's delusional. That's funny. Delusional reminded me of yesterday. I told you guys my girlfriend's car. Like, she started tripping out. Her car, like, everything just started going off. Like, literally every warning thing in her car went off. It would still drive, and it went off. So I took it to the shop for her. And you know what happened? So she was out of town. She was out of town longer than I was. And she parked her car outside. What do you think happened? It's funny because, like, we were laughing about it. And we were like, wait a minute. It's kind of bad. OPEC told to hold monitoring meeting on February 1st. That's very soon. She didn't leave the light on. Nope. Bro. A literal rat or a squirrel went into the engine and chewed up all of her shit. They literally chewed up all of the wires. There's like little footprints on the engine. There's like a little nest, and I'm like, oh, fuck, bro. Yeah, because like it's either going to be like a super easy fix or the car is like going to get totaled. Depending, it's a foreign vehicle, so depending on how much it will cost for the labor, insurance might cover it. I don't know, bro. I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, that, yeah, literally, Ratatouille got in there and just started. Yeah, bro, it sucks. It's bad, bro. But I'm like, I hope it gets totaled because I'm like, you could get a new car except for a Porsche. That's it. She still asked me if I dislike Porsche, and I said, yep. Sorry about it. Numbers for minutes are going to be at 2 p.m. OPEC crude output steady before start of new production cuts. OPEC December crude production, little change at 28.05 million barrels a day. Laughs in F-350 she should have bought. Duct tape and tinfoil should fix it. Maybe. Your wife's Forester was totaled 2 years ago due to soy-based seats. Rats ate through the whole rear seat base at the airport. What? Dude, I didn't know rats would be doing this. I've never dealt with this in my life. And, like, I've parked cars outside for a long time. Like, I didn't know that this is what animals be doing there. Maybe the weather, maybe global warming. That's crazy. Why don't you like Porsche? Because they don't like Jesus? I think it's very simple logic for a guy like me. I used to like them. I think they're still great cars. They're cool, but I'll never buy one. That's my missionary stance. It was the editor. Well, listen, man, none of my editors would ever do that. Put peppermint essential oil in the cabin filter. Well, we got to get the car back up. That's it. Signed up for the free LT alerts yesterday. Did not receive anything. Maybe because you did it so soon. But we should have had it updated. I think there was an update the other day. But maybe because of the short distance from when you signed up, that may be the issue. Squirrels are the worst. Your dog makes friends with them, and I'm terrified he'll let them in the doggy door. And now we have rabies. What? Why'd you let him in? Send the car to me, and I'll fix it and not total it. Unless something's shorted out. Where are you at? But then again, though, I kind of want it to get totaled for her. I told her, I'd be like, if that gets totaled, you just get a new car. Who gives a shit? It would kind of be easier to get it totaled. Like, in a weird way. It's like, I want it to be totaled. I don't want it to be in the middle. So if it's not totaled but still requires a lot of money, that'll be awful. But I just hope it gets totaled. That would be the best ideal outcome. I disregard. Well, we'll see, though. If it's not, I might need you. Your body man totals the best outcome. Yeah. We'll see, man. It's so wild, bro. I didn't know that would happen. I thought she was tripping because she drove the car to my house, and she's like, it doesn't work. I'm like, what do you mean it doesn't work? You're here. And then I looked at it. I was like, oh, crap. And I let it, like, idle. I turned it off. I turned it on. I was like, yeah, this thing's not. Something's up. And then I took it in, and then, it was clapped. Catch the squirrel, gain his trust, teach him about the long term. I don't think it'll fix my problem, though, unfortunately. I like the idea. Alrighty. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Could be your last chance. Could be your last chance. Act now. Limited time only. I'll be right back. Okay? At the Trading Fraternity. I'll see you in a little bit. BRB. BRB.
major investors to gauge their support for a possible takeover. That company, First Quantum, of course, its flagship mine, was suddenly closed in Canada, the copper producer, and wiped out about half of that company's value. We have Home Depot down 2.4%, AMD, Apple down 1%. And in some ways, it really feels like Apple is another barometer here for the markets being the biggest weighting. And that downgrade yesterday really not helping investor sentiment for any sort of risk-on type of mood.
We asked the CEO of the mining company that question a couple of days back. He tried to avoid it, let's put it that way, but it's interesting to see that news coming through. Abigail, thank you very much indeed. Katie Greifeld, at work a little earlier, I assume it's a little earlier this morning, to come and help me out with this show because Alex is off today. So I've been learning a lot about her breakfast habits, which is fascinating. This comes on a day when Starbucks apparently gets ready to make some announcements. I wonder about this one. I wonder whether this is in your wheelhouse. A chicken, maple butter, and egg sandwich. Does that sound like a good breakfast? Does that sound like a Katie Greifeld breakfast? Not enough cheese, maybe?
I have to be honest, I don't really like mixing sweet and savory, so the fact that it's maple butter gives me a little bit of pause. But, I mean, Starbucks, it's interesting to see them adding to their breakfast lineup. That fact alone excites me because their food offerings, I mean, I go there every single morning for cold brew. Their food offerings, they leave you wanting, I will say, Guy.
Okay, so there is definitely the potential there for you to add to the menu. Katie appeared this morning with a large kind of what looked like a frappuccino to me, like a Greek frappuccino, but apparently it's good. And the cold brew is the way to go.
Cold brewed is the way to go if you have heartburn, not to get too personal. The way the cold brew is brewed is less acidic than hot coffee. I do sometimes order their bacon, egg, and Gouda sandwich, but then sometimes I look at the nutrition and I think about my heart. And
So I ain't the only financial thing making you hungry in the morning, huh? Because now that just got me. I even had some cereal in the morning. But now, yeah, what a shill. But, like, bro, I kind of want me that maple burger thingy. What is it? It's not a burger. I think everything's a burger. That sounds quite tasty right now. Nitro cold brew. Oh, my stomach just grumbled off of that. I'm going to go to lunch after that. Man, that was an ad, and it got us. Hold on. I'm going to see if they got me that. I see a turkey bake. I don't see no maple. Where's the damn maple, bro? Double smoked bacon. No, they don't got no maple sandwich, bro. They lied to me. Well, I guess I ain't getting it. I was about to do it. I was about to get caffeine, too, if they had it. But nah. I want what I want, man. Stop eating cereal. Oh, yeah, I did try that protein. Someone told me that in the chat. They said don't have the sugar in the morning. I had a protein that helped out a lot. But I was hungry, bro. I ate early last night, and then I went to bed kind of early. So then I woke up just mad hungry, bro. I can't just, like, I had to do something if I wanted to take vitamins. They do chicken, maple, butter, and egg sandwich. I don't see it on DoorDash. Maybe Uber Eats. They don't got no maple, man. Wendy's? You just want to share, quit vaping, 2 weeks, no nicotine. It's so easy. Anyone who needs to quit, it's not as bad as they say. Good for you. Amen. They say it's going to take I think it takes 4 months total to fully get out of your system, and then you'll be good to go. You'll be unstoppable. Amen. Yeah, bro, they don't have this on DoorDash. I see a cinnamon coffee cake and an everything bagel. Nah, man, no Starbucks today. Get on the intermittent fasting. I used to do that all the time, but then once I stopped taking caffeine, I need to eat in the morning. It's fucked up. It's like I have to have something in the morning to eat because then I take my vitamins. And speaking of which, let me pop a B12 right now. But I need food. Otherwise, if I have vitamins with no food, I'll just start vomiting. Yeah, I need an alternative energy source for real. Because caffeine really do be suppressing your appetite. Nothing with PayPal. Square got capped too. Need a light snack, usually granola. It's good though, but I'm telling you, I love no caffeine because I told you I had dealing with all those kids and stuff over the holidays, bro. When I would have caffeine though, I wouldn't go to bed. Like caffeine would really, really be waking me up, man. It was great. Those methylated multivitamins. I don't know what that means, sir. But I have it's a crazy vitamin, but like I had it once on an empty stomach, and then I was like midway saying the news to you guys in the morning. I don't think you guys noticed. And I totally I got that like gag feeling, like I almost threw up while trying to tell you the news in the morning. I was like, oh no. So if I increase my caffeine intake, it's basically Ozempic. Maybe, I don't know. It could be. If it doesn't give me anxiety, I don't want it. Yeah, we already hit our push-ups, man. Let's go. It's good. It's good. Get the body. I'm surprised, bro. We're not doing anything, though. This, even post-Euro close move is wild. But then again, we are waiting on the minutes, and we are near the lower end of the range than not. It's been a couple of weeks since we've gotten below 4,700, so we were right above it. But we'll see. But usually, even post-Euro close, we get a move, but that's it. Market is waiting for Friday. I could get behind that. I think Friday is going to be the best day out of all. Or not even the best, but the biggest day to move some stuff. Yeah, the yen's moving. The dollar's all over the place. And again, I think the dollar, that's why we need the data. Maybe we'll make the gold play again once we could see what's going on with the dollar. Gold is MGC, I believe, for the micro. That one will be a lot chiller. Because again, bro, the gold contracts are crazy. The gold's $100 per dollar. So every dollar that gold goes up, it's so again, every $10 on gold is $1,000. It's insane. But again, now it's hitting a new low right now. Gold is hitting a new low. So, but I do think once the dollar stops going up, like this little weird gap up at the beginning of the year, then gold will be able to take off again, assuming everything with the rate cut and all of that stays the same. PayPal holding that 58. OPEC reiterates commitment. Excuse me. Show up at a local place and they sell. You're talking about gold? Tesla VWAP. Should I sell my Russell puts before the Fed minutes? It depends. Fed minutes, that's the thing. I don't think a big thing will happen, but I mean, it could cause a move just considering how big the last FOMC and SEP were. So, but then again, it's I still believe Friday is really non-farms is where we're going to have everything moving more or less. Do you think they will cut rates today? There's no Fed meeting of that nature. So this is just the Fed minutes. This is all a recap of what happened a month ago. So there's no Fed decision. There's no Jerome Powell speaking. So there's no rate cuts happening today. Shouldn't a lack of liquidity bring gold and Bitcoin down as well? Yeah, it should. That's why Bitcoin was the only thing weird yesterday because they went up, but now dollar kept gapping up and then it brought it down. But we don't know if the dollar is going up on lack of liquidity or not. That's the interesting fact of it. But eventually, if the dollar just rips violently, it adds a little bit of a headwind towards stuff like gold and especially gold and then even Bitcoin. But Bitcoin kind of in its own little world, but then it did come down today. Yeah, the minutes can alter rate cut expectations for sure. But it would have to be something big. We'd have to really see the opposite said in the minutes than what was communicated by Powell and everybody else. Remember, even in that same, not only did you get to see what happened a month ago with the Fed, and that's what the minutes will be talking about, but what else? You've also had a bunch of Fed speakers since that happened. So we're going to see, but like I said, you should just control F rate cuts when the minutes come out, and then we want to see, do they bring up anything, again, anything that could give you an idea as to why the dispersion, why the gap between all the dots was so big. So let me give you guys a little refresher. Because this was the thing that not only, remember, the SEP last time was mind-blowing because all of the dots changed. You guys remember that? We were saying, like, every dot would need to change, and then it was like, holy shit, every dot did change, right? And that's where, but the thing is, like, this is a big gap between the dots. So you got people up at 5.5, and then you got a majority at, like, 4.5-ish. That's a 1% difference. Not only did every dot change, but it's like you think about all of the differences that we have here, and then your lowest dot is below 4. So you got to realize, like in the statistics world, this guy effed it up because that helped bring some things down. I mean, granted, they use median, but it's still like, why is it this big? Why does one person think below 4, and why do two people think still 5.5, don't do anything? And then everybody else kind of in that weird middle with just one person under this group here. Then you have these three guys still, you know, from what, 4.75 to like 4.2. That's still half a basis point. That's still another 2 cuts. So we'll see. You think they would say in the minutes if they saw something breaking? They wouldn't say it specifically, but they could discuss the economy slowing down way faster, job losses, and all of that. So that could be another clue to be looking for. Double-sided risk data dependent. Okay, we just think that the rates and the bonds, and if we just wait on the data, then everything gonna be okay. Okay, thank you. So yeah, we'll see. But that's the issue, though. Like just like today, the data was kind of good, but nothing's moving the marker as of late. We haven't been. That's why new CPI. The real big new thing that we're gonna get is earnings next week, 2 weeks from now. When we start getting those earnings, that's when we're gonna really start to have stuff to, like, you know, add to the pot of what we're cooking up in terms of the narrative, and then Jerome Powell ultimately. But, you know, data moving, non-farms making a big move, CPI making a big move, that's going to start getting people moving and reacting. Until then, everything is very, very much old. And then you know how they're playing their game. Italy considers $1 billion incentive to boost EV sales. NVS. I think it was Novartis who got it. That was the gene editing thing this morning. Yeah, they gapped up like crazy. What if the Fed mins is just them discussing what they did for Christmas break? It would have been before Christmas. So maybe they discussed their Christmas plans, but there's no history of that. But you never know. You never know. GME's on the high. And then Baidu is coming back up. Bro, we were literally green. I was up almost $1,000 on Baidu over here. And then it had to just come back down. Come on, China. Powell downplays the dots every time, but then his supporting comments were bullish. So, like, again, he just says the same thing he says about the dots. But last time, remember, the dot plot was surprisingly bullish, but then Powell was also surprisingly bullish as well. That was my problem. That's why I was so mind-blown last time. But then again, the dots, I instantly went for the Russell, if you remember. And then I did all the double dips because every speech, no matter what he was saying, he didn't. Like, he started talking about rate cuts. That was the wild part. Powell would never talk about rate cuts. Remember, anytime we wanted him to talk about anything, he would say, we're not even thinking about it. But when he starts answering questions very specifically about it, he was insanely bullish. So and then again, when you look at those dot plots to see every dot actually move, it does insinuate they kind of did. They all saw something. So that data that we get today, hopefully they explain what they saw, but the same downplaying of the dots that was there, but like in a weird way, that wasn't even the headline of that meeting because everybody still doubled down on it, and then Powell was very supportive of it. No, Powell does not speak today. This is old news. It's old news, but it's new. There could be some stuff in there, but for the most part, the data we're getting today on the FOMC minutes are what happened a month ago on the last December meeting or whatever it was. Cold is on the high, Boyle and UNG on the low. What's going on there? Then Celsius on the low. Where's oil? SPY kind of coming down. Again, we haven't moved at all since zero close. And now oil's below where we sold out now. So, again, they're kind of chilling out a little bit. Cold. Schumer says progress still being made on border talks. Global catastrophe bond outstanding issuance stands at record $42 billion at end of 2023, up 21%. There's no question, just the minutes. No questions, no press conference. Again, the last minutes we had was not like we did it was mind-blowingly boring. Nothing happened at all. So again, especially in this type of environment where everything is kind of everybody already feels a way. Like again, imagine what you went through yesterday, and we're still at the same multi-week range, but for the most part, the only reason we're keeping our head on a swivel today for the minutes is simply because the last FOMC, the last Fed meeting, was extremely bullish and had a huge change that set off everybody talking about ending the rate hike cycle. Yeah, KRE, I think just wait till those contracts go negative if you want to double dip. But then again, too, you got earnings right next week. I read an article that basically was making the argument that OPEC has lost its control on oil prices and the oil dump is proof. Well, I was talking about that a couple of weeks ago, just in the fact that OPEC, they failed. That was the first time you saw OPEC's threats fail, and oil went from $90 to 68, and then they tried to do something about it, and they couldn't. And now OPEC is pretty much fighting the U.S. election, so we'll see what happens with that. But I could kind of agree with that, but until OPEC comes in with a bomb, more likely, and they're going to try to do something big to get control of that. Frosted blueberry Pop-Tarts, yay or nay? They're decent. I prefer the brown sugar ones, but then I don't like Pop-Tarts unless I could pull off all the crust, and then really I'm only eating half a Pop-Tart. And then I don't eat Pop-Tarts. I go to if you go to Amazon, they got the ghetto Pop-Tarts for $1 for a 6-pack. That's my inflation saving tip of the day. If you go to Amazon, if you have an Amazon Fresh, even Whole Foods low key have them too, and they're pretty cheap. Yeah, it's way cheaper, man. Cinnamon Toast Crunch or Cocoa Puffs? Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Angola left OPEC. There was somebody else who left too. And then Saudi got involved with the BRICS literally the other day. The court has announced that the full Epstein client list will not be released until at least January 22nd, following the approval of Department of Energy's 107 request for a 30-day extension. Why you want 30-day extension, Habibi? All right, we're coming back down. Russell, not as bad, but still pretty bad. And then NASDAQ back down to almost 1%. And then SPY 1 point above. Remember, this is a baby level here. You've wicked into 4707 to 4709. This is kind of the range. And then 4705. A lot of air brakes here, pretty much. Got a lot of baby levels, and then 4700 flat. That's the key. Yeah, wait, why does the DOE, is it DOJ or DOE? Pretty big level IWM. There's a $3 gap below. Yeah, everyone's been talking about that. Everything, 4,700 too. So every index, I don't know about the NASDAQ, but everything's just coming back to that Fed level. I think NASDAQ's already kind of broke it, but more or less, NASDAQ would kind of, you go like one step out. It'd be like 100 points at a time, all the way down, like 300 points almost, 250. DOE. Oh, John Doe? Wait, so John Doe asked for an extension? How did they know what? So it's not the Department of Energy? I thought DOE was... Huh. Aaron Rodgers, Jimmy Kimmel beef? No. Or Jade. I did not know that. Redacted names or John Doe's. But, like, what's the point of releasing the list if you're going to have redactions? We are such an accepting society, I guess. Even though we're not. That's crazy to think about. Delay comes after a judge granted a 30-day extension to a Jane Doe to consider her appeal to remain confidential. Well, I guess you got to wait till January 22nd. You think Fed minutes will be a nothing burger? I don't know about priced in. I think there might be a little element where we react to, but I'm not expecting too much from the minutes. I could be totally incorrect, though. Again, you saw that end of last year. I wasn't expecting stuff. Was it the bond auction or something? I was just totally flat out wrong, so you never know. But I'm not, I got my kicking gear out. I'm punting till non-farms. I think non-farms is the true main event, and then we're going to kick off earnings, and then there's going to be more data. Again, I think CPI is next week, no? Or is it the week after that? Next week. So January 8th. Bond auction. 3-year note. Balance of trade. 10-year auction on Wednesday. Yeah, and then CPI on Thursday. So, yeah. I think Friday, 1-2 punch, man. Non-farms, then CPI. Call it it's such an exciting calendar, honestly. To, like, when you really look at it, it's just insane to think about that we have, we're coming right back to all of this. That's why I think the market's moving kind of a little bit. You got everybody needs to come back, and you have all this other stuff, but we're going to end this week with non-farms, and then CPI next week, and then Netflix earnings, and then more earnings in Jerome Powell. So we'll be good, man. We'll be good. Yeah, and isn't it January 18th for the government shutdown? So that'll be right after CPI. But then again, I do think non-farms and CPI will be good. But here's the problem. Does anybody know what the problem is? We have big data Friday. We have big data the next week, CPI. What would be the situation that you don't want? Let's see. Let's see if you guys are thinking. There's something you got to think about. Although the events are big, what would be a pretty shitty outcome? Anybody? Anybody out there? Anybody out there looking in the back? Anybody in the front? Anybody in the members badge looking for a member badge? Anybody in the front back? Anybody we got to answer? What do we got here? Not an earthquake. Anybody in there? Not deflation. Looking for a different answer. Raising race low. No, looking for something else. Come on. What do we got? Think about it. Not recession. No, not a black swan. Not rates going up. No. I want you to think about the data. Like, think about the data. Yes, think about data dependent. Honestly, don't think good or bad. I just gave you the answer. Like, yeah, it comes in line. Then all of this is, then we're still stuck in this shit. Do you guys understand? Yeah, if the data comes like a little above, a little below, or barely moves, kind of even like today, and then now you have to wait, and now you'll just be responding to earnings, and then you'll have to wait till Powell. So although the data sets are huge and could be exciting, if they all come in the at the numbers, at expectations, then nothing's changed still. We're still playing this little game, and the rate hike odds, no one's going to move too much if the data doesn't move as much as well, and then we're going to wait for Powell. So unfortunately, that would probably be the worst scenario we get, unless, I guess, again, if stock market dumps, stock market rips, somebody will be happy. But at the end of the day, you'll get that frustration if it's right in the middle, and then now it's like 2 weeks, and then you're in the same spot, and then you have to wait another 2 weeks now to Powell, and then again, more time is bought, and then boom, before you know it, nothing really changed, and then we've burned the first full month, and then Powell will be the one to end it. Fed minutes is going to be in an hour and 40 minutes at 2 o'clock Eastern. 19th buyback season opens. Does it? I think it depends on who reports. I thought by the 19th more names will be in the buyback blackout. A feminist director of the next Star Wars saying her goal is to make men uncomfortable. Interesting. Next Japan event, I think January 8th. Is it January 19th? So there's one in January and then April. Yeah, mid-January. And then is it April 13th? Or something like that. Am I wrong? I don't know. I'll have to double check. Either way, the way I look at it, I wait till once the companies are done reporting, it's like a week after they report, I think they're good to buy back again. And then they announce their plans. But I don't think everything's in buyback blackout right now, but I think a lot of names are entering it. I think bank stocks, I think maybe even Netflix getting close to it. But then there's some names that I think after they report, they're able to exit that period. CVS for the long term, I think it's good. I just, at the same time, though, I also think it's exactly like Walgreens, just they're doing way better. But then again, CVS has some premium. So, like, I guess you're still lower on the year, but even when you pull it back, I mean, they're still kind of holding up. Not too bad, though. I think they're definitely performing better than Walgreens, but just like Walgreens could fail, I feel like CVS could in the same way. Walgreens better risk to reward. Well, Walgreens has more risk, so in a weird way, like CVS, you may pay a little bit of that premium, but if they do perform better and they got the momentum, that at least it'll hold up. Whereas Walgreens, again, if Walgreens does do bad and they keep doing bad, I mean, that's not gonna, that can only last for so long. So hopefully they turn it around tomorrow. Yeah, TLT on that's good for now. Again, even though they're still red, but bonds have recovered a little bit. Oil's popping back up. Gold is still down. Futures are coming lower on the ES. Russell's starting to slip a little bit more, but so is the NASDAQ. I don't know. TLT is still in the red, but the fact that it's getting a bid, this is a little better than not. It's getting back up to yesterday's close. Thoughts on Toast? I feel like their product will only intertwine further. I have never looked at the stock, but I know a lot of business owners who use them. So I got a friend, he owns a really big restaurant chain Like, they have hundreds of locations around the United States, and they use Toast. But so, and like, he loves it. And then I know a couple of smaller businesses that do it, but at the same time, it's like they kind of look pinned a little bit. But I do think they eventually they got to get through this little IPO and spending money, and hopefully they turn a profit. But I've heard good things about the product, a lot of good things, and I know people that do use it, they end up loving it. But other than that, I think, you know, how the stock is performing is a little different than what it is. You think Costco and drugs would make a brick and mortar store? Like a Costco pharmacy, like a standalone? It'd be a great idea, but I don't think Costco would spend money when they have the pharmacy in every store and then they have the memberships. But it's a good idea, maybe, because Costco don't like to spend money. I mean, I don't know if they'd want to like build out cost plus drugs. I don't know. I don't know what cost plus drugs is. Is that like the online one? Oh, Cuban's company? I don't know much into it, but then I don't think it's like, I don't know if it's that big of a player there in that space. I thought you were talking Costco. Because I'm like, dude, Costco's pharmacy is fire. But then again, I think that's where, like, Cuban, isn't he partnering with CVS? What price will you get back in on ARK-G? I was never in ARK-G. I was in ARKK. ARK Innovation. So, dude, we took profits on that great, honestly. We still would have been in the money, but we maximized that play very good. But that one will play depending on the rate stuff. But I think we captured, again, that play was killer. That play was like $300 into $4,000. But we'll see if there's a double dip opportunity. But remember, that was just ghetto rate cut plays. I like IWM in small caps. I do think, again, we got to work our way through this data and earnings, but I'm still a fan. OpenTable has started charging for cancellations with card on file. Does Toast do the same? I don't think Toast isn't about booking. Toast is about like payment processing. So like OpenTable will like book, and OpenTable only does that with certain restaurants. It's up to the restaurant's choice to have a card on file for booking. But I didn't think Toast does like reservations. We have Alibaba now. Look at this guy. He's crazy, man. Good luck, Alibaba. Good luck, my friend. I see going now. Toast is also booking. It integrates with in-kind. Rec Nation. I thought I said Rock Nation. McNally Capital to sell advanced micro instruments to Enpro. One word off of AMD. Instrument versus devices. And then SPY getting that little green candle now after just fading away there into the lows. But my goodness, man. Even Euro close. I guess we have gone down since Euro close, but very, very uneventful. TLT is about to go green, down by 6 cents. That's good. Again, they led earlier, and then we started rallying after the data, but then they gave it back. But I think that's a good sign for now. Just better than not. And giving back, it's just right back to the Fed level. I'm looking at Toast. I need to look at their fundamentals. I'm just looking at other plays, though, with it. Oh, wow. Yeah, man, a lot of these contracts even went crazy. We'll see. Coming into earnings, though, that could be an interesting one. We'll give it some time. Maybe on Coal Real Estate Day. I'm going to try to be. I got a pretty busy schedule, but I usually pop up in the chat. But we'll see. Beginning of the year. And I'm on Watchlist, too, bro. I've been tripping out, man. I forgot I had 2 weeks with no Watchlist, bro. I was living life. I was doing a bunch of other stuff. But we was good. I hope you enjoyed the Watchlist, man. I hope you guys are ready. Bonds ran up and still red. Yeah, there's a big gap down in bonds. MTC on the high. Looks a liquid 69%. MM Tech. No idea what's going on with it. Couldn't find the channel. Well, remember, if you just go to youtube.com/thestockmarket/live, you will always find the channel. And now at 9:30, you should always be doing your push-ups, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile, press high chat, X out the Chad. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Even the market's standing up right now, but we've been here for 3.5 hours. You got 3.5 hours left to go. You got the minutes in an hour and a half. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, okay? Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go bling, 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 blink. Bling, 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 blink. Oh. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Feels good, man. And then chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in. And legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your chair unless you are Sonar Man and you are a dolphin. And then maybe you'll have an excuse. But other than that, man, legs in front. And then please, just listen to me right now. I'm telling you. Drop your shoulders. Drop your shoulders. Come on, man. Why are your shoulders so tight? No one's attacking you. You shouldn't be that stressed here in the morning. Again, even the market's not moving that crazy. I need you to relax the shoulders, man. Just make sure you cool. You got a lot of tension in there, bro. You're going to feel better when you drop them. You go, breathe in, you go, and drop the shoulders. See what I'm saying? It's good, bro. It's good. Okay, and then now relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. And that's it, man. That's it. I'm going to hit my resistances. I'm going to hit another stretch, too. We out here. Just like that, bro. NVS another high. I see that while doing my resistances. Who's this? Hezbollah head Hassan Nasrallah addresses Israel defense minister in speech. God willing, you will not be able to achieve the goals of your war. Okay. Man, it's good, man. Stretches are good. Work out a little bit, move around. Am I on mute? You should be able to hear me. I'm about to go to the wall and start screaming. Sonar Man, do you hear me? Hello? Echo! All right, hold on. Give me like 20 more seconds. Oh, my goodness. All right, we out here, man. We out here. Our Sonar Man. The room is exactly 16.2 feet times 18 and a half. Is it? I could check for you. see. Or I think it's Redfin will show you the room by room. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. I don't know. I'll have to get it appraised. Sorry. Oh shit, I have permitting for an additional unit? Nice. I could do this, they don't get in trouble, you know? Did people stop going to the movies? No, that people were talking about it. That, like, even again with all the consumer stuff, whatever the vibe session, how people are feeling, literally, like, people have been, like, the movies has actually kind of been a strong spot for the economy. Again, there's still, like, way bigger releases in, like, 2018 and 2019, but, you know, Barbie, Oppenheimer, propaganda got a lot of people out there. So we'll see. Lib Dems seek to force UK general election in May. Not bad. You got an hour to kill till the Fed minutes. Hour and a half. Not so bad. And then we're right back to Euro close, man. If we could get above VWAP and start moving, I think people might get excited. Again, bonds have a rip. So the way bonds are leading is, again, look at where bonds are barely down today. And then you go look at every other index. I mean, that's quite the gap there. Equalizer 3. Oh, dude, I got a show. I've been watching a show the last couple of days, and I love it. I watched the movie, and the movie was great, but like there's a show on Amazon, and I've been loving it. It's so corny, but I love it. It kind of reminds me of the chat. I feel like some of you guys are like the main character. I view you guys very highly. I imagine you would be like him. You know what it is? Oh, you already know, bro. You already know. How did you know that, bro? How do you guys know that? What the hell? Yeah, bro. Reacher. Oh, I love it. Yeah, Reacher, bro. I love even the Jack Reacher movies. Yeah, the show. Dude, I love the show. Oh, dang. That's crazy. Y'all know. Look at it. We're meant to be, Chad. We're meant to be. I love the show. The movies were great too, but no, I just started watching the Amazon one, and I was like, ooh, it's good. I like it. That's why I was like, I feel like some Chads are like that. You guys are just like huge 6'8" mother effers, and you guys be like, well, I did that. Yeah. And then you're like, dumb, you want to dance? The Tom Cruise ones are good, but even the show is like, it's fire. I love it. That's funny. How did you guys know that? How did y'all know that? How are we on the same vibe like that? Welcome to the new year. They got Thad as Reacher. I don't know. Is Thad the main character? Tom Cruise was not the right cast for it. Tom Cruise did good in the movies though. It just sucks though, because like some scenes, they like if they don't get the camera angles right, you could tell how short Tom Cruise is. It's like, damn, man, Mr. 5'5" out there just wrecking them, and it inspired me. You got to watch Blue Mountain State. Oh, that was back in the day. I don't know if I've seen it. I've seen a couple of episodes, but I never got into it. I think around that time I started watching Kenny Powers. That was my go-to. There's the same guy. I couldn't imagine him in a comedy now. That's funny. I'll be your Stevie. Stevie. I love Stevie, bro. Stevie's a good guy, man. There's like 20 Lee Child author reacher books. I know, dude. I wish I would read the book. That's how you know it's a good show. If you got a good book and then they turn it into movies and shows, that's just a banger. RTX came up a lot. Remember, we had a nice flip on that. We sold out early. RTX, the defense name that's down, but they guided down lower. Stevie was the greatest character he played. That guy's funny, but Stevie is a great character. I might have to rewatch Eastbound and Down just to get my girlfriend to see it. 'Cause she's never seen it. I'm like, you're missing out. And then we're going up now, man. Let's see if we get above Euro close level, even that level we were at right before. That could be pretty decent. So again, 47.17 baby level, then 47.18, pretty much the line. I guess maybe I went 1 point over, but we'll see how that holds up. And then again, don't we have 2 gaps to fill? So both of these gaps need to get filled eventually. So we will see. Where do you trade? We trade here. You may have missed out on it. We made a play on BABA for the long term today. We closed out of a oil play from yesterday for like $2,000. Atlanta GDP Fed Now Index 2.51. Previous was 2.0. That's coming out now. And then I think that's the only other trades we made today. BABA, and then closed out of oil. And then Chilean. Pfizer. Official Euro close like 8:30, and then everything settles like 15 to 30 minutes later. But again, it changes with daylight savings. But 8:30 my time, which would be what, 11:30 Eastern. Oh yeah, we made a play on JP Morgan too. Thank you for that. We did both ways. Plays are up $4. One's up 4, one's down 4. Not bad. Tesla getting some steam. Again, Google's been running in there all day. Baidu's going up. Again, China plays. That was a nice purchase in the morning. I hope it continues. Roblo. Don't ask sarcastically about plays. It only fuels him. Well, I mean, we do make plays. I mean, I'm just saying, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, we making moves out here, but I ain't even trying to make a lot of moves, man. That's it. Any majority local of time people? I'm not too sure, but like at the end of the day, you just want to, operate on East Coast time. Your best bet. And Hezbollah says group's quick opening of southern front on October 8th took element of surprise away from Israel, prevented border bombing. Hezbollah head says group of opening against Israel showed it was not deterred. Yeah, we'll go over the JPM play today. It's for earnings, though, yes. But again, if you've been just like the end of last year, the FedEx play, the Nike play, and I want you guys to learn, and I've been giving you guys some good, it's easy guidance. It's a great way to do it on your own so you could learn and how you can apply it to your account and what other play, but it's 2 standard deviations. That's it. Just get an extra week of time from the earnings and then find what's priced in, double it up, and then, if that play go within your budget, if it seems realistic and it's cheap there, you could balance it out. So I played JP Morgan next week for like $150 on calls and puts. So we'll see. I'm not expecting much from it. I said the same thing on the Nike play afterwards, right, or before, and that ended up hitting. So we never know, but the whole idea I said earlier, I'm keeping them small because now we've hit enough of these 1,000%ers back to back to back. If we just keep playing small, even if we lose, we're not going to go down. We can't go negative. You hit a ARC, you hit a K. Again, we still need to take profits on KRE and IBB, but you hit a ARC, you hit a FedEx, you hit a Nike. That's a lot of money there. That's like, I think it's almost 10 grand between those plays. It's like you could literally now just straight up $100 plays out here. You're going to have to lose 100 plays to lose your money. But then again, too, I am being picky and choosy. I'm not playing Walgreens. I'm going after JP Morgan. If it's cheap enough and it's within 2 standard deviations, I like it. So hopefully you've been paying attention. Maybe I'll give a recap on the watch list for you, or maybe we'll make another. Maybe I'll just make a dedicated video. I'll make a ghetto standard deviation video. That's what I'll title it for you guys. And then we'll go from there. If KRE comes in, I'll double dip. I will too, probably. Let me know when it's up. I got you, but hopefully in the meantime, though, it's super easy, though. You don't need to miss out on anything, and it's not it's probably one of the easiest things I've ever taught. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a factor of like learning how to price things in. That's something we've gone over for years, and like even TD Ameritrade will do it for you. But like above all else, it's like the easiest thing, and that's why I want you guys to learn it, because it's just a good, like, it's not always gonna work, but it's a great rule of thumb. If you're the type who wants a boundary and wants to get a general idea, you like to follow rules and have something to follow. It's definitely, it provides in that sense. But you know, you never know. Ford Lightning prices raised by 10,000. What? 2024 Lightning Pro prices raised by 5,000 to 54,000. Lightning XLT prices raised by 10,000 to $64,000. Ford raising prices? I've been killing it on the earnings. I feel, man, but like that's why too. Like I said, I want to be picky and choosy. I don't want to play every single one of them. And then if we keep them small, you're going to walk away with this earnings season with a bag. Like I'm saying, if you hit ARC, FedEx, and Nike was about $10,000 realized gain. And I believe the initial investment for all 3 plays combined was like $700. You see what I'm saying? So as long as you don't go fucking out of hand from now, and then you pick and choose, use the criteria, maybe play 1 or 2 a week, really find the ones that meet the criteria and are good, you're not going to walk away a loser. That's the best part about all of it. So as long as you focus on that and like just keep it small, because again, I still don't like the options. That's why, again, we just got the gigantic moves and everything going on. They were able to pay out very, very well. And then again, that standard deviation, it made every play we hit right at the money or got into the money. So, and then we did it with like $100, $200, $300 was the max. So as long as you do that, you're going to be fine. And again, and just like I'm saying, pick and choose, keep it small, understand the damn outline or the outline we're looking for, and then that's it. What's the price I'm looking for? I just look for what is priced in based on the options, and that's 1 standard deviation. So they do the work for you. That's 1 standard deviation most likely, and then just double it. That's why I'm saying it's not real specific, but it goes a long, long way. Yeah, 2 times the implied move. Maybe that's an easier way to say it. We'll do it, though. I'll make a video on it. I'll give you guys a dedicated video so we could put this to rest. And then you will be prepared for the rest of your life or until the market makers change everything up again every couple of years. Don't worry. The Nike only got 3. I think it was like 400 or 500 And then I made a little bit of extra money by buying the shares, because once we were in the money, I bought shares, and that got us like another 100 or 200 bucks. But then again, our initial investment was $100, $150. That's the strike. How do you decide if it's cheap enough? Keep it. If it's usually $60 is like a good price, but it also depends on the type of asset. So like today I was showing JP Morgan, and like those were cheap in my opinion, because like the stock could actually move. It's moved up a lot. Like I'm down with that. But then like Walgreens, if it's like $60 for several dollars out of the money, that's kind of expensive. But generally speaking, I would go and then look at the price option, the history, and see if it has premium or not. And then usually in my mind is if I could keep it below $100 and it's a big moving stock. So again, like FedEx, Nike, even JP Morgan, these are all $100 plus stocks that could kind of move. And then especially if they go 2 standard deviations or 2 times the implied move. But, you know, I got all of those plays at like $50, $60 or less. But even then, like 100 is kind of my max. The idea is try to keep it a lower price. But then at that point, just because if it's 2 standard deviations and then the option has premium and it's up 300-400% already, or it's a couple $100, it's not worth it in my opinion. Then I just I say I'm not going to play that one, because chances are that's probably too high to make money on it, or would really need a big move. But if you're paying hundreds of dollars to go 2 standard deviations, 2 times the implied move, that's quite the fee or premium. UK Foreign Secretary Cameron: more must be done to get humanitarian aid into Gaza. Israel must allow significantly more supplies to reduce the risk of hunger and disease. He spoke to Israeli counterpart on Wednesday. See Merck, Regen, and Sanofi have FDA data. I think Regen is already moving up into that. 30 to 70 has worked for me. Yeah, that's usually a sweet spot. That's what I'm saying. Like $60, I've had great success with, and then usually it's, again, like I'm saying, once you have a cushion, if you already hit a couple plays, and then you just make sure you keep that outlay cheap, you could still get yourself exposure without ever having to risk any of the money you just made. How risky do you think TSM is? I don't think it's that risky. The only thing risky is the price. I'm not, again, I'm not one of the people who is worried about Taiwan invasion. But again, it's still holding quite the premium, still up a lot from 2023. So I think that's your risk when it's all said and done. Big green on shit stock Mulan. Why JPM over Bank of America? Higher price stock, and it's moved up the craziest out of all of them. But then again, you could do the same thing with Bank of America and see the prices. But like I'm saying, sometimes these $20, $30 stocks, they're kind of harder to determine what's cheap or not. But like take a look at 2023. Look at Bank of America, and then like look at JP Morgan. That's why I'm like, just like FedEx and all these things are at the moon right now. So it's like if they have good earnings and break out, we're gonna love the upside. And then again, if they fail, that downside, maybe we will get a 2 standard deviation move. Nexi, that was running earlier in the morning. Again, I think this is the one that partnered with Novartis. You got to double check that. Or Reunify. Well, that's the thing. If you have followed China, that exact quote has been said by Xi Jinping for several years. So Xi Jinping talking about the reunification of Taiwan, that's nothing. I wouldn't, again, depending on how the media brainwashes you, you're going to think it's really bad, but literally he has said that several times over the last several years. It's not something that is too shocking, if that makes any sense. It's that's the thing about it. They will 100% take over Taiwan. Well, listen, I would never say 100% anything. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong too, but I'm not as confident as you are to the contrary. But at the same time, it's like it's a time thing, and there's a lot of things going on in the world. But I wouldn't necessarily say without a doubt this is going to occur. And again, I mean, just the best example I could give is how come none of you talk about Hong Kong anymore? I'll wait. You don't remember the Hong Kong protests and then 50 million cell phones disappeared? But you know what I'm saying? It's something that China is going to be strategic, but I also think they have their own problems. But tell me about Hong Kong then. What's going? Remember Hong Kong, the renewal, the rights. Again, Hong Kong was owned by the British, essentially. And then again, they've kept that in control and in in not unanimousness, but like in unison with the country for now another 5 years since everybody complained almost. But we'll see. Like I said, I don't know, but I'm not as worried about it as some people would lead you to believe. They're giving social credit boosts for blood donations, building mass fallout shelters, developers not paying their bills to America, stockpiled enough to feed their country for 2 years. But like a lot of countries, especially like again, China's doing all that and they're still doing pretty bad, unfortunately. But it's just like, what's the time frame though? Like I'm saying, I don't know if I'm not 100% confident. But then again, it could be another 5 years. It could be 10 years. It could happen tomorrow. But it's not necessarily on the high for me. Where are your plays you posted in your watch list you mentioned? What do you mean? So I bought that play yesterday. Again, we put that on the watch list. I talked about it, and then I sold out this morning for $2,000. Gold, we were going to buy an MCL today, but I didn't make a move on that. And then I put JP Morgan, Walgreens, and Bank of America, and then I made an earnings play on JP Morgan, which I'll cover that on the watch list for tomorrow. And we were just talking about how we found that play and why the 2 standard deviation, 2 times implied price move, all that good stuff. But the watch list, second link in the description, youtube.com/thetradingfraternity. Every night now, no vacation. Ain't no vacation. Work so hard, they say you get a long time. Get a long time. More likely to happen in April when the typhoon season ends. So you guys think this April Taiwan will be invaded? So again, maybe you're correct, but I'm not worried as far as buying BABA or buying TSM, but I still think I personally think they're not in a position to invade anybody. Unless maybe China shifts and finds a way to profit off of war like America, but I don't think they could handle it right now, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it. Yeah, China. That's what I'm saying. China doesn't have a history of, gaining economic output due to war. They benefit if we go to war because we need to buy stuff. But they've still been struggling. Remember, they locked down their society for a very, very long time, and then on top of that, there's like different cultural movements that are affecting their youth. Again, they don't even report youth unemployment anymore. Like, that's something you got to think about. If you're going to go to war, and then now your military-age men don't even want to work, how are you going to get them to fight? Like, it's kind of our issue too in America, but. We have other things, but if again, they just have a massive population in China, but yeah, it's not really, again, and then the rest of the people there are old. They have excess men who are old. They're not military-aged fighting men. You have to realize there's a big difference in a 40-year-old and a 20-year-old. That's it. You could brainwash a 20-year-old, and then he's in shape, and you could put him in a gym, and he could fight a war. You can't do that with a 40 or 50-year-old. And again, their demographics are heavily skewed. Shout out the one-child policy. That was back in the day. They'll do what they'll told, but it's just different, though. Again, you're not. Again, I think like one American soldier could take probably like 10 or 20, if not more. And then the older they get, it's a different battle. Just in Germany urges citizens to leave Lebanon immediately. Goldman eyeing Bitcoin ETF roll via BlackRock and Grayscale. Well, 50 million. Well, why do you think, again, part of the demographics just in that area, it's just bad. But that's what I'm saying. There was a really big problems in Hong Kong, and you had Americans getting involved. They were waving American flags, and then overnight you had COVID, and then nobody said a word about it ever again. So it's just, so I don't know. As far as like the Taiwan, I think they're gonna keep relations how they are. They're gonna beef a little bit here and there, but they could keep control of Taiwan without ever taking over Taiwan. Again, Hong Kong is a great example. But we'll see. We'll see. But I'm not expecting anything imminent. Maybe that is the black swan, but I'm not too worried about that. If you buy 2 standard deviation for options, wouldn't they kill it by time? They could. That's the only worry. But earnings is in what, 4 days, five trading days, and then I went both ways. So however the premium gets killed, maybe one contract or not. And remember, we shot a little early on Nike, and then that ended up benefiting us. So we'll see. But definitely, you are a little early to go on it. Or I don't know about early, but like you could. I like to go like the day before, and that sometimes could avoid some of that theta crush. Black Swan will be Taiwan 2024. I agree, but then again, I have to tell this. How many people thought that for 2023? Unfortunately. That's what I'm saying. And a lot of things can be said in that same regard, like a recession too, but I heard the same thing already for 12 months. I heard BRICS in Taiwan for 12 months. The amount of imminent China is invading Taiwan last year, we got a lot of that. I don't know if TSMC is doing Arizona. I think they are. I know Intel's out there. Ukraine was a black swan when it first happened. We just got over that one it was a couple of months. It affected energy and a lot of things. And SPY's ripping, bro. Bonds are now in the green. TLT, let me check IF and the yield curve. Yeah, you're back to green on bonds. SPY's getting back up now to opening candle. BABA's still going. Even Pfizer's picking up a little bit. $2.10 yield. Yeah, yield curve still inverted. Google is popping early. There's a bigger candle on the SPY now. Again, a lot of names on the high ticker are going. Cisco, Deere, Disney, all sorts of industries. Russell's kind of lagging behind, though. Russell got a quarter off that, while NASDAQ got like 0.5%. And then SPY bounced up about 0.25% as well. So NASDAQ's moving the most, but SPY and Russell moved about a quarter off of that. PHILO, what time is it? Oh, wow, it's 10 already? Man, time flies with the chat. You know that? If I wasn't here, chat, I'd probably be sleeping and staying up really late. But, man, I can't believe it's already 10. No way. Well, market's already up, so you don't need the PHILO, I guess. No? Is that how it works? No, okay. Baba ripping because I cut it this morning. Well, that's good. Some people would say, some people are going to blame it on me. You guys love to think I got influence like that, but, I'll take it. I should start turning it into like Putin or something and make y'all believe I could move all of these China stocks like that. But, yeah, other than Merck, vertical, people were talking. They have data coming up. I think that was you. Yeah, all the China, literally, just they sold off a little bit in the morning and then they all ran. But I was talking about Baba yesterday. I was considering it, and then it was a little cheaper today. Yeah, only the bathroom moves can do it. I'm not playing Walgreens, no. You don't want to see the SPY die from here. It would be pretty nasty. Iranian President Raisi has decided to cancel his visit to Turkey following the recent blast, according to IRNA. I didn't realize, though, Baba moves dollars. It's kind of scary. Because I didn't think we'd be up $1 that fast on it, but, like, low-key, this thing kind of moves up pretty quick. It's like it could be a big mover, but then it also could be very stable. Investing in a Celsius. We talked about this yesterday. I like it. I like the name. I really think Celsius, and again, last year, their earnings impressed the shit out of me. I was very surprised at how well they did. The only problem with Celsius, it has a premium. That's it. You're buying something at the top. You're buying something that is definitely not on the cheaper end. It definitely has a premium from 2023, but that's it. No leaps. I added Baba to the long term. So we could make but I don't need to add any flip shares for China because I have Baidu. I still have 500 Baidu shares or something. I got a pretty big amount of Baidu. So, but that's not long term. So I want to hold Baba for 10 years. Again, I've held Baba for 10 years already in my lifetime. I bought Baba in 2014. So technically I've actually held Baba for 10 years. So in my OG account, but I'm a big fan of, I've always liked Alibaba. So I think it's time to add it here at a pretty good price. You want to hold me for 10 years? Come here. Baba isn't having a stock split. They're giving a dividend instead. They canceled that whole spin-off stock split thing. Oh, you're talking about Celsius. Celsius did have a split, but the stock is still up. It's still, again, you're still buying it at a multiple 100% premium. But then again, their earnings justified it. I think they're one of the fastest growing companies, right? But they're good. Jets. I'd rather get the defense ETF versus the airline ETF. I don't like airlines for the long term. Not a fan. That ES, dude, I was up $800 on the ES put, and now I'm back to break even on that move. Did I go? I should have got the long-term text. Yeah, you guys got it, right? I think I got it. Yeah, new long-term activity, 85 Baba, sent at 6:51 a.m. Russell is weak, honestly. But they're SPY and Dow and Russell all moving the same. The NASDAQ's the one who really got juiced off of that. Russell, can't you see? Sometimes it moves to hypnotize me. I just love your rotation ways. This is how you know it's low and you should sell. What, buy? I bought Russell M2K off of RTY, off of /RTY. But, okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram, at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, baby. You better follow me on Instagram, man. At The Trading Fraternity. We back, baby. This is your time. This is your time. I will BRB. I'll throw a Baba. All right. BRB.
For a spot ETF. It feels like everyone and their mother has filed for a spot Bitcoin ETF, except for Vanguard and except for State Street. And that's really interesting to me because Vanguard kind of makes sense. They don't even have commodity ETFs, but State Street, you're the home of GLD. That, of course, is the largest commodity ETF. It's physically backed. Why haven't you thrown your hat in the ring for a spot Bitcoin ETF?
Well, I mean, State Street as a company is littered throughout all of the different filings as a administrator, the cash custodian, transfer agent. So State Street is partaking in the spot Bitcoin ETF race overall. I think from the asset management side, those are the things that we can't really talk about from a securities regulation perspective of what we may or may not do in terms of our own filing for a spot Bitcoin ETF. So we're going to have to leave it there. But State Street as an entity is very much invested into the spot Bitcoin ETF launching. And again, as a major sort of systemically important bank, as a custodian, transfer agent, administrator.
Okay, so you're involved, but maybe not directly as of yet. Once this spot Bitcoin ETF is approved, and it's really a when, not an if kind of question, to what extent are you worried about what that means for GLD?
Not really. I mean, gold and Bitcoin can coexist besides each other. Some of the motivations of buying GLD are diversification. I think, again, I'm trying to not make a comparison because I think you really can't compare the two asset classes. One's been around since basically, 0 BC, and the other one's been around for about, a little over a decade. So I think the buying behavior motivations are going to be quite different, and I actually don't see that much of a sort of impediment to any GLD or GLDM flows from that perspective.
And Matt, just real quickly, 30 seconds. You guys hired Anna Paglia, who was over at Invesco. What's your plan for this year? What's that about? What can we look out for?
Well, I think our plan for this year is to continue to build on our strengths. I mean, last year, I know SPY got a lot of the attention, but we made some pretty significant expense ratio cuts within our SPDR portfolio ETF range, and that continues to take in overall market share within the low-cost arena. We've also launched a few different active strategies and continue to build that area out as well. So I think that's really where we're focused, is providing these tailored solutions to end clients so they can have better outcomes.
All right, Matt, really great to catch up with you. Happy New Year. That is Matt Bartolini of State Street. Now, coming up, we discuss the best performing ETF ever on an annual basis, but can you figure out what it is? Stay tuned. This is ETF IQ on Bloomberg.
Never heard that one.
Did art?
Oh, man. Joint statement by UK and 11 other countries. The Houthis will bear the responsibility for consequences should they continue to threaten lives, the global economy, and free flow of commerce. We remain committed to the international rules-based order and determined to hold malign actors accountable for unlawful seizures and attacks. Ongoing Houthi attacks in the Red Sea are illegal, unacceptable, and profoundly destabilizing. Interesting. Is oil kind of coming up on that? Oh, yes. You smell it? It's here. Oh, Chattadonia. It's time. I don't know. Maybe it makes the market go up here. You're already kind of up. We got, how much time we have? We got about 45 minutes till the minutes. So I'm going to give you a PHILO right ahead. And I like this PHILO a lot. And like I've told y'all, man, I'm very proud of some of y'all getting tuned in. The way, and I'm not talking into the stream, but like y'all got a hunger for some PHILO. Y'all are really like, all right, make some changes. And honestly, it's good timing. At the end of the day, some of you may not like PHILO in a couple of months. Why? Because it's not going to be the new year. You're going to lose all of that American Western culture. We so different. New year, new me. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully you take advantage of it now while it's hot, man. I really do hope so for some of y'all out here. So I'm proud of y'all too. I love it. It's great to see. But this PHILO is going to be very interesting. You know that? This is going to be a very, very interesting PHILO. You know why? Because I think some of you are going to this could be very mind-opening. And it's very, very motivating. There's a big thing out of all of this that I want you to get, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll tell you, it may not sound like it when I start, but oh my gosh, some of y'all need to raise your expectation. Oh, yes, baby. But that's not what it's going to sound like in the beginning. Okay, because I'm going to just tell you this right now. Some of you are going to hate this PHILO. I just know it. And honestly, it's very applicable. I give PHILO. I talk how I talk. I go over so many things, and y'all see it, man. I deal with some people. Some of you are the people I have to deal with. Some of you, for good, bad, better, worse, it don't matter. But, like, I understand what I'm about to talk about. But, like, I encourage you to listen. And if not, that's cool. Like I said, man, you see it here. Whether we're talking about plays on oil or JP Morgan or trying to teach you how to learn stuff. Like, again, you don't have to pay to be here. What do I get out of it? Even if you don't believe in what I believe in, man, I'm not trying to push anything onto you. So, if anything, man, I hope y'all will live a life of peace. And maybe I'll explain some things to you, but I really hope you got love and peace in your heart, and I hope you can grow as a person, and I hope all of you, regardless of you believe what I believe, man, I hope you can experience some of the things in life to where you enjoy life. The last thing I want any of you to have is a life where you don't enjoy it. Yes, that's true. I believe, like, think about it, man. I want you to live better. I want you to be free. I want you to be happy, man. Like, I want you to get the things that you want. I don't want the things you think I don't like certain things and I want you to not have fun. No, it's like I want you to have the best, most fulfilling life, man, possible. So that being said, what I'm going to start it with, and remember, there's a main point at the end of this. And I hope some of you have the discipline and the love in your heart to make it to the end. But I'm going to talk about not loving God. That's the first part, at least. Let me just tell you something. You know, in general, and speaking general, I'm not judging you, but generally speaking, it's bad to not love God. Okay, some of you right there, I already lost you. I know, I get it. But maybe the second part will help you out a little bit more. It's very simple. It's bad to not love God, but do you know what's even worse? What's worse than not loving God? Come on, what do you think? Let's go. Maybe you don't love God. Great. What's worse than that, though? Hating him? No. You can hate God. There's something worse. Not yourself? Wow, great answer, you guys, but that's not it. See, this one's going to blow your mind. Look at you guys say ignoring, hating, loving yourself. No. Pretending, that's a good one, but no. There's something worse. Look at, and that's why I think y'all should listen for real and understand what I'm saying here. It's bad to not love God, but it's even worse to think that God doesn't love you. Oh, y'all don't feel me, man. Y'all don't feel me, because nobody said that. Y'all don't feel me. No, seriously, though, and I get it, and I'm not trying to make you go and give your life to God. I want you to really understand the greater concept at play right here, because it's bigger than rap, my friend. It's one thing that I hate God. I don't like God. I don't want to. No. Like, what goes in your mind if you think that God don't love you? This idea of God, he loves you no matter what. You got to really think about it. That's the whole lot. You bring nothing to the table. All of us. I believe I bring nothing to the table, yet God still loves me. The sun shines on the just and unjust alike. So think about it. That means even if you didn't love God, you were still taken care of. That's why you can say, I hate God. You don't get struck down by lightning. Some of you were working on your life. You did bad things. You did good things. But at the end of the day, regardless of what you did, you got blessed, bro. You had grace in your life. Call it what you want. I think everybody got grace in this world, even the worst of humans. Why? Because you still know about them. Some of the worst people are the most famous people. They're the most wealthiest people. We talked about this with billionaires, huh? But think about it. What's worse than not loving God is thinking that God don't love you. I agree. Think about it, man. Do you think I am screaming God all the time because I want you to know that I love him? Think about it. I'm the guy, you like, who talks about God during trading? I thought this was a trading channel. Why you are? Dude, my life would be so much more peaceful if I did not tell as many people about my belief. You know that? I'll tell you, the stalkers I've amassed, the things that have happened where people will instantly stop listening to me, will easily hate me more so than not. Like, really, really think about it. But do you think I'm screaming this all of the time because I want you to know that I love him? No. That's very pharisaical, if that's the right adjective. I'm screaming it all the time because I know that I'm loved. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me, man. There's a reason why I'm telling y'all all that. I'm saying I want good things in your life too, but there's a why did I get that mindset? Why did I change so much throughout life? is when I started to realize this. You guys got to, there's two things I really love about this. I'm going to tell you right here, right off the bat, bro. Do you not realize that love is motivation? So come on. I don't know why. So I don't care what you believe, man. You don't have to believe in God, but I hope you know God loves you. But above all else, do you not understand in this world as a human that love is motivation? Yes, it's a very pure form of energy, 100%. Literally, I got a little puppy. It's funny how you guys were kind of right. I'm slowly getting motivated with it. But think bigger than that. Dude, the love you have for your family, for people. Some people in your life have showed you love. They ain't even related to you. And that motivates you. You're motivated for that person. You're motivated to do things. You feel love. That's why go hug your kids, bro. For real. You got love in your heart, you might be motivated to do something. Giving love, receiving love is motivation. Above all else. So that's why some of y'all may not like what I'm saying. But I'm like, dude, I at the very least, I hope you know I love you. I hope you get motivated, and I hope that can motivate you. It's not as good as a finger to the sky. But at the end of the day, bro, love is motivation. Don't forget that. It's gonna be important. You know, the other reason why I like this whole concept, why I like this logic of, okay, God, it's one thing for us to love him, but it's one thing to know that you're loved and to actually embrace that love in this world. The fact that we bring nothing to the table, do you not know what that is? This is something I love, especially in business and finance and money. Oh. It's the concept of turning nothing into something. That's why I like it. That's what this is. So if you have trouble with the motivation of turning a situation of nothing into something, let me ask you this. Do you feel loved or not? Do you believe there is a love out there for you or not? Think about it. That's what this is, turning nothing into something. That's the whole biblical concept of it all. That you cannot do anything to earn the love. It is there. That means you come with nothing. You can make something out of it. Oh, man. So, like, bro, you guys got to understand what I'm saying with this, man. Why am I telling you this on the second day of the year? Again, we're going to start discussing this. Because you got to really understand, like I said, it's motivation. It's hope. It's belief. I said it the other day, man. I hope y'all get the revelation of a lot of things. And some of y'all were saying, I lost hope. Bro, that is the last thing I want any of you to have. And you need to understand it right now. Because what is hope? You know what the opposite of hope is? Apathy. Wherever there is no hope, there is apathy. Apathy is when you think nothing matters. We have all been there, yes or no? You do something in your life, and no matter what you do, eventually, at one point you were hopeful. Probably when you were younger. And you believed in something. And you were like, I'm going to be an astronaut. And then as enough time goes on, guess what? You don't start believing that. And then eventually, man, if you start losing more hope and then it turns into apathy, what goes on? You're like, no matter what I do, nothing is going to change. Yes or no? Anybody hopeless out there? Is that what you're telling yourself? No matter what I do, nothing is going to change. It doesn't matter if I do good. It doesn't matter if I do bad. Don't matter if I try. It don't matter if I try hard, less. Nothing. It's not going to change. Oh, come on. You got the apathy bug? Well, you don't have apathy. You have just lost hope. It's the opposite. But you guys got to read, dude, apathy is crazy because, again, if there's no hope, that's an environment where apathy grows. Y'all like the nature stuff. It makes sense. If you have hope in a field, it's hard to grow apathy. Your mind is a fertile field. So if there's no hope, then apathy will start to grow up like a weed. And then do you know what apathy brings? Have you ever thought about that? Oh, nothing matters. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. No matter what, nothing matters. Whether I do it, That's why I'll do this because it doesn't matter. What happens next after apathy? What comes after apathy? Can anybody tell me? Ooh, betrayal, ignorance, despair, reckless, disdain, despair, envy, depression, revelation, rot, empathy, pain, death, atrophy, defeat, corruption, emptiness, self-destruction. Great answers. Some of them, they answer it. You know what happens after apathy? Apathy turns into violence. I don't know if y'all feel me on this one. People get violent when they don't have hope. You tell me. But what do I mean by violence? I'll give you one. There's homicidal, then there's suicidal. What does that mean? Violence towards others or towards yourself. So you guys thought that was the answer in the beginning. Nah. That's because you had hope. You lose the hope, then you get apathetic, and then apathetic turns into violence. And then the way it comes out is either at somebody else or to yourself. Why? You stop caring. Why'd you stop caring? No matter what you did, nothing was going to happen. Then boom. There you go. So literally, what is the opposite of all that bad stuff then? It's hope. So why am I telling you all this, Chad? I told you I told you I wanted hope at the end of this. It's funny I started telling about not loving God, but God love you. But I hope you understand hope. I'm telling you this because you're a revelation. I've been discussing this with you. I don't have a New Year's resolution. I got a New Year's revelation. What is going to be revealed to you is going to be revealed little by little about yourself, your life, your destiny. So, do you know what our problem is? When we go through life, life is a long journey. Shout out to the long term. This is even part of the long term. What happens when it doesn't work as fast as you want? Imagine just life. Things don't happen as fast as you want. And then you tell people stuff, and you're like, oh, I'm doing this. I'm gonna get into this. This is gonna happen. I'm gonna do this, and it don't happen that fast. And now you have people who are like, what? They saw everything you're in. They're like, there's no what. And then again, they don't see it happen. And then now you got people who are even. It's one thing to doubt yourself, and then now imagine you got people doubting you. Oh man. So God don't work as fast as you want. That is one of our biggest problems, at least with me. Because there's been time, bro, I've seen things. I'm like, yeah, this is it. Oh, I feel like I got revelation. I learned some things about myself. And I was like, oh, this is what I'm going to do. And it worked maybe for a little bit. But then what I really wanted, I'm like, wait a minute. Now it's not happening that fast. Hold on. And then you got the, where was you at? So where is this then? So I thought you would said this was going to happen. God don't work at that fast. And then, yeah, you guys said it. You start losing hope. You stop caring. So some of y'all need to stop playing with me. Y'all can say God of fantasy. Y'all can say a lot of different things, but just tell me this. Did you not lose hope and stop caring? I'm not talking about God no more. I'm talking about hope for whatever it is in life. And you lose your hope, then you stop caring, and then before you know it, what is the next step? I'm not talking beyond just the violence. You know what you do? You talk yourself out of your revelation. Oh, man. Because is that not what happens after enough time? Things don't work as fast as you want. Again, the hope goes away. Then you stop caring. Then before you know, you're like, maybe I should just go do this instead. Oh, maybe that really wasn't. Maybe those people were right. Yeah. You literally will talk yourself out of a revelation. You will have something and you will know something, and you will still talk yourself out of it. Come on. How many of you have sold out of a play way too early? You knew what was going to happen, and you still sold to you. That's it. You talked yourself out of it. I only give you that example because it's easy to kind of feel. Come on. And I'm sure you lost hope, then you stopped caring, and then you talked yourself out of it. So listen, man. I'm gonna just keep this one pretty straightforward with you. Some of you may not like this, but I really hope you understand. As a brother, as I love you, man. Like, please get this right now. You need to get over your pain, whatever you're dealing with. Get over it, and start expecting what you had promised to you. Oh, do you understand me, Chad? And you got some weed news, DEA. Oh, yeah, big pop on MSOS. Check Tilray. DEA reviewing marijuana's classification. Last time that happened, that started up the last little craziness. So I haven't had any other updates on that. But nah, y'all feel me? They halted MSOS. Wow. I don't even know. There's another weed ETF out there. But did y'all hear what I said? For real. You need to get over your pain of, oh, this didn't happen. Oh, it's taking too long. To the thing, oh, I have no hope. Nothing's going to happen now ever again. No. You need to get over that and start expecting what you have promised. Expectation. That's what dude, you could be in the worst scenario possible. If you have hope, you have a different expectation. That's what I mean by that's the difference. That's why you got these annoyingly positive people. This is why sometimes you're like, well, you don't understand. I do, bro. I just told you last year every single bad thing that has happened. But you have to have hope. You have to start expecting something different. That's it. There's no more time for this game of, okay, every year is bad. You don't like it. You're this. Yeah. It's what are you expecting? If you expect nothing, nothing's going to change. This and that. It's going to be the same thing. You have to start expecting what you had promised. Like, for real, bro. Like, low-key, like, we're just humans. You know, like, you read the book, man, the way that God explained. He said what he says. When a God says what he says, that's it. It don't matter. That's it. He said it. He don't have to keep telling you and reminding you. It's in stone. It's written. The only difference is we just lower our expectations. That's it. You could have revelation, but do you realize revelation is both given and received? I don't know if you feel me on that. You are all going to be revealed something, but you also have to accept what has been revealed to you. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Because you know what that means could happen? That means you could be given something that is already yours, and if you lower your expectations, you will never accept it. Oh, man. So, Chad, do you get what I'm telling you today? Have hope. I don't care what your New Year's resolution is, but you better raise those expectations. Every single one of you. Go ahead, and you don't want to listen. Like I said, what do I get out of telling you this? Of living your life literally. I hope you're more hopeful. I'm not having an altar call, and I'm not passing around a tithe bucket right now. I'm literally telling you, have hope and raise your expectations. And I'm reminding you that the lack of hope turns into this thought that nothing will ever change, and then that will turn into violence towards yourself or others. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Expect different, I guess. You could be in the hospital room and it looks like nothing is going to change. Change your expectation. I know you're like, wait, what? Why would I? Again, why are you fighting it? That's the apathy fighting it. You're not fighting it. You're not fighting me. It's apathy in an environment of no hope. So all I'm telling every single one of you is to raise your expectations. So because again, you are going to get revealed a lot of stuff this year. And then the year after that, every day, the slow process. But if you keep expecting less and less and less, lower and lower and lower, you are never going to accept what is being revealed and shown to you right in front of your face. So guess what? It may take long. It may not. The understand revelation is every day something will be revealed. Little by little, whether it's a lot, whether it's a little. And don't move as fast as you want, well, doesn't mean just because it didn't move as fast as I want, I get to lower my expectations and lower my hope. No. So, Chad, I really like this one. And like I'm saying, man, I really hope that you have hope. What I want to see, what do I hope to get out of this? I hope I'm surrounded by people that raise their expectations. I hope that a lot of you in here raise your expectations like some of the other people who have raised their expectations. And some of you, this is a good reminder to always raise your expectations and keep them high so that you could get what has already been given to you, what's already there. So, Chad, let's go, man. Let's go. Start expecting. Start expecting higher. Get some hope. Watch out for the apathy. And on that note, man, take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out that Chad. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, Nightly Watchlist main channel. We'll see you there tonight, baby. And that's it. There's no Fed live today. So FOMC is going to be in 25 minutes. I could go over the old FOMC for you guys if you would like. So we could go after that. Let's hit this up. We'll hit up some F350. We haven't had that all year. You know what I'm saying? And then we'll be good, baby. We'll be good. But again, the Fed minutes, there's no Fed decision. There is no Jerome Powell. There's just a document that comes out. Everyone's going to read it. It may have a big reaction. I'm kind of downplaying it. But then again, considering how big the last Fed meeting was, that's what we're going to be looking for, man. So let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go. Happy PHILO, man. Amen. Y'all expect more. Next time I talk to you, better be expecting more. Oh, yes, baby. Oh, yes. All right, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram. Goodbye. I'm going to give you another one. Yeah, one more while I finish it. I'll end it early, though, once
I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Pleasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a bed body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull it to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put us on fire, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't give us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season then keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
All right, that's good, man. the marijuana DEA news. I think the source is Punchbowl, or I think they put it out there, but I'm sure if you go on Twitter, you'll be able to pull it up real quick, or even Google it. I just got it. I don't know if it showed up on here too. You got the halt resume trading. What time was it at? Advisor shares pause due to volatility. I didn't hit this wire yet. I don't think, unless I scrolled over it. Avandita. But we back, baby. Good morning. It's already 10:30, baby. That's it. We burned enough time for the minutes. Woo! So remember, let me tell you two things about the minutes. Last time we had the minutes, nobody cared. So it was painfully boring. So if you're not familiar with how the minutes works, this is how, again, you go to like the Fed website, go to monetary policy, meeting calendars and information. You come down here, every single meeting, it says minutes. And the date is January. 1 month later, February, the minutes get released. So this is why usually the minutes don't have too crazy of a reaction. There was 1 minute in 2023 where we kind of vomited a little bit because everybody forgot it was a hawkish meeting, and then the minutes reminded them after they rallied or after earnings, and then everybody vomited once again. So it's always a 1 month delayed. And what the minutes are, it's telling you how they came to the decision for the last meeting. So in October's meeting, we had the minutes in November, and it told us how they got there. So literally, we'll go to the last minute so you can see what it looks like. This is what's going to come out here in about 30 minutes. We're looking for hawkish language, but even then, most hawkish language or dovish language really would have already been communicated. And you got to think about it. Last time the Fed meeting, was the last Fed meeting, did it have big language shifts? No. It was Powell in the press conference, not the meeting, and then it was the dot plot that caused most of the reaction. So don't forget, that last Fed, was it 14 days ago? Was it right here? This was all as a result of the meeting. So of the release, not of the press conference. So if anything, we were just moving up straight because of what came out on the dot plot. So that's why I believe this time around it may not be that crazy, but this is how it's going to look. And really, you could see they start talking about Treasury yields. They talk about the developments in the market, how they came to their decisions, and then you'll even scroll down. I think it's usually like page 9. Again, I guess page 6, they're going to talk about their economic outlook. That will be important. And then they start talking about the changes they made. Where is it? Yeah, committee policy actions. So then you're going to hear what they said about. So really, all 8 pages prior, it's them talking about the economy. So we are going to look for if they do talk about economy and jobs market slowing down and all of that other stuff. But above all else, we just want to see rate cuts. That's really the main word everyone's going to be looking for. Cuts, moderation in policy, anything that could indicate it. So if there is clear communication in the minutes that more people were talking, so like you'll see, here's a key you could search for, several. Go Control F several, and then you're going to see this. Several participants added that delinquencies on auto loans, and then go several hour noted repeated upside. This is for economic evaluation, right? Several commented on the apparent resolution of the United Auto Workers. They're all talking about employee. Several participants noted potential cyber risk. Several participants emphasized the need for banks to reestablish readiness, right? Now, we want to get down to the action. Once you get like several past 8 and 9, you want to see several, some, few. What were they saying in terms of what should happen? Several noted the recent decline in the use of the reverse repo. Several discussed the recent risk management considerations that could bear on future policy. And then none of several, let's see about few. Again, this is another one. A few participants. You're going to get to see several, many, all participants. That's going to let you, if you Control F that, you'll get to the meat of the bone quick enough when it comes out. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to search rate cuts, several, few, many, and literally within 5 minutes, we should know what's really good with all of this. So like I'm saying, I'm not expecting much, but given the last Fed meeting was so powerful, and it was just off of the dot plot, everyone is going to keep their eyes on this. So good recap. We got 15 minutes. I think that's, again, I'm trying to keep it simple here, but I'm not expecting too much craziness. Y'all ready for this? Bow, now, bow, bow, bow. Still got 15 minutes. Bow, now. Everybody pow. Whoa. Owl on the high. The weed stocks. I'm kind of tempted to play it because remember, last time there was weed classification news, it was here, and it went crazy, but I don't know what the update is. I haven't heard anything since then, and then it faded, and then now it's in the middle. I think I do still have Tilray shares, though. A little bit. We got Tilray to the long term? No. I don't think weed is good for long term. If anything, just buy Philip Morris or MO and hope that they get into it. MO's been falling behind on that. Standard deviation for playing the bank earnings. I'll go over it on the watch list tonight. We've already covered it like 3 times today. But then I plan on making a video specifically for it. REITs are down probably because the bonds gapped down, and even though the bonds got a bid intraday, I think the gap down took them down the most. And then most financials, and there's just a lot of pressure. Again, most financial plays and anything, even non-financial, got pretty clobbered, even the Russell. Outlook jump, no. Outlook's, I'm still holding that one, but sadly, we shouldn't be expecting anything till end of the year. Or maybe unless analysts want to get involved ahead of time. Tilray all-time high is 300. Now it's 2. I mean, Baba's high was like 200. Netflix or even like Disney, you know. But the thing of weed is just things went up on hype. You know what I'm saying? Again, I've played even the weed stock bubble in 2014. That was fun. But a lot of them still are not profitable, and they came down. But I think if you want to trade the weed stocks, trade them. I have Tilray. I've been holding for a trade, but I think it was because we bought that one company and then it merged with Tilray. But at the end of the day, it's just like weed is not a profitable industry. Believe it, everybody uses it, but it's not profitable. It's a weird, kind of like wheat. It's a commodity. It's literally a plant. So just not too many companies. I don't think, if any, there may be like one weed company that's I think it Cookies. Was it Burners Cookies? I don't know, but most weed companies are not profitable as of now. So I don't know if it's a long-term viability. Like I'm saying, if you want to hold something long-term, 10 years minimum, you know, it would be like, I would just go for one of these cigarette companies that have the chance to get involved in that sort of industry, pay a dividend, and call it a day. At least if they don't get into weed, you may miss out on it. But again, it's not, even for the last 10 years, the first time I played the weed bubble on the stock market was literally 10 years ago in 2014. So it's like if nothing happens in 10 years, I mean, there you go. At least you'll get a dividend back. And then if something does, I mean, you could always trade a little bit, but I wouldn't really put it into the long term. You have cash for a play, need the money at the end of the month, was thinking dividend we talked about. Wait, you need the money at the end of the month? Just go buy a bond. Go buy a 30-day bond then. But I don't know. If you're going to try to play like ex-dividend and stuff, I'm not. If you need the money back, I don't know. Like I'm saying, for long term, I just locked away, like 2 deposits worth. Locked away 10 years minimum on Baba today. But if you need the money back, just go collect a little bit of yield on it. But if you need the money back, why would you want to take too big of a risk? 30-day bond is bill, but it don't pay out a dividend this month. Only reason I was thinking LT is that I wouldn't touch it. Well, here's the deal, Brandon. I am not opposed. If your long-term is already built out and you want to throw a little bit of high risk, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you already got a good balanced portfolio, dividends, growth, things are looking good, you got a little bit of cash in there, and you want to put a small amount, I could get behind that. Lock it away. Don't look at it. Again, I'm telling you my opinion on it, but even then, like, you could take risk if that's what you're feeling, but just don't go crazy. I wouldn't make Tilray an anchor in my portfolio. If I don't have a stable portfolio right now, I wouldn't really be aiming for a weed stock. But, you know, if you want to throw it in there like it's a high growth name, you could just a little bit could go a long way. Just like when we bought Redfin, you know, I like the industry. I like that company. I like the value at the time, but I threw in one small deposit or like half a deposit, and then it ended up growing a lot. So it's like kind of you could approach with that type of beat if you wanted to. Dividends usually go down more than the dividend, so it would be pointless. Oh, if you're talking about the ex-dividend, yeah, it's just if you need the money back, it's risky. You can't do a bond if you need end of the month. You could probably buy an existing bond, but again, Bill's not going to pay a payment till February, I don't think, or like middle of February or end of February. Yeah, minutes come out in 9 minutes. 9 minutes to the minutes. Yeah, but there's no meeting. Yeah, you'll still get price appreciation on Bill. Maybe that's a good look. Dividend and X. X dividend is saying like the final date to which you have to be a shareholder on record to receive the dividend. So you can't just buy the day before the dividend pays out. You have to pretty much buy and hold the stock like a month before. You get sell out after X dividend, and if you were holding before, you'll still get the dividend, but that's pretty much what it means. It's like the cutoff date to receive the capital. I'm not sure if I should keep holding or buy value. Well, if you have 40K in Bill, what's like the rest of the portfolio? So if I think more than 20% cash is a lot. Right now, I have no cash after buying Baba, but if you have a good build out, you have other names, but you have like a heavy percentage, like if that's 40% cash, I wouldn't be afraid to scale in on some good value, and then again little by little though. So over time you could start going there. You're 30% value, 70% cash. I mean, I don't think maybe one deposit when it hurts you to go into value, if that makes sense. But that's my opinion. That's just what I've been saying here, especially because, again, it's either we get a recession or we're going to have a very epic bull run depending on what happens after the rate cuts. So it's like that deep value I really, really like right now. Again, there's a reason why we bought Baba and Pfizer as of late. But at the end of the day, it's like you could go little by. I'm not telling you to go throw your 70% and drop 50%, 40% cash right now into one thing. But you should start planning to wean yourself off of the cash, and you could buy a couple of things and then go from there, or buy one thing you like and then give it 30 days, go little by little, and then at the very least start getting back into that. Because again, even if we get a recession, 20% cash, if everything drops a lot, you'll be able to probably buy 40% more, if not more, if you go for some crazy growth plays. What if we see several members? What's the play if we see several members vote for rate cuts, but the higher for longer? It's still going to be hard to decipher, honestly, just with how the dot plot looks. That would kind of lean more negative, but I would look for the bonds to be a tell. And that's what I said on the watch list yesterday. I do think that I do think that the tell will be the bonds. I think bonds will eat it up or poop their pants if there really is something to go off of that. Do you think rates will move? I think it will be really bad for long term. What do you mean? Like the long-term account, or are you just saying in the long run, the rates moving would be there? It just depends which way they go. If rates go higher, people will get upset by it. I don't think people would like higher rates. Again, things grind to a halt. I think that's why everybody got so bullish, a.k.a. Powell. But at the same time, if the rates come down, depending on what happens when the rates come down, then it should be negative in my opinion. But then again, if oil goes lower and rates go lower, I think we might be able to have another year or two of some upside, and people might find a way to brush it off. But usually, 70% of the time, it's a bad thing, at least since 1970. I think it's probably priced in, so we'll crash. I think everything's priced in, but not to the point where priced in, where everyone is overestimating it and nothing happens and then they all sell off. That language, watch Nick Timmerhouse. Everyone's going to come up with something in 5 minutes when this shit comes out. But like I'm saying, it's not, but why move too much off of 1 month data unless it's very telling when you got the non-farms on Friday? Rates going down is bad. I agree. Like I said, I've been saying it for years now. When they do cut rates, it'll be negative. But the way I'm looking at, again, none of the other negative factors have arrived. And now we're talking about rates coming down before anything, even employment and all of that other stuff. So it's getting to the point where there's a couple scenarios. The soft landing looks like a soft landing tool. It's not, but like I'm saying, I still do believe in a hard landing scenario this year. But at the same time, it's just like if it doesn't happen, if I'm wrong about that, I do think it will be another epic rally. Just as everyone's a crackhead, and then they feel good, and then maybe 2025 we see what happens. But like I'm saying, it's like 70% of the chance, 70% of the time, rate cuts have led to a recession. There has been instances, even in post-inflation environment from the 70s, where it didn't happen, where you actually got a soft landing, but it's few and far between. And then, sure enough, it kind of shares a correlation with oil and energy. So we'll see. So I think if we cut rates and commodities oil rockets, we're going to have a problem. If we cut rates and then they all come down, it will have a little bit of a headwind, but then eventually I think people will brush it off. PayPal down, BABA. Yeah, BABA is more closer to the bottom. I got BABA at 74.60, I believe, today. Yeah, we grabbed it right here. Fed stops raising and cuts and resumes QE. Stocks will skyrocket. Well, yeah, I think commodities is the issue. That's it. If they cut rates and then commodities go up, inflation comes right back, and then we have a problem. But like I'm saying, if there's a way where they cut rates and the economy does kind of slow down a little bit and doesn't bring up commodities, then that will be more like a soft landing than not. I grabbed 85 shares of BABA on the big account, 8 on the small, and then 2 on Colt Sister. You're starting today. Would you buy now although the market's back towards highs, even if your plan is hold for more than 10 years? Yes, we've had this talk a lot. I wouldn't buy the things that are at all-time highs. So I have a long-term review video that we made at the end of last year. We went over our long-term and what we bought and even the trading account, what did good and not. And I talk about this a lot. It's like if you have a lot of cash right now, you want to start your account. Everybody wants to start an account when it's at all-time highs. But the way I look at it is I go for the stuff that is cheap. So right now, like literally I bought BABA today. You're telling me the stock market's at all-time highs. BABA is literally at almost a 10-year low, right? And then, that may not be the best example because it's risky. Even Pfizer's risky, but we bought it 2 weeks ago. It was at an almost 10-year low. That's why we decided to go with it. So there's names out there that you could even get that. The way I look at it, as long as it's not higher than 2023, that's a good way to get there. All right, 15 seconds. Get ready. Most economists predict a rate cut. Analysts, it's possible that full discussion isn't revealed in minutes and the economy worsens. So get ready. 2, 1. Boop. All right on the wire. Here's the main ones, and then I'm going to go pick it apart. Minute participants viewed policy rates as likely at or near peak. Minutes, all officials said clear progress made in 2023 towards Fed's 2% target. Officials judged that GDP growth would cool. Labor market rebalancing would continue in 2024, so they think GDP would calm down. But then labor market, they say that one's a 50-50. FOMC minutes viewed risks to inflation, employment moving towards greater balance. Most participants expect a restrictive policy stance to continue to soften spending and reduce inflation. Participants stressed importance of maintaining careful data-dependent approach. Officials reaffirmed it would be appropriate for policy to remain at restrictive stance for some time. That's probably what gave you the downside candle. Officials saw upside risk to inflation as having diminished, inflation still above goal. Officials noted consumer spending had been strong, supported by healthy balance sheets. Officials said labor market tight, but continued to come into better balance. Improvements in labor supply, easing demand, contributed better balance in labor. Said balance sheet runoff has so far proceeded smoothly. Officials said balance sheet plans indicated Fed would slow, then stop decline in size. Honestly, I don't see anything too crazy. So let me go through it. Those are all the main comments. So let's go pick apart. Look for rate cuts, Control F. Why isn't it on the Fed web again, bro? So once again, Wall Street Journal has it before the Fed website. How many minutes? It's been 1 minute. It's not even on the website yet. Come on. Fed minutes generally viewed additions to the word any, comments on possible additional firming, their judgment that rates, where is it? That rates were likely at or near peak. They viewed addition of the word any. Said rates could stay at peak longer than expected. Several said rates could stay. Again, I have comments, bro. Oh, Bradley, are you trying to make me miss it, bro? Oh, Bradley Frizzle in the Peach, baby. Oh, Bradley Frizzle, he trying to sneak it in there, baby. Let's go, Peach Nation. I got to find this, though. You got to get the Peach minutes. Bro, why isn't it on? Do you guys get it on the Fed website? I don't have it on the Fed website yet. But again, I have those comments. They said several, literally, where was it? Few suggested FOMC could face a trade-off between dual mandate. Those participants pointed downside risk. A number of participants highlighted uncertainty of how long restrictive rate would need to be met. FOMC members generally viewed addition of the word any, and then several said rate cuts could stay at peak longer than anticipated, and then participants viewed policy rate as likely. Do you guys have it on the website? Because, again, it's been like 2 minutes now. It's not on the website yet. That's crazy. I have all these just because of my wires, but that's bullshit. FOMC saw upside risk to inflation as having diminished. Yeah, bro, that's stupid. They're hoeing you. Fed, several participants observed that circumstance might warrant keeping policy rate at current level longer than they currently anticipate. So several observed higher. Participants generally stressed importance of maintaining a careful data dependent. Participants noted, however, outlooks were associated with unusual elevated uncertainty. Yeah, it should be on 2023. It should show up right here. The last meeting, December 12th and 13th, but it's not. Officials acknowledged projections showed cuts by end of 2024. Yeah, honestly, I think it's kind of a dud, though. Yeah, Zero Hedge, maybe upload. Thank you, Zero Hedge, finally. I'm not the only, bro, this is bullshit. It's been 4 minutes now almost, and literally all of the major news, again, that's why I have these news wires. I'm able to get it to you guys. You guys even saw it here, but you can't even get this shit on the website. So, like, literally, if you go to the Fed website right now, it's technically not out yet. Although the news embargo, everybody got it out. Oh, there it is. Mine's not up there. I see some chat saying they have it. I have it on the wire. I'm going to just reload the whole website. Don't break your browser. Nope, I still don't have it. Yeah, it's been on Bloomberg. Every website has it. But again, like legitimately, federalreserve.gov, it is not uploaded there. So that's, if you don't know how it works, they send it out to all of these news agencies, and then there's a news embargo. So literally right when the news embargo passed, they're able to release it, but for some reason, this happened once last year, they did not put the information up on the website. I clicked on it, it says page not found. It hit Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, CNBC. They all got it before it's on the website. So again, I don't think it's too much. I think there's some hawkish comments towards several members seeing rates higher for longer. But other than that, it seems like they're talking exactly how they did with Powell, and then them acknowledging rate cuts means they all were damn well aware of what they were putting on their dot plot. Page not found. I don't have anything. Assholes. 5 minutes now? Yeah, solid 5 minutes. Rate cuts by end of... So not March. That is going to be... I honestly checked the ZQ, but for now, the bonds are moving. SPY started to dump a little bit. A couple of names are coming down. The Zaza didn't move that much. Honestly, it's still chilling. If anything, Zaza was actually a little bit more hawkish in the morning. So again, I think we might move around a little bit, but... That's it. It's still not on the Fed website. They aren't cut. Well, they're going to cut in 2024, but that today's minutes could kind of try to solidify the end of 2024. But again, like I said, them talking about, I think several participants noting that, let me find the quote. It would be easier if I had the minutes. Let me see. Several said rate cut could stay at peak longer than anticipated. I think that's the hawkish comment that would stand out. It's still not on the Fed website. You guys hear me clicking? Nothing. So someone let me know, and it's again. Thankfully, we have all of the news wires here, but Fed officials saw end. Okay, Wall Street Journal, they're already pumping it as Fed saw end to rate increases. Federal official meeting in December agreed to rate increases that started in 2022. They pointed out easing inflation, particularly 6-month annualized rate, as well as signs that change are returning to normal. Bro, this is bullshit. We can't even read. Nobody has it. I'm telling you, that's not my cash. Any of you guys who can't load, dude, there's everybody in here cannot load it up. Please, I encourage you, go to federalreserve.gov, go to monetary meeting calendar and information. If you could load it, by all means, but the last 5 minutes right now, 7 minutes actually, it's not going up. So again, people have the document if you go through all the other websites, but usually you should be able to get it from the Fed website. You could pull it up on phone. But honestly, I think it's borderline a dud. So I don't think it's too crazy. Nope. I tried incognito. It don't work. Don't get caught chasing. Again, I think punt till non-farms. Again, you're getting this. There might be a slight hawkish tilt, but I don't think enough to kill you. And then again, already everybody who has it kind of giving it a bullish tilt off the headlines, just how it sounds. So we'll see. Yeah, even, dude, it's never been this late. It's almost 10 minutes. That's crazy. No, Fed not. They've just been doing this lately. So again, news embargo. Unfortunately, everybody else gets it. Download the PDF. It doesn't even say anything on there. Let's see. I emailed it. It's working now. Well, I don't have it yet. I'm a business. Oh, yeah, Candy. She got it. She emailed it to me. It's on the Fed website. Here, I have a link. I got the damn link for you. It's on the Fed website, just not uploading through their thing now. There you go. Shout out Umo Business, baby. Is it working? I have the direct link, but it doesn't show up. So it's not showing up on the... I told you, we'll find out the answer by 5 minutes. It took 8 minutes to get released. Good work, Candy. That's beautiful. I'll get the link up in the Twitch for you. There's a direct link to the Fed website that actually loads now if you go as the PDF. So here it is. Again, now we could scan it. But then again, several... Like I told you, they already had the several quotes and all of that. Oh, wait, no. This is the dot plot. Oh, no. This is the dot plot. This isn't even the minutes. No. That's wrong. Hold on. It's not. That's the minutes. No, that's the SEP. Yeah. No. Send me the link if you have it, but I don't know. That one wasn't it. No, sorry. It's okay. It's fine. We all trying to find it right now. Yeah, that's the damn dot plot. This is the right link. Are you sure? Let me see. No, it's the summary of economic projections. Oh. December 8th. No, that's 2018. That's December 2018, bro. Let me see. Danny sent me one. I'm clicking on all of these. Oh, December 2023. Oh, they have it. Yeah, here it is. You could go on the straight site. So it's on the website. It's not as a PDF, though. This is the one. Here we go. This is the real one. I'm pretty sure. 2023. It's up now. I'm sure it is. After we had to go through that hellhole. Nope, I still don't see it. No, it's on that link I sent you. The second one. Oh, if you change it to .pdf, it might load. No, page not found. HTML. You have HTML. You could load it on HTML. Not bad. You email me the PDF. Charlie sent me one from 2018. Let's see. Oh. All right, yeah, I got the PDF now. There it is. Here's a PDF. I like PDF much better. On the home page, the link works. All right, there it is. So we have it up now. My goodness, what a shit show. Thanks, pal. Yeah, so several participants observed that the ongoing rebalancing of labor supply would help reduce core services. Several participants assessed that housing service inflation would fall further over time as earlier deceleration in rents on new leases. Several participants assessed that healing in supply chains and labor was largely complete, and there was therefore continued progress in reducing inflation. A few others saw potential for further improvements in supply. Several participants noted that longer-term inflation expectations remained well anchored, that near-term expectations had declined recently. Participants mentioned several factors that may contribute to softer consumer spending, including slower growth of labor income and diminished pandemic-related excess savings. Relatedly, most participants, many noted increase in usage of credit by households, including from credit cards, buy now, pay later borrowing, and payday loans, as well as increased delinquency rates for many types of consumer loans. Several observed that higher interest rates were leading firms to reassess future projects and were contributing to softer business investment and hiring. Regarding concerns about CRE, several participants noted that a significant share of properties would need to be refinanced in 24 against the backdrop of higher rates, continued weakness in the office sector, and balance sheet pressures faced by some lenders. Several participants noted that the risk that if the labor market, and again, they used several, about 40% more than last meeting. That's the interesting part. So there's a little bit more consensus. Noted that risk that if labor market were to weaken substantially further, the labor market could transition quickly from gradual easing to a more abrupt downshift in conditions. I think that one's a little bit negative there. So again, they're kind of we talked about this on the watch list yesterday. They're saying if the slow job demand drops, it could quickly turn pretty bad. And then several participants noted weakness in gross domestic product relative to GDP growth over the past few quarters may suggest that economic momentum during the period was not as strong as indicated by the GDP readings. Several participants remarked that the committee's past policy actions were having their intended effect of slowing growth of aggregate demand and cooling labor market conditions. They judged that in combination with improvements to the supply situation, the developments were helping to bring back inflation to 2% over time. Several also observed circumstances might warrant keeping target range at its current value for longer than they currently anticipated. So this is it, page 8, top right paragraph. So in their submitted projections, here, this is all you need right now. This is all about the dot plot. And their submitted projections, almost all participants indicated that reflecting the improvements in their inflation outlooks, their baseline projections imply, here, let me get you the stock market so you could see it. They imply that a lower target range for the federal funds rate would be appropriate by the end of 2024. Participants also noted, however, that their outlooks were associated with an unusually elevated degree of uncertainty and that it was possible that the economy could evolve in a manner that would make further increases in the target range appropriate. So that's another one, bearers. That one didn't make it to the headlines there. Several also observed that circumstances may warrant keeping the range target at their current value for longer than currently anticipated. Participants generally stressed the importance of maintaining a careful and data-dependent approach to making monetary policy and reaffirmed that it would be appropriate for policy to remain at a restrictive stance for some time until inflation was clearly moving down substantially towards the committee's objectives. So I think that's your most hawkish statement right there. So they're even saying that with all the uncertainty that they could even raise their dot plots higher. But again, Powell said the same thing, but they didn't sound as bearish, and then everything else was borderline the same, or again, more swords. They're saying the economy's slowing down. So honestly, I think if people want to get bearish about rates going up, you kind of have evidence. Otherwise, the real bearish thing is that the Fed is saying that GDP is lower than they expect and that labor market could deteriorate faster. Pretty much like if we're really worried about the economy dropping too fast, that would be the bearish part about this. Other than that, though, I do think that page 8, bottom left, top right paragraph, that just explains how the dot plot could move around a little bit. And then they're saying with uncertainty and that rates could stay longer than expected. So, yeah, I think it's kind of a dud still, even with the 10-minute delay data. White House, the U.S. will continue to maintain significant force and presence in the Middle East. Can't find the PDF. We just had the link up there. Here, I'll do the job for the Fed. I got you, man. Y'all did it for me, man. We were all just looking. You know, we were all just crawling the internet trying to get this thing. That sucks, though, man. It used to not be like this. It's still not even loaded up there. It's weird. They have a link towards it. They have it uploaded, and then, yeah, if you click on that link and then go to the top right, so here it is. You go to that link I posted and then just go to PDF. It'll load up. White House action in Red Sea is directly threatening freedom of navigation. But yeah, again, I think we might just resume to whatever we were doing. Bonds didn't show any tell. Fed futures did not decline anything. If anything, they kind of got still a little bit more bullish from the morning. Well, that's about it. Is this bearish or bullish? I would say it's a non-event. I think it's everything everybody kind of knew, and there's not enough leeway. Because, again, you could get bearish about the economy, bearish about what the Fed's saying, but then we all heard them talk for a month, and none of the data has turned turned too fast otherwise to scare us. So I think it's a non-event. I think punt until your boy the non-farms on Friday. Not bad. I think that's going to be this entire year. Imagine we close green. I mean, it'd be 0.5%. Russell's getting murdered, though, still. So Russell's even lower from last time the NASDAQ was. Actually, NASDAQ's even higher. Let's say, but other than that, I think it's a non-event, man. I think, again, data dependent, and now wait till the data. Well, that wasn't enough to make us go too crazy. Said explosion in Iran, like recently, or are you talking about the one that set everybody off this morning or last night? Because oil's dropping. It's still up 3% on the day. Blame vacation time. The guy who uploaded it probably off. They did this again. This was a couple months ago. We saw the same exact thing. They're kind of playing us out here. Weed stocks. There was something on weed declassification. We turned away from that one after the minutes, but still kind of holding up. Are they cutting? They said, yeah, but they said they also may keep rates longer than many expect. And then they said end of 2024, nothing to indicate anything sooner than that. And then they're also talking about the economy coming into balance, but also how some things are lower than what they see. Lower GDP should happen, and then a lower they think unemployment could be coming back into balance, and then that could also has the potential to change rapidly. Which, again, like I'm saying, it's either they're if you want to go and if this market was really going to dump another 1%, 2% off of this, everyone's going to start freaking out about the economy being weaker. But so far, none of the data in that 30 days since we've last got this has showed any of that. So I do think it's a non-event. Volume is back. It's good to have volume back. Where are we at? volume. Damn, yesterday was big volume. We got 55 million so far, and then we have, what, an hour and a half left? Picked up some MSOS calls. If there's more updates, usually that could run multiple days in a row. I think that news just kind of slipped in there, and then nobody really talked about it. Again, source was Punchbowl. Let me see. Like the video. Again, Weed also is going to have, actually, Weed is going to have the election stuff. So keep that in mind. You're probably going to hear a lot about that coming into the election. Don't forget. I'm 80, 260. Damn. What's expanse? Oof. Scammers. All right, I made a play on Weed. I'm trying it a little differently. Again, I played MSOS. And SPY right at VWAP, and bonds are coming up off of this. Oh, I have 2 MSOSs? Oh, my bad. Maybe I'm high. No. All right. I made a play. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed January 19th MSOS calls. And how I picked my strike price, I doubled up the standard deviations, even though it's the implied move, even though it's not an earnings play. So again, I try to keep it within there. I wanted to get the ones for March, but I don't know if the prices would hold good. Again, I don't think, like, they were just so much further out. It's like 100% out of the money. So this one's still like quite the move. And then again, it is the ETF, but I spent like about $170 for multiple contracts, which is a little bit more expensive. So we'll see. And then that one has, January 19th. So a little bit short term, but again, if there's any like follow up on that news today over the next couple of days, I think you'll get a little pop. So I'm going to be down to sell that one a little quicker, or maybe we get a nice ghetto spread. But I definitely overprayed. Oh, amen, Lord. And then SPY going up. We'll talk about it on the watch list. Shorter than usual plays. Yeah, 100%. I was saying, I want the Marches, but they're just way too far out the money. Even when you double up the expectations for the price, it wasn't really worth it. So I figured if we're going to get any short-term momentum, we'll go. But it's a little bit bigger of a risk, honestly. I put like 170 down in total. Nike is not in my long-term, no. Baba's going crazy now. SPY's rocketing. What just happened here? Hello, how are you? He said, hello. The market's like short weed every day. Press secretary. A Nikki T, I don't know. Let's see. Probably. But again, I think it's just everything was neutral. Then Wall Street Journal, dovish tilt. If you're worried about the economy, that could have given you some bearish fuel. But again, I think it's nothing. Just wait for the data now. Non-farms. So I think we're right on it kind of being a dud. I mean, we're still negative, but you are higher. Then, no, you're like right above the morning. You are starting to break out now. What time is it? You got power hour in 30 minutes. No Timmerhouse tweet either. Wells Fargo, I like it as a bank. They've moved up a lot. I mean, you had a great time to buy some of those there. But, again, they're like right at the 2023 spot. So the banks are a little bit tricky. But, you know, if things do good and rates get cut, they could definitely do great off of that. But, again, it's just like I was just in some of those plays and we got out of them. But it's like they were crazy. I sold out of the CL contracts in the morning for about $2,000. $19.20, I think, is the net profit. So I was out of crude oil in the first hour, I think. Yeah, I sold out at 7:01. So I sold out 31 minutes after the bell on the crude oil future. So I have no exposure to it anymore. Yeah, TLT again. We even said bonds might even be the tell. They didn't go again. Fed futures didn't even have a decline. Like these guys, if any, oh my gosh, no, the Zaza got bullish. Oh wow, yeah, no, the Zaza caught a bid. So again, even rate cut odds are starting to climb more bullish towards cuts and cuts sooner in March. Yeah, so watch out for that. Again, if anything though, I don't think there's anything negative to take off of it. If anything though, there's that bullish move is matched up with bonds and the Fed futures. No, all we had was the Fed futures, or excuse me, all we had was the Fed minutes. I'm looking at the ZQs in March, or December, excuse me. And then the Marches calmed down a little bit, but the December odds, they went from hawkish earlier in the day to like a slightly, like 0.002% in a bullish direction for more cuts. Let's see, where's JP Morgan? Bob is going crazy though, man. I'll take it. Why want the P? Sorry. It won't work. My goodness. TikTok shop hikes seller fees, axes subsidies. Oh, man. No more TikTok coupons? Why is anybody going to shop on TikTok anymore?
When Prime Minister Netanyahu said yesterday
I need to go to the bathroom.
Hamas had given some
This is your first press briefing of the year,
do you know
so don't let it kill your hope or get you too angry.
I don't.
I will be right back, baby. You're hitting a new high on the market for the day, not a new high in general. And we just made a play on wheat stocks.
Today, we are not scared of war. Does the U.S. hear that as escalatory or pretty consistent with what we've heard recently?
I think we're going to judge actions and not words. We haven't seen Hezbollah jump in with both feet to come to Hamas's aid and assistance. We continue to message privately and, of course, publicly with y'all that we don't want to see this conflict widen. We don't want to see a second front opened on the north. We don't think that's good for the region, certainly not good for the Israeli people, and we're going to continue to deliver that message.
On migration, Denver's mayor this weekend told CBS that his city needs arriving Venezuelan migrants to have the ability to work. Is the administration open to extending temporary protective status for Venezuelans who arrived after that July 31st date that you all set?
I don't have an update for you on that. You probably should talk to Secretary Mayorkas and his team at DHS, but that's not something I would have an update for.
Thanks, Kareem. John, you mentioned the last package for aid package for Ukraine. If there's no deal with Congress, what happens once that's exhausted? I mean, will shipments of weapons just stop?
They'd have to. They'd have to. We have. The president signed out the last security assistance package for which we had replenishment authority funds. That's it. We need the supplemental passed so that we can provide additional security assistance to Ukraine. Now, there's always a lag of days, if not weeks, each time we sign out one of these packages. So the things that were signed out on the 27th have not all been delivered to Ukraine. That will come in coming days and weeks. But after that, absent supplemental funding, there's no other magical pot to dip into to try to get support for Ukraine.
So there's no other pools of government weapons that could be used temporarily and then refilled later?
I'm not aware of any Band-Aid fix that can be done. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of the decision-making process here. I mean, we're going to do what we can to continue to support Ukraine. But in terms of the kinds of security assistance that we've been able to provide and the frequency with which we have provided it every 2 weeks, that ended on the 27th when we submitted our last one for the year, the last one that we had funding applied to.
Thank you. A follow-up on a question. John, you just said that you have no indication that Israel is behind the assassination of Saleh Haruri. But Israeli cabinet ministers and Israeli officials are on the record saying that they are going to go after Hamas leaders. They're going to assassinate them just like they did in the 70s after Munich. So do you dismiss what they're saying as maybe it's not the responsibility?
My comment was nothing to dismiss anything they said. I was asked a simple question. Do we have evidence that Israel was responsible for it? And I said we didn't. Now, Israel, as I've said before, has a right and responsibility to go after the threat that Hamas poses, which means they have a right and responsibility to go after the leadership of Hamas. Now, as I've also said many, many times from the podium, we expect that they'll do that in accordance with international law.
And a question, yesterday the State Department condemned the statement of 2 Israeli cabinet ministers calling for the displacement of Palestinians.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's a position of the White House as well.
It is.
But practically, how do you enforce that? You have so much leverage over Israel. Apart from condemnation, what practically can you do to stop this plan? Because Netanyahu defiantly challenged the White House when it comes to two-state solution and other issues with keeping soldiers in the northern part of Gaza.
First of all, I don't think we can call it a plan. These are comments by 2 cabinet officers. That doesn't constitute an Israeli plan to relocate people out of Gaza. So I don't think we should get ahead of where we are right now. And you're right, that statement does speak for the United States government and for this administration in terms of our complete refusal and rebuke of any forced displacement outside of Gaza of any Palestinians. We have made that clear to our Israeli counterparts in private sessions. We certainly have made that publicly, and that's not going to change.
Thank you, Kareem. Admiral, back to Ukraine for a minute. It was well chronicled earlier in the war the heavy losses the Russian military took in terms of equipment, firepower, and such. In the wake of this recent barrage, though, launched on these Ukrainian cities, what is the current U.S. assessment of just what the Russian military's currently capabilities?
Interesting that they have to keep reaching out to other countries to shore up their inventory of artillery shells and missiles and, of course, drones. A lot of these drones that were launched in the last 72 hours were Iranian-made or Iranian-designed drones. We know that this war has had an impact on Mr. Putin's war-making capability, particularly when it comes to munitions, artillery, drones, missiles. We also know that he still has a sizable amount of his Air Force available to him, a sizable amount of his ground mechanized capability available to him. And of course, while his Navy has been challenged in the Black Sea, it's really only been the Black Sea fleet that has been affected. He also has an advantage in manpower because Russia is just a bigger country. And he doesn't have to, unlike President Zelensky, he doesn't have to answer to the Russian people about mobilizations and taking prisoners out of jail cells and putting them on the battlefront. He has gone through an enormous amount of manpower in the last 2 years of war, and we know that he's going to continue to try to throw manpower at it. All that said, Jonathan, that's on the plus side of the ledger for him. On the negative side of the ledger, command and control in the Russian army is still abysmal. Morale, leadership, absolutely at the dirt floor. They are still heavily reliant on long-range kind of strikes because they got that available to them. When they engage the Ukrainian forces on the ground, they're not having much success. For this so-called ballyhooed counteroffensive that they were going to launch themselves, they've really achieved nothing in recent weeks and months. This is a military that still has not really learned the lessons that you would think a modern military would learn after 2 years of war.
In the back, way in the back. Yeah, Admiral, you said that the United States doesn't want a second front, and you also said that Israel has a right and responsibility to go after the Hamas leadership, but isn't the United States and the President, aren't they exactly widening and escalating this, given the fact that the U.S. is supporting chasing Hamas leadership outside of Gaza? I mean, the fact that it's going into Lebanon, a sovereign nation.
Again, your question is presuming an awful lot, and is presuming that I said things I didn't say. I'm not confirming that the Israelis took this airstrike. I would refer you to them to speak to their military operations.
I did.
Nevertheless, I'm not confirming that they took this strike. They have a right and responsibility to go after Hamas leadership, and we expect that they'll do that in accordance with international law. Nothing's changed about the fact that we don't want the conflict to widen. I mean, heck, my opening statement was 4 or 5 pages worth of talking about all the kind of capabilities that the president's putting in the region to prevent that very outcome.
Okay, so let me follow up on that then. Given the Red Sea patrols, we knew in advance of those being set up that the Iranian defense minister said very clearly, nobody can make a move in a region where we have predominance. The United States knew that, set it up anyway. Is that not being seen as a provocation? If you know that Iran sees that as a provocation, you take the action anyway.
That's certainly turning things on their upside down, isn't it? Wouldn't you consider provocation launching ballistic missiles and drones at commercial? Wait, let me finish. Wouldn't that be considered provocation? Targeting innocent merchant shipping and innocent merchant sailors? That's a provocation. What we're doing, what Prosperity Garden is all about, and go on web, you can look at it, it's a defensive posture. It's a coalition of the willing of maritime nations coming together to try to protect international shipping that affects the global economy.
Escalation, because in turn what has happened is, so you're denying then that there has been an escalation since the Red Sea patrol?
I totally disagree with the premise of your question. It wasn't the United States who decided to attack commercial shipping in the Red Sea. The Houthis did that. And who are the Houthis backed by? Iran. As I've said before, Iran provided the missiles that the Houthis are using. We are simply in a defensive posture to try to protect that commercial shipping, and we have in the last 48 hours.
Then there's been an escalation. Now Iran has launched a frigate into that, so there has been an escalation.
Okay, again, let me stop you. The fact that they...
I ask you again, has the United States' actions supported an escalation as a result?
No.
You said that the your words said...
You asked me a question, ma'am, I answered it. No.
You said nothing the president has ordered has been designed to widen or deepen this conflict.
First press conference of the year, getting heated, baby.
No.
Okay, we got to move
wow.
on, Danny, and then
we got to move it on. We got to move it on.
Thanks, Admiral. Just on the, you mentioned a recent call with Netanyahu.
Again, we're still a little higher, but borderline unchanged from the minutes. You're like at the top candle.
Prime Minister Netanyahu. There've been reports of sort of growing tensions between them, and I mean, can you describe to us what the tenor of those conversations?
No, I'm not going to get into describing the tone and tenor. We do a readout of these conversations. We'll continue to do that. Look, these are two guys that have known each other a long, long time. They don't agree on every issue, and you shouldn't expect that they would agree on every issue. President is able to have candid, forthright conversations with counterparts. And when you're friends with a country, the way we are with Israel, those conversations can be, they should be candid and forthright.
Thank you very much. 2 questions on Ukraine. Does the president support confiscating Russian frozen assets, $300 billion, to help Ukraine?
Bank of America,
and
the banks are moving up.
Second question, how much of the equipment that was delivered to Ukraine by the U.S. has been damaged by Russia? Do you have any assessment? What are their capabilities in terms of the equipment delivered by the West and the United States?
On your first question, we're still talking to partners about what reconstruction and recovery needs to look like in Ukraine after the war, but obviously our main focus right now is helping them in this fight against Russian aggression. And on your second question, that's a better question put to the Ukrainian Defense Forces, not the United States. We are working very, very hard to make sure that every system that is provided to Ukraine, there's a measure of accountability for it, that we can assure the Congress and the American people that that material is being used appropriately on the field of battle. And we've seen no indication that it hasn't been, that there's been some wide-scale corruption or misuse by the Ukrainian military. But it is war. It is war. And these things are sometimes being expended hand to mouth. I mean, they no sooner get into Ukraine than the Ukrainians are firing them at Russian troops. So we're working real hard on accountability. But as for every single bullet and bean that has been given to Ukraine, I mean, that's really something the Ukrainians to speak to.
Every single bullet, I'm asking about, in general, about Ukrainian capabilities in the war with Russia. Are you tracking those?
Yeah, weed stock's popping up again.
In fact, we added we added expertise and individuals to the team in Kyiv, specifically for accountability purposes. And the Ukrainians understand our need for accountability. They share that, and they have made it clear that they're willing to work with us on accountability measures for all the systems that are being provided. I would just tell you, broadly speaking, without speaking to every single artillery shell, the kinds of material we give Ukraine is given to them with thoughtful deliberation based on what they say they need in the moment and in coming weeks. And we've seen that with every package that we've delivered. Number two, as I said, in many cases, this stuff is going right from the, trucks and the trains to the hands of a soldier on the battlefield. Not everyone, but oftentimes it's that fast. They are using these things appropriately in defense of their country.
Thanks, Admiral. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
Thank you so much.
Market's kind of balancing out. Dow 18 green, 12 red. NASDAQ 69 red, 31 green.
For the first time in the U.S., there are wind turbines that have sent electricity to the grid.
341 red, 160 red, or 160 green.
It delivered some power just before midnight on Wednesday. It's a project the Biden administration had signed off on, and I was just wondering if the president supports this kind of energy. Is he aware? Any reaction that you can share?
So I don't have a reaction for you at this time. I would have to get back to the team, and I certainly have not spoken to the president about this particular
that my phone or is that somebody else's
As you
phone?
just stated, that is something that we are, when it comes to wind turbines.
phone.
You've seen the president visit many manufacturing factories where they are certainly leading with that and manufacturing those wind turbines. So certainly that is part of our climate change, certainly initiative, clean energy. So that's certainly something that we have been very much backing and supporting, but that particular issue I have not touched base with the president about.
And then 2 other quick ones. Will the president have a public schedule tomorrow or Friday?
I don't have anything at this time for you. As you know, he will be traveling on Saturday for January 6th to Pennsylvania. That is something that the campaign is putting together. So if you have any specific details, we certainly make sure that you reach out to them. I just don't have anything else on his schedule for the next day or two.
And is there a list of the scholars and the historians that the press office said he had lunch with today in the lead up to the January 6th?
Hey man, don't make fun of KJP's fit. She's
folks
fresh.
who are not tracking this afternoon, the
That's a
president
dope
met,
color jacket.
or had lunch
man.
with a group of scholars and historians to discuss ongoing
You can hate on the fact that she does not look up when she answers questions, but you cannot comment on her outfits.
This is something that he tends
to
do, especially as we
Just don't be a hater, man.
head towards
That's all I'm
an
saying.
important day like January 6th. So it's something that it is commonly done. He's done it. He's met with a diverse group of historians before. I don't have a list to provide to you at this time.
Thanks, Karine. On the scholars and historians meeting, that statement referenced threats to democratic institutions in the country. Does the president think that there are any specific policy changes that are needed to strengthen institutions ahead of the elections?
I don't have any policies
Solid
to
Dijon.
announce or preview for you at this time. Look, the president has always
fly,
been
though,
clear.
it's
I've
fly.
been clear from this podium as well. What happened on January 6th was unprecedented, an attack on our core principles, an attack on our democracy. What we saw was an attack on our rule of law, attack on our Constitution. We saw the Confederate flag in the middle of the Capitol building. It was a terrifying and horrific day, and a dark day in our history, sadly. But I just don't have, as far as policy-wise and our strengthening our institutions, don't have anything to share at this time.
But specifically, does he think the United States is ready to have free and fair elections in November?
Well, we have to. I mean, that is what we need.
Ready to have free and fair
That's what
elections?
the president believes in.
Wait,
right?
what?
He believes in having a democracy that works, on having a free and fair election. That's something that he has spoken to.
Are we not going to have one?
But I don't, as far as our policies for our institutions, announcing any new policy, I don't have anything just announced at this time. But clearly that is something that the different agencies who are involved are certainly making sure that we get to a place that where Americans are able to vote freely in November.
And do you have any reaction to the new data out of Treasury that the national debt has hit a record $34 trillion?
So yeah, if you look at that data, it's a trickle. There's a trickle down debt. If you think about it, Republican tax cuts are responsible about 90%
and again, bonds already
of it,
there. Energy ETF
of the
going up
increase in
too.
the debt as a share of the economy over the last 2 decades, excluding emergency spending. And so, as we know, you've heard me say this. You've heard the president speak to this of what he has done to certainly lower the debt. He signed a legislation to lower the deficit by $1 trillion. Right? When you think about the Inflation Reduction Act, that's going to lower prescription drug costs and cracking down on the wealth tax cheats that we've seen. And then his agenda would cut the deficit another $2.5 trillion by making the wealthy pay their fair share. So that is what the president has done. What we've seen on the other side is the complete opposite.
They're watching your
what
first
they've tried
press
to do
briefing
is
of the year,
continue to
man.
Give
I didn't want to
tax
miss
break
this.
to the millionaires and the billionaires.
We haven't had one in
And
2024.
that, what they have
This is the first one, I'm pretty sure.
Put forward would add more than $3 trillion to the debt. So that's what that data shows us, and that's what we have done to try to make sure. The president has been very, very deliberate about this to make sure that we do everything we can to certainly deal with the debt. Get him, Jen.
Thanks, Green. Has the president been briefed on the imam who was shot and wounded outside of a New Jersey mosque this morning? Obviously, there's serious concern about this having been an act that was driven by Islamophobia. Just wondered what the White House.
So we're aware of the shooting of the imam outside of the New Jersey mosque, as you just laid out, and certainly we're praying for his speedy recovery. Local law enforcement are all hands on deck, obviously, and is investigating, and we hope that they're able to complete their work soon. I don't have anything else. I would refer you to the FBI on any specifics, and I have not spoken to the president, but obviously we are aware of it.
And just given that this is the first briefing of the new calendar year, is there a way in which you could sum up sort of what the president's top priorities are as we head into a new year, particularly given that this is the last year of his first term?
So look, the way that we see the president's, even the president's first 3 years, he's done more in the first 3 years than
anyone.
Presidents have done
anyone.
in the first 2 terms, or their first 2 terms, in their 2 terms of their presidency. And that is, if you think about historic pieces of legislation, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's Ships and Science Act, whether it is, is it the Inflation Reduction Act, as I just mentioned,
She
which
said
is
it more
historic in
professionally,
nature,
right?
as we
More
talk
than
about
anybody.
energy and lowering prescription drugs. That is incredibly important.
Yeah,
and what we need to do, what the president wants to focus on is implementing
both
those,
on
continuing
November.
to implement those really key important
look at the market.
legislation.
Yeah,
That's what you're going to see the president do.
4,001K.
Last year in his State of the Union, you heard the president speak to finishing the job, and so that is something that he wants to continue to do, right? Whether it's making sure we have veterans, making sure that unity agenda that he talked about, making sure that we're focusing on our veterans, focusing on getting fentanyl off the street, focusing on how do we deal with cancer. Those are the things that the president's going to continue to talk about. And one of the very important things in the Inflation Reduction Act is that insulin cap at $35 for adults. He wants to make sure that happens for all Americans. So there's a lot to work on.
Speaking of which, where's
we
the
saw the
biotex?
data coming out of 2023 on the economy and where the economy is headed and how Bidenomics we believe is working because of that data. And so there's still a lot of work to do, and that's what you're going to see from this president.
The emphasis heavily on implementation as opposed to there being other pieces of legislation that the White House is hopeful.
I mean, look, I think when he talks about the unity agenda, there's more things to be done, right? There's more work to be done that continues on the historic, I think the historic first term that the president has had. So certainly there are more things to be done, but implementing those historic pieces of legislation is important as well.
Secretary Mayorkas has obviously been up on the Hill negotiating this deal, trying to hammer out something on the border, but at the same time the House is formally beginning impeachment proceedings against him. Do you have any concern that this will complicate a deal? It could hurt negotiations, especially as we're up against the clock here?
So I kind of addressed this at the top, how baseless it is and how they're wasting their time on impeachment proceedings that make no sense. And that's not what the American people want them to focus on. And that's certainly, we see that from House Republicans, obviously, and it's a political stunt. It's baseless. It's purely baseless. And instead of coming together to deal with potentially what's going to happen on January 19th, a shutdown, instead of dealing with that and really keeping to their word of that bipartisan agreement that the president did and made back in 2023 and keeping that deal, 2/3 of House Republicans voted for that. We saw bipartisan support in the Senate. And what they're doing is they're not doing their job. They're focusing on something that Americans do not want to see. They want us to deliver on things that matter to them.
But regardless of that, are you concerned that the fact that they are taking this action, even if you disagree with it, that it's going to make this more difficult, that it's going to complicate all of this?
We think it's baseless, and we think it's a waste of time, and we think it's not the focus that they should have. That's not the focus that Americans want them to have. And so, look, we were able to come together when you think about the budget, when you think about where we're headed potentially on the 19th, to come with a bipartisan agreement to keep the government open. That was done in a bipartisan way. 2/3 of House Republicans voted for that. So we could get this done. They agreed on it. They agreed on it. But yet they want to focus on something that is not going to keep the government open, that's for sure. Okay,
last night the president said that he needed more money to protect the U.S. southern border. Give me the money. Does he think it's a lack of money, a lack of funding that has led to the current situation at the border?
I mean, look, it's certainly there's a reason. Let me step back for a second. If you look at the national security supplemental that the president put forward, he put border security in there, right? Because he believes in order to get the work done at the border, we need more resources. DHS needs more resources. Our Border Patrol agents need more resources. We need more immigration judges. We need more resources to get this done. We need the technology at the border to deal with what's going on with migrants at the border. And last May, the Speaker and the Republicans in the House, they voted to get rid of 2,000 Border Patrol agents. I mean, that's their focus. So of course, that's not helpful. So we need the resources to actually do the work, and they keep getting in the way. House Republicans keep getting in the way of doing the work to deal with what we're seeing at the border. So they're obstructing. House Republicans are obstructing. That's what they're doing right now.
But does the president believe it's just a money issue, or does he think that the policies have to change?
Well, I would remind you, Weijia, on the first day of his administration, he put forth a comprehensive immigration policy, legislation, and he presented that to Congress. And he did that because he understands that the immigration process or the system has been broken for decades. So obviously, we need to change policy and work on policy to deal with a broken system. So it's both. It is, and that's what you've been seeing from the Senate side. Both Republicans and Democrats have been talking and negotiating for the past couple of weeks on how to deal with the border situation, border security, and it's been a policy conversation and a funding conversation. So it's both.
And Does he have any New Year's resolutions?
I don't have the president's New Year's resolution. I think what I will say is that the president wants to continue doing the job that he has said that he's going to do on behalf of the American people. That's what we have seen him do the last 3 years. I've talked about the historic piece of legislation that's actually going to deal with health care, going to deal with veterans' health, right? Going to deal with clean energy and climate change, going to deal with key issues that matter to the American people, Bidenomics, making sure that the economy works for all, we're building the middle class. Those are the things that the president's going to focus on. Go ahead, Justin.
Two quick ones. The first, after the plane crash in Japan, I'm wondering both has the administration offered any support or is it working on the investigation of the crash, and has it prompted any review, especially of certain tarmac safety procedures?
Let me just first say, Justin, our hearts go out to the families of the Japanese service members who lost their lives in this terrible accident. So we're glad that the passengers and obviously the crew members were able to get out on the commercial flight, was able to get out safely. That is incredibly important. Any specifics on any questions about investigations, that was something for the government of Japan to speak to.
The resignation yesterday of Harvard's president seemed to generate a lot of conversation. I know the president, or you, weighed in after her testimony on Capitol Hill, but I'm wondering if you have a reaction.
So, look, I know there's been a lot of coverage of this, and so I want to be very mindful and careful, and I've said this before, when it comes to either private institutions or colleges and universities, we're not going to comment. We're not going to comment on any personal decision that's been made. And I want to, as you asked, because you asked me our comments from here and what we said from here, we believe that this is a moment for leaders to have moral clarity. That we believe that is incredibly important at this time to have moral clarity, and look, any calls for genocide are monstrous and they're antithetical. There should not be a place for that in this country, and we're always going to call out hate, and we're always going to be very, very clear about that. And I will add that you heard the university presidents who testified also apologize, right? And you heard them say this. I'll quote what President Gay said. She said, "I'm sorry, words matter." I'll quote what President McGill said. "I was not focused on, but I should have been, the irrefutable fact that a call for genocide of Jewish people is a call for some of the most terrible violence human beings can perpetrate." So we believe it's a time to stand up and show leadership, and we believe that's what we did at that time. Okay.
Thanks, Corinne. On the border negotiations, can you comment on the concerns raised by some of the Hispanic caucus members and other elected Latino leaders who feel they've been kind of cut out of these talks?
So look, we've been in touch with Democrats, obviously members of the Hispanic leadership, and we've done that as these conversations have been going. We're not going to speak to certainly private conversations. Look, I'll say this, the president believes that we need to have a bipartisan agreement. That's where he believes, on both funding and also policy. And that's what you've seen from Democrats and Republicans on the Senate side. And that's what they've been doing. They've been having those conversations during the holiday season and throughout this week as well. And so we believe those conversations are headed in the right direction. And so, again, I said this moments ago, the president believes our immigration system is broken. That's why he put forth a legislation to deal with the comprehensive legislation to deal with the immigration system. And so now we're having a conversation, a bipartisan conversation about how to move forward. We're going to continue certainly to hear from the leaders, obviously, and to hear what they have to say. And we've been in touch with them. We've had conversations with them. Not going to go into private conversations. And, it's being hammered out. I don't want to get into specifics from here, what the policies are going to look like, what's in or what's out. We think it's heading in the right direction, and it is important to have these conversations.
The concerns that they've raised, they say the discussions is leading the Biden administration into a trap. Asylum discussions, that making it harder to migrate legally will only increase irregular migration. Have you heard that from them specifically? And how does?
So look, I've seen the reporting just like you have. Obviously, the team here has had conversations with leaders. Here's the situation, right? The situation is that this immigration system has been broken for decades. And we need to have a bipartisan agreement to move forward on how to deal with the system. That's what we need to do, both on a policy front and a funding front. And so that's what you're seeing from the Senate side on both Republicans and Democrats. And it's been weeks of conversations and negotiation. And we think that is important. That's the only way we're going to be able to deal with this issue. And it's headed in the right direction. I'm not going to get into asylum. I'm not going to get into asylum policy. I'm not going to get into specifics. And so I'm just going to have to leave it there, obviously. Go ahead, Michael.
Thanks, Kareem. A House committee is moving ahead with impeachment proceedings against Secretary Mayorkas. There's a hearing scheduled for next week, so I'd just like to get the White House response, and also just to clarify, does the president still have confidence in the secretary?
Absolutely, the president has confidence in the secretary. I think, and I've said this moments ago. I said it at the top as well. We believe that.
I thought this would be done by now, but you
doing,
are coming back down. This is like second candle, first candle borderline of the Fed minutes. Nothing has came out yet, though. Again, the dollar, if anything, has came down.
There's no time for that right now.
Well, you're actually
there are
getting bigger
things that
candles
the American
here.
people want us to get done, and
The
that's
dollar's
what
still
they should
green on the
focus
day.
And you know, it is unfortunate that this is where the House Republicans, that's the road that they want to go down with this impeachment proceeding. That is really unfortunate when the American people have been very clear. They want us to see it. They want us to work in a bipartisan way to get things done for them. And that's what the president wants to do. Go ahead, Karen.
Back on the border negotiations. Has the president spoken to Secretary Mayorkas since he met with the bipartisan negotiators on the Hill yesterday?
I would literally would have to check. I don't have any call to read out. But obviously the president speaks to his cabinet secretaries on a regular basis. But on this particular meeting, I just don't want to get ahead of that. So I would have to check in. But he speaks to them on a regular basis. Obviously, it's his cabinet.
And you've said you're not going to get into the details of what's being negotiated, but broadly, does the White House want to see Congress clear the supplemental before turning to the government funding issue before January 19th?
As you just laid out, Congress has a lot of work to do. They do. The supplemental, the reason that we put forward a supplemental, they are emergency requests that we believe are incredibly important and that needs to be dealt with on behalf of the American people. So obviously, those are important. Those are emergency requests that the president asked for. So critical, very critical to the American people. And, you know, their basic job for Congress more broadly is to keep the government open. That's their basic duty, is to keep the government open. And all they're doing is dealing with a bipartisan agreement that the president made with Congress, right? It's something, again, I'm going to repeat myself here, something that 2/3 of House Republicans voted for, something that we saw come out of the Senate in a bipartisan posture. And so they have a lot to deal with. They have a lot to deal with, and they should just do their job.
Does the president still have plans to visit the disaster site in East Palestine, Ohio?
So I don't have any schedule of the president at this time, but I will say this: the president continues to oversee, as you know, and we've said it multiple times from here. It was a robust recovery effort to support the people.
I think it's just a move from the minutes. Again, it was a dud, and we already had pressure on the day.
It is most helpful.
And
the president will visit
punt till non-farms.
I
think we got a little bit of data
and so
tomorrow.
We're going to continue to stay on the ground as long
numbers.
as possible. Remember, because we had that robust operation while ensuring that Norfolk Southern is held accountable for the trauma they inflicted on this community. But in the meantime, this is another thing. I was just asked about Congress, the supplemental and the budget. This is another thing that we want Congress to act on. It is important that they do their part to enhance rail safety. That is something that Congress has to do, and they have to do it by passing a bipartisan Railway Safety Act. That is something that they need to get to. But the president's going to continue to be there for the community, as he has been for the past several months.
Argentina has reported 3 foreign nationals, Syrian and Lebanese, arrested on suspicion of plotting a terror attack. Is that something the US is monitoring? Does it raise concern levels here?
I don't have anything for you at this time. Get it.
Federal debt, I want to ask you about. So I heard you blame the Republicans for the federal debt, but President Biden has been in office for 35 months, and over the past 3 months, the U.S. has added $10 billion per day to the federal debt. So, and that's not turning around. So is there a discussion here about
what happened to, what's his name?
Republican tax cuts.
Who's the guy?
Are
the Fox guy who always grills her?
90%.
What's his name
of
again?
The increase in the debt. 90%. That is
Peter,
something
what was
that
his last?
Republicans are
Ducey.
responsible for. What the president has
baby.
done, What the president has done, and you've heard us talk about it, I just talked about this.
Where's Mr.
He's put forth
Ducey at?
legislation like lowering the deficit by $1 trillion. And that's part of the lowering prescription drug costs and cracking down on the wealthy tax cheats. That's what he's done. You know, $1.5 trillion, again, another way to lower the deficit, and that is through wasteful spending on special interests like Big Pharma. The president beat Big Pharma. That's what he was able to do last year.
Always.
Because of the policies that he has put forth. And meanwhile, yeah, you know what? The GOP, or congressional Republicans, what they want to do is they want to continue with their Maganomics. What they've proposed will add $3 trillion to the debt. That's the numbers. You're a data guy. That's the numbers. That's what we've seen.
Numbers.
Real quick, also on the border, the vice president is in Los Angeles. I'm sorry, went to Los Angeles to Las Vegas today, and the House Speaker is along the border. Does the president still have confidence that the vice president can get to the root causes of the migration?
You literally gave up that first 30 minutes right there. Again, we just started Power Hour at that drop. So like right as Power, we were dropping a little bit before.
All of the successes that we have seen.
Again, no headlines. If anything, there's been like war, Middle East stuff, but nothing too
the first 3 years
impactful, more
of this
or less.
administration. I just listed out historic pieces of legislation that we've been able to get done, whether it's lowering prescription drugs, whether it's dealing with veterans care, whether it's dealing with climate change, whether it's Bidenomics dealing with the economy. That is something that he has done in partnership with the vice president. So he has all confidence in her and will continue to do so. He has confidence in the vice president. I answered your question.
Did Nick Timmerhouse tweet?
With the additional indictment of Senator Menendez, does the president think the senator should resign?
That's up to him. That's a decision that he needs to
8 minutes
make.
ago,
And obviously, it's
Fed
a serious
officials
matter.
thought they were probably done
And
raising
he
rates
thinks it
when
was
they
the right
decided
thing that
last
he
month to
stepped
hold
down
them.
as
The
chairmanship.
minutes of the
As
meeting did
anything
not
else
reveal
to your
any
question, that's
meaningful
something for the
debate about
senator
when to
to
start
decide.
lowering.
Does the president trust the senator?
Yeah, low key,
And
it
has
could
the senator
be
been cut
this.
off by the White House, like,
This could be
in
Timmy.
I'm not going to get into any
So
private
again, he went
discussions
from
here
ultimate
at the White
pumper to
House,
now
but that is
he's
something
kind of
as it
throwing
relates to him
doubt
resigning,
into
that is
when they'll
something that
cut.
the senator has to deal with. Go ahead.
You mentioned the immigration proposal that the president put forward a few times. Are there any pieces of it that the president is now
So Timmy's
pushing
tweet
for in
correlates
support
with
of
this
Congress?
drop.
Get into negotiations from here.
Why is he not actively pushing for any parts of it?
I didn't say he wasn't. I'm just saying I'm not negotiating from here.
Thank you, Corinne. A couple weeks ago, you had said what we're seeing at the border isn't unusual, but in the month of December, there were more than 302,000 migrant encounters, the highest total for a single month ever reported. So
Because he's the best
does
ever.
the administration concede
Always.
that what we're seeing now is unusual?
What I said was, to be exact, is that what we're seeing at the U.S. is ebbs and flows in how many migrants arrive at the border. It's something that happens every year. It ebbs and flows. And
ebbs
it's
and
fueled
flows to
by
record amounts.
efforts of smugglers to
Best
encourage
ever.
irregular migration. And I will add, since May 12th, DHS has removed folks who have been here illegally, who were not here on a legal basis, about 460,000 people that they've been able to remove. That's what I said. Every year we see an ebbs and flow, and that's what we're seeing at this time, and which is caused by misinformation and disinformation from smugglers.
Well, ICE reported that they only deported 142,000 in all of fiscal year 2023. December had more than double that cross in just a single month. So how is that really a measurable consequence?
Since May 12th, DHS
Yeah, Russell's
has been
down by
able to remove and
2.2.
return over 460,000 individuals who did not have a legal basis
Damn
to
it,
be
Tim
here.
Rouse.
That's what DHS
Yeah,
has
Russell's
been
hitting
able
that
to do
gap
since
point.
May 12th. And I will remind you, that just last week we had Homeland Security Advisor Sherwood Randall and Secretaries Biden and Mayorkas meet with the Mexican government just last week, and it was a productive conversation. And we believe that the President of Mexico has taken significant enforcement actions, and we are starting to see the results. And so a lot of this is diplomacy, right? A lot of it is having diplomacy. A lot of it is enforcement. I just laid out how last May, while DHS was starting to remove folks who were not here on a legal basis, you had House Republicans voting to get rid of 2,000 Border Patrol agents. That's what they were doing. So we're trying to deal with the issue, and we get it. It ebbs and flows every year. We get it. We understand what's happening at the border. That's why there's negotiations happening on the Senate side with Republicans and Democrats to deal with this issue.
Dealing with the issue as the administration's also fighting to keep up, to remove razor wire along the border that is intended to keep, this surge lowered to keep people out from crossing illegally.
Governor Abbott's razor wire does not prevent. It does not prevent non-citizens from unlawfully crossing. That's not what it does. If anything, it puts at risk, it puts the lives of the Border Patrol at risk. It puts them in danger. That's what the razor wire does. And that's what the Governor Abbott is doing. Again, a political stunt that doesn't actually fix the problem
hurts the
and
people
puts Border Patrol agents...
protecting the border.
I just hope...
It does. The best ever.
Sure, temporary
anybody.
Solution, obviously.
Ebbs
but
and
when
flows.
I guess the reason that I'm
But
coming to it from this perspective is because
it puts Border Patrol, it puts them in a difficult position, right?
I hear you. But when you're talking about the impeachment proceeding, for instance, as baseless, and you have, Democrats calling on the administration to do more. You had the mayor of Denver today saying that Denver has become the highest city per capita for migrant recipients in the country. You've had mayors in New York and Chicago begging for more federal help, saying that the administration is not answering them. And then you have Texas saying that they've had to take measures into their own hands because the administration isn't enforcing existing laws on the books. The numbers keep going up. You have, records being shattered every month. A population bigger than the size of Seattle coming in since October. And I understand where you're coming from, but in the meantime, when there's really not been any progress, and you always talked about how this has been an issue for decades, what is the administration doing right now to actually improve the crisis at the border?
We have House Republicans that's literally blocking the president's effort to do something. That's what they're doing. They're playing political games. They're doing political stunts. Literally, House Republicans themselves voted to decrease the amount of Border Patrol agents by 2,000. They're getting in the way and they don't want to help. But we are glad that we are working with Senate Republicans and Democrats in a bipartisan way to come up with a bipartisan agreement to deal with the border security. That's what we're seeing. Those negotiations have been going on. They're continuing this week, and we really do hope that we come to a place where we can talk about a bipartisan agreement where we can deal with the funding and the policy. And House Republicans are getting in the way.
Those went negative now.
Focus on. That's where they
That's crazy.
see,
They were just up 200%.
They can be the most effective, and that's not what we believe.
So,
that's not what the
I don't know if we'll double dip right away, but
just to be clear, how does the razor wire put Border Patrol agents at risk? Karine, the Biden administration themselves said that the agents have been cutting the wire to provide medical assistance to migrants or to apprehend migrants who have already crossed into U.S. territory.
Let me be more clear. It makes it more difficult. It actually makes it more difficult for Border Patrol to apprehend those who do cross. So I'm going to just clear that up a little bit. Just to be more clear, it does make it more difficult for them to do their jobs. Right? It does.
A quick last question, if we can. President Biden obviously campaigned on the idea of being a bipartisan leader, the ability to work together. One of his biggest successes, the White House would say, would be the infrastructure law right now, $1 trillion. It was approved with the support of Democrats and Republicans. Right now, there's a new Republican House Speaker. President Biden hasn't had a one-on-one meeting with him yet. Many weeks have now passed. Is there any indication when that would happen, and what's precluding the president from saying, Speaker Johnson, come to the White House, let's sit down and talk about this?
So here's what I'll say to that. You have
this is long.
Speaker Johnson, who has been very clear
First press briefing of the year, Chatadonia.
Who has continues with the House Republicans to make this a political issue and to move forward with political stunts, and has blocked any efforts for the president to deal with the border. That's what we've seen. That is what we've seen from the speaker. Now, the president has been able, with his team, right, to have a bipartisan conversation and negotiation with senators, Republicans and Democrats. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. We think those negotiations are headed in the right way as we talk about border security. And, we are hopeful. We are hopeful that we'll come to a place that we are dealing with an issue that Americans really care about. And that's where we are, Peter. That is where I don't have anything to read out to you, but that is the playing field that we're seeing right now. That is. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that was the best press conference all year. I'm excited. I told you guys last year, get ready. Get ready for the closer we get to November. That's it. But then Tim Rouse came in with the tweet around here. We were kind of dropping a little bit, but now you're at the low end of the minutes, kind of back to where we started. But a wild, wacky day of bouncing back and forth. You've got a lot of Middle East headlines and a lot of other stuff in between. But for the most part, we are now going down once again 2 days in a row of at least 1% on the NASDAQ if we close around here. We got 45 minutes left. This is probably, I think this is the worst start to the year since 1999. But 1999 was bullish. We'll see, man. Mr. Santa Claus rally. Yeah, Russell got destroyed. Russell is getting absolutely murked right now to the downside. So I think that's definitely one of the bigger underperformers. But we are going to see. We're going to see where this goes. Day 3. I don't know. Tomorrow we shouldn't have too much on the schedule. You're going to get like ISM stuff. But at this point, I think it's all going to come down to the non-farms. So let's see, tomorrow morning, you are going to be getting German inflation rate, initial jobless claims in America, ADP employment, S&P global services PMI, so that'll be big on services. You'll get some oil numbers and then a 30-year mortgage rate and 4-week and 8-week bond auction, and then it's Friday, and then it's the non-farms. This is dumb. It's been, I mean, today was a wacky, again, the minutes, most people didn't get it till like 10 minutes later, but in a weird way, I think it's still all like, you know, we popped a little bit above the highs. We're still kind of hugging the lows of the day. And then again, bonds are holding up. I think this is just more of the whatever we were dealing with to start the year rather than the minute stuff. And then again, Tim Rouse coming in, kind of introducing a little bit more doubt to when the Fed is going to cut. A little pushback through Mr. Timmy. Maybe he sold his calls already, but remember, he was very, very bullish up until the beginning of this year. Or again, he's still pretty bullish, but he's introducing his what's it called? What's the word you say? The doubt. Yeah, bro, Russell's down 2.5. It's getting murdered, man. Small caps right now, again, regionals are getting clobbered. The KREs went negative now, finally. Again, yesterday they were just up 170% or something. So, very, very wild. And then, yeah, you have a couple of points. If that Russell, a lot of people are looking at that gap. That's the gap from the post-Fed. So we're going to see the calendar change. Everyone forgot about good. Well, I think we're just still in the we're still in that 9 weeks of all green mode. So, but again, it really was calendar shift. It's not like anything new happened. But now, again, we're just, anytime we go down, we're still debating whether or not it's like meaningful. So remember, I feel like everybody had the same reaction last time we came down here, but that was a lot quicker. But remember, this is all from the Fed there. Is that the 12th, the 13th? Yeah. This is all that Fed day. So there's still a little, again, that's still another, like, what, 100 points lower almost? Just under that, 80 points? Whole lot of nothing burger. The, what's it called? Volume's decent. Yesterday I had way more volume, but yeah, we're at 68 million. You might do another 100 million by the end of the day. Fed minutes said a lot of different things, but again, I guess what Tim Rouse is going with is that the Fed minutes did not say exactly when the Fed is going to cut. So there's things about the economy and then several members thinking that rates could stay more elevated than currently anticipated. I think that was the hawkish part, but I really don't believe that the Fed minutes provided anything new. So again, I think tomorrow we get a little bit of ISM services data, but I think everything is a punt until your boy, the non-farms, on Friday morning. Timmy. Yeah, I do. I really think Tim Rouse tweet, that's the only thing I could think of, because you were going up there. Everybody was kind of brushing it off. You went a little higher. Then the bonds are catching a bid, though. That's the interesting part. And like I told you, the Zaza, the Fed futures, they are very well, they're holding up great. Honestly, yeah, the Fed futures and the bonds are a little bit more bullish than the morning. So, you know, the market just back to where we were at last time. The bonds were negative on. Bonds were probably like 1% lower maybe, which is crazy. So I do think bond volatility is still around. And then we have, what, 40 minutes left? Move. Get out the way. Yeah, bond volatility already woke up again. Again, wild day from gap down 0.5% after the day before gapping down and then going green 0.5%. It's kind of like the beginning of December. If we don't cut this year with the Zaza short pay big, yeah. I mean, I'm still down on it from the event, and it's getting back to where we were at the first time. But, like, those December odds, yeah, 100%. If inflation comes back, That's why I'm still holding it, because, again, I could hold the other plays, but I do assume that those would calm down if other things started to flip a little bit more. RAD is up 27. I don't see any news on there. I'll double check. All the gains are gone on the Russell. I'm still up on it by like 2.5%, but definitely you lost a lot of the big gains on there. And then I guess it made a little back with the ES future, but again, it's getting murdered. Just like the days the Russell would outperform when everything else would go red. I mean, you're getting one of these days where it starts to go red way more than anything else. Rad and Kroger? No, I don't have any news for the new year on Rite Aid. Yeah, KRE got murked too. So those finally went negative if you want the double dip. I've been holding the Russell futures since even before Powell. Made carry free, sold the Russell. Good move, baby. Good move. For now, at least. We're going to see. But if those plays go negative, that would suck. I guess the KRE already went there. The double dip incoming. I did not tax loss harvest the RAD. So I had other gains there and then some of the other losses. Again, that NQ from before covered a lot. And then I made some of the money back there, but I balanced out pretty good. And then even then, I could probably, as long as it's not 12 months, I could still use it for next year as well. Big order on ES. 4751. There's been a lot of that at this range. I want to see oil's going up again. I want to see what happens when we get down to this, like the 4705s. It's just, again, it's been holding there. Carry up only 70. I'm seeing that it's down now. I thought we brought it cheaper, but it's saying my cost base was at like 80 or 70 something. Yeah. It came down. Oh, Oxy. I still have those Oxys. I forgot about that. What would be bad? A strong services would be pretty bad, or really bad would be really bad too. Too strong or too weak would be bad for services. Because again, especially after the minutes there, people might be a little bit different. No, we sold out of the ARC. We took a good profit on that one. Carry got murdered there. That kind of accelerated out of nowhere after this drop. It was down like 1.8, but you just took 1.8 real quick. Almost filling the gap, yeah. I think it did. Unless it comes like right back down to here. But still, that's a big one. 3%. Again, even the Russell down 2.5. I think that's what's even bringing down the Russell too a little bit. And the queue doesn't need to be closed to tax loss harvest. No, but I took a big loss on it already at the beginning of the year, last year. So that's why I said that's where good loss is. And we had other trades too, but I think I might have to pay a couple of taxes on some of the equity gains, but I'm pretty sure everything's going to balance out for me. It just doesn't stop. The Russell's getting worse. That's again, SPY's not doing much. If anything, I do think the Russell right now, that's where you're getting the death and destruction. Again, everybody was talking about it all day. If you start gapping below here, everyone's getting worried because then that just takes you down like another 70 or 50 points on the Russell. So we'll say again, that'd be probably our break even there because we were ahead of all those gaps. Going lower. We'll see. Nasdaq's down 1-1, but that's not bad considering that we were down already here before. If If anything, it's small caps, banks, Russell. Those are the things that are just getting murked right now. Again, I don't think your big tech and everything else is moving as much. So it's like one of those, it's inverse to those days where you had the Russell go up 2.5% and then the market did nothing. Bye, 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 bye. That's another in this game for toe. You may hate Tim Rouse, but he sold his cars. Now it's bye, 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 bye. Yeah, Move Index 2 came up. Vol SPD on Thinkorswim is down all day. Bro, it's a crazy, this for first 2 days of the year, man. This is getting you into, again, we're going to be in the history books for both how we ended the year and then for how it's going up. Tyreek Hill, house on fire. Someone posted a live stream earlier in the chat. I saw that. Did people get mad at him? We'll keep the Russell up. We'll see SPY again. It's just going to be 4,700 if we get below the 4,705. Inspection's done. What you miss? Not much, it seemed like, but it was another day of pressure. Again, and a couple of the Middle East tensions, oil went back up. You didn't get any too much breaking individual company news. And then we had the Fed minutes. We did have data in the morning, manufacturing and Jolts, but not anything that moved us too much. If anything, prices paid came down. And then now right after this minutes here, about 30 minutes later, you got a negative, comment from your boy, Mr. Timmerhouse, and we started dumping, and then small caps are taking it right on the head. Everything else, NASDAQ's still doing pretty bad. Again, this is still going to be, I think, for the first 2 days to start the year, this is probably the worst in the last, 10 years, I think. So we're going to find out. Yeah, VIX at 1386. That's actually pretty high. And then bonds, too. Bonds were down and then flipped the other way. Let's see. Where's your boy? Oh, oil hit 73 now. That went up. And then gold, 2048. Considering people already tax loss harvest, shouldn't it be more bullish? But sometimes people will take gains at the beginning of the year, too. That's not uncommon. And report that for the quarter. And remember, buyback period is not, a lot of stocks are entering it now. And then you have earnings literally in a couple of days, even tomorrow. Oh, the bonds. No, I want to look at the yen. Yen tried to come up, but they got murdered today, too. The buyback pair. We talked about it a little bit, but pretty much as companies enter into earnings, there's a blackout period. So you're not allowed to execute your buyback plan ahead of your earnings. So you have to pretty much wait till afterwards, and then you could begin to buy, the companies could begin to buy their own shares once again. No, the VIX is kind of violently up there. Not violently, but I thought it would be a lot lower. Again, VIX is back at, wasn't it at 12 just a couple days ago? Literally 2 days ago? So we'll see. It did this at the a little bit after Powell, too, and we were doing very well. But remember, you're still holding all of that. The last time the VIX did that was on that one weird day. But we're still holding up a lot of it. I'd still, again, it's just we're doing this game. We give up. These gaps are ugly, though. 3 big gap downs, 2 big gap downs in a row. So it kind of looks like one of these moments. So, but you're coming back to this little level there. Remember, this was all the Fed. This was the Fed, and then this was the lead up into the Fed. So again, back to remember, like 4,600. That was like the previous high of the year. So ever since we broke that, everything started going crazy. Simple skillet clams with creamy prosciutto. Was it prosciutto? Your new go-to winter party recipe. Thanks. Wall Street Journal. They get the Fed data before you and the newest recipes. Early market on close. 8:15 to the buys. What happened to $7 billion? It's a bullshit, man. They had $7 billion yesterday. Who bought at $7 billion? How many billions? I don't get it. Yeah, CYTK. That one's been going crazy. I can't believe we just had this and then it popped up like 80%, but like it's higher. I sold out, I think, on here. Sold like 84, 83. Yeah, 7 billion is wild. Where is it? I want to see the dollar. The dollar. Because, again, dollar's been on a little climb here. Again, if you look at UUP, it doesn't really show the same. So dollar's getting about a little bit in between the day after the Fed. Or like kind of where it started. The dollar expects great things this year. We will see, man. Because, again, if the dollar does rocket up, though, then that means every other country is going to get clobbered again. So we'll see. Maybe we do good, but then they all get recessions. That'll be interesting. And US 30. Dow's not that bad. Dow's actually the best performer. It was like that all day today. Dow is actually kind of held up pretty decent. Again, it's not like the Dow went crazy too much after the Fed. It still has like a big pop, but even on that one day where we kind of sold off, you know, you still got people holding some of those value rotation plays more or less. What time is it? 12:33. Not bad, my friends. Not bad. The market balance. I mean, it just gives you, like, maybe you'll get some activity. Sometimes I think you just do the opposite of the market imbalance, but at the end of the day, it's not like, just like yesterday, it's not going to give you anything too meaningful. Again, $7 billion was bought in 10 minutes yesterday and then 5 minutes, but it's not like that changed the dynamic. Literally, today just felt just like yesterday. You kind of had the straight move down, or like you had the bigger gap down and then just this weird little pressure. We danced. I mean, again, if we pop up here, it just looks like you're going to do the dance to end up there. Although it's a short week or everyone's coming back, maybe the short weekend holidays, volume's up, but it's still a little bit kind of like nothing's going on. A lot of dancing, a lot of moves pre-market. You get a little bit in the morning, and then if we do this little dance at the end of the day, I mean, we're really close to where we opened up at. But opening up was still a gap down. If anything, the Russell, that one's far away. Russell would have to rocket up by the end of the day to get back up to where it was. See, like Russell's like actually down. And then again, so is the NASDAQ, but even then, NASDAQ was here within, 30 minutes of the day? But yeah, NASDAQ could easily hit where it closed at, or where it opened at. MO below 40. That's what I wanted the other day, then it went nuts. Well, it came down a little bit, and then BABA, at least China plays are doing good. So we'll see how that fares. What other stuff? Pfizer. I came down a little bit. I was looking good until that little dump. Remember when 4,700 was pumping up? Now it's 4,720 and we're sweating. Oh, man. Well, remember, next pump it up's 48.18, all-time highs, but very, very good perspective, my friend. Amen. Do a little dance, burn a little preem, get short tonight. Meow, meow, get short tonight. Meow. Thoughts on ARC-G or CRISPR for the long term? I like CRISPR as an individual one, but again, they got premium. They're higher from last year, but like I said, on some of these names, even if I really wouldn't like them for the long term, like those two, I would probably get something else. But if you have a good balanced portfolio and you're not going to make it your anchor play, you can always throw in for a little bit of risk. But like I've said, some of the names I plan on buying and that I have bought, I'm making sure that they are not higher than where they were at the start of 2023. I like to get something with a decent premium or with a decent discount rather than anything that's up. So again, like Baba, even at the lows, was still like almost $10 lower than where it was at the end of 2022. So just got to be careful. But for the most part, any of those plays, if you got already a good balance in the portfolio, you could always add a little bit if that's like what you want to risk on there. But those, I probably wouldn't be making my big 10, 20% anchors in the portfolio. You had a JetBlue for the long term. They seem to be laggers. Just make sure you hold for 10 years. That's it. Otherwise, trade them. But I don't got any airlines in the long term. A year of the dragon, China will moon. Oh, the dragon. What does the dragon mean, though? Let me see. Because I know in Baccarat, that shit hit. Is it fortune, good luck, and strength? In Chinese culture, the dragon represents good luck, strength, health, and also the male element yang. It's unique because it's the only mythical creature of all the animals in the Chinese zodiac, and babies are born in the year of dragon more than any other animal. Wow. Okay. The year of Baccarat. It's the ultimate tin. Double dragon. It's not mythical. Hey, man, I'm just reading something, man. Don't get mad at me. I have a dragon, baby Josh. No, man. I told you I had a dream yesterday that I saved a baby, but I don't, like, my girlfriend's not pregnant, so I think we good, man. Like, I just had a dream. Maybe I'm gonna be like a firefighter or something, and I save babies, and I catch them out of buildings. I think consumer sentiment is negative. Well, it doesn't even matter. Again, the gaps between consumer sentiment and actual consumer spending makes no damn sense. So I don't really care too much about it. If anything, like I've been saying here, I do think Friday non-farm CPI, that'll be it. If nothing's there, then we're gonna have to just play the game of waiting for earnings and then Powell. But again, earnings too. This will be our first sign into earnings and getting people to actually react. Like, that's going to be new info, at least on an individual level. We'll be able to go through earnings and then really see what's up. That could be where some of the jitters are coming from. Also, keep that in mind. Some of what you're seeing right now could be setting up for earnings. You guys understand that? Imagine being up 9 weeks in a row. I feel like Netflix did that. Remember? Kind of reminds me of selling off ahead of earnings. But I did JP Morgan earnings play setting up for next week. So a little bit early. But, yeah. Netflix was already kind of down, but you might get one of those where just like things are already up. People might just have a little sell-off, and then we get into earnings, but it's going to cool us down, and then you wait for earnings to take us off. Like, things have already went up a lot, so they got to come down, and then earnings has to confirm your spot at the top. You could lose money better than anyone. You could just sell what you do then. Like, turn it into shorts, but at the end of the day, long term. Don't ever underestimate the long term. It's easy to lose money when you put yourself on a time frame and then when things move back and forth, but, that is why the long term is great. And then, again, just don't go for the things that are at all-time highs. Avoid things with a big premium. Treat it like your real life. You know, how many of you go into the grocery store and then, like, you don't buy cereal and then try to sell it to the next guy? You know what I'm saying? And then even if you did, none of you walk into the grocery store and then you're like, I don't know, man, them Cocoa Puffs is 400% up right now. I really want Cocoa Puffs. Nah, you probably go look for the Cheerios, right? You'd be like, that's still a good, you know, I still know Honey Nut Cheerios, but if it's cheaper than last year, you know, why not get you some Cheerios? So just keep that in mind. It's you have the logical skills for it. I just usually, you know, humans operate pretty funny when it comes to the stock market. So, you know, again, long term, man, long term, above all else. But again, and then slow. The more you, if your things move hands, the more you buy something, sell it, buy something, sell it. It's the faster and the more you do it, it's easier to lose money. Literally, go try this at home right now. Go take 2 glasses. Do you have glasses? Maybe paper cups or plastic cups. If you on that lifestyle, you know, I don't even. I think I only have red cups in my house, like little like solo cups. Take 2 cups, fill one of them with water, and then one of them keep it empty, and then take the one with water and then pour it into the empty one. Okay, and then do it again, and then take the one that just got the water and then pour it back into the other one, and just do that 10 times, and then tell me if it's the same amount of water in the cup whenever you're done doing it. You know, so that one's a good one. That one's a good one. But that's what I'm saying. Like long term, and then you go cheap, you'll be good to go. How fast do you have to do it? Do it as slow as you want. But again, I mean, the faster, the more you do it, I mean, eventually things are going to fall out from there. Mara and Riot. I was looking at MSTR for some of that hype there, but again, when do we find out about the Bitcoin thing? Is it today? But they've already ran up a lot. You got to be careful on that. I'd be down to chill. But then again, Mara, some of those have gone. I think Mara's had the best returns for the stock ever in the last couple weeks. When's the last time you looked at your NFTs? Usually whenever you guys ask me to. I logged into Coinbase today because someone said it was down. I got some ETH in here? No way. Yeah, it's still like 11,000, surprisingly. Still kind of humorous. Interesting. Some of these still have like weird Ethereum bids, man. That's wild. We still have the long-term alerts. Yeah, we sent one out today when we bought Baba. I don't think they're going to be popular. But again, if that's the thing, even the altcoins, the shit coins, if Bitcoin goes above 60,000, it's going to wake up all of them. And then that'll be your time to exit if you don't want to ride the wave or if you feel like it's time. So that's kind of the beauty of some of the trash when you write it off and keep it in there. You made my decision on some of those. I have the mutant monkey, yeah. I'm mad though. I should have. Lending Tips told me not to sell it at 150. My girlfriend said keep it at 150. I said, y'all sure about this, man? So I was like, I don't even care. At least they paid me back my money though. I'm not in Dollar General, but we were looking at that. That came down along. Again, I like Dollar Tree better than Dollar General, but again, one of them has a little bit more value than the other. How much have you paid in ADR fees from holding Baba in the OG long term? A decent amount. I've not really checked, but then again, I mean, we'll take it for any writes off with the dividends. But I have not. That's not really been a factor that I've considered too highly with it. Well, I think it's like 1%. So I probably paid like 10% maybe. think it's a little less. I think, well, you pay it. I mean, it's going off there, so money going out versus the gains. I'm pretty sure you could write it off. The long terms is first link in the description. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. The JP Morgans went up. Let's see. And the calls are up, believe it or not. That's crazy. So literally the JPM puts went up and the calls are still holding higher than what we paid. That's funny. So again, welcome to earnings. That's something I feel like that's just something everyone's overlooking right now. Even some of these moves and the sporadicness. I mean, again, we are literally tomorrow you're going to get Walgreens, and then literally it's Friday non-farms, and then boom, you're opening up the week with it's your boy Jamie Dimon. Kerry got clobbered. I think that's partly why the Russell's down a lot too. Again, part of this little sell-off here with rates. It makes sense, though, too, if there's a lot of doubt on these rate cuts and all of that, some of these names coming down. And then not to mention, bonds were clobbered again today. They just got a bid all throughout. Still binging on Uncle Answers, baby. Let's go. Let's go. No, CPI next week. Excuse me, I meant non-farms tomorrow, on Friday. And then Monday is going to be your boy Jamie Dimon. Is it Monday the 12th? Oh, no. That'll be next week, at the end of next week. Walgreens earnings on March 26th. Big Lots I like, but I don't know how their stock doesn't really do good. I feel like they would have been better performing as a company, but they've kind of fell off. I guess they were doing really good in 2021. I don't know. Big Lots don't pay a dividend, does it? It's kind of giving me HBI vibes. No, did they cut their dividend? There's no way that pays 16%. That's crazy. Walgreens earnings is tomorrow. They had to have cut dividend. No way. Because if they're paying a dividend at 16%, this is like distressed levels. And I don't know if they're that distressed. There's one more market holiday between January 16th, MLK Day. Oh, Trips Car Gaby, baby. My man. Good morning. Good evening, actually, or good afternoon. I forgot there's another one. Amen, man. So I'm talking about. Welcome to the new year. That's it, man. 2024. Twitch showing love. YouTube, we are ready to get a long term. Again, I think that today's best comment has to go to the fact that, remember, we were waiting to pump it up at 4,700, and now people are sweating at 47.10 or 47.20. It's amazing, man. Thank you for spreading positivity, man, every day. It's my pleasure, man. Thank you for being there. Thank you for receiving it. You know what I'm saying? There's delivery and acceptance. So, amen, man. I'll take it. I'll take it. Why do commodities suffer once the dollar strength picks up? Strong dollar. You get more things for the dollar. You know, your dollar get you more. If dollar get you more, price should go down. So the things people buy a lot, the commodity every day, you make an engine, the oil, you make a food, you go yum yum choo choo, you know. So the bigger the dollar, you get more of the item for your dollar, like the gold. Does that make sense? Good. Big cut. I was in last year till they cut. Did they cut it completely or did they just lower the amount? All right, not too long, though. We're almost there. And stocks, too, for a little bit. But, again, there was, remember, I think last year, even every other year, we've had 6-month, 3-month periods. Dollar went up, stock market went up with it. So, but, again, commodities are heavily linked to buy because, again, you use them every day. And a lot of them get conducted in, say, in transactions of dollars. So, makes sense. I think oil could squeeze. I wanted to sell out at 73. I sold out prior to that. But it's looking pretty good here. Again, if there's more war tensions and all of that, I think, where was it at a couple days ago? Yeah, you get 75. It could squeeze up to the higher 78, 79s, and then 80. But you got to get to 75 first. But on that note, 10-minute rigged. Oh, my goodness. Hi. How are you? He said, hello. How are you? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy. Market on close, 2.5 to the sell side. It was just 800 to the buy side, not to 800 million, man. Welcome to the 10-minute rigged, man. That's crazy. I need to go pee, so follow me on Instagram. I'll be right back. But you just got a huge flush there on 10-minute rigged. So, again, Russell's staying lower, but this time that was SPY and the NASDAQ playing along. I'm holding the JP Morgan plays until earnings. That was an earnings play for that purpose. Oh, a BRB.
Whether there is something really tangible driving that, or whether this is, folks sort of making changes for tax reasons, or just simply taking profits after a phenomenal 2023. Let's see what our next guest thinks. David Sowerby joining us right now, Ancora Managing Director and Portfolio Manager, to help us count down to those closing bells, David. And I'll pose that question to you here. I know 2 days doesn't necessarily make a trend here, but is some of the price action we're seeing, is that just simply, hey, if you made 40, 50% on the market last year, why not take some chips off the table, pay your taxes, and move on?
That's it, Romaine. Taxes in particular. Maybe you didn't want to sell at year end and take your gain in 2023. So you're selling in early 2024, knowing you have a full year ahead of you for tax consequences. But I'll take a step back and say, back on November 1st, sentiment got unusually bearish, which is a good buy signal. Stocks have rallied 12% since that buy signal on November 1st. But lo and behold, in the 12 months after sentiment goes very bearish, the average return for the S&P 500 is a little better than 20%. So we're 12% to the good side with potentially more to go. We just know it's not a straight up move from here on for the rest of this year.
Well, that brings us to the question, though, as to sort of if the market does meaningfully move higher, what is going to lead us at? Is it going to be a repeat of what we saw in the first 6-7 months of last year, where it was just basically Microsoft, Apple, NVIDIA, et cetera?
I don't think so. And for this reason, if you look at that Magnificent Seven, their valuations trade at about a 40% premium above the rest of the 493 stocks in the S&P 500, and in particular valuation on a price to sales and price to free cash flow. At the same time, their profit margins did not increase as commensurate with their valuation increase. So it tells me that they probably won't be the leaders this year. I don't know when exactly it's going to turn, but it's turning. And you want to look at more of a all cap, and in particular look down into small caps as the potential for better returns this year.
And a lot of people have been doing that. We saw that at the end of December. The question is, has that run its course already? Because the January effect starts to really come into its own in the middle of December.
I don't think so. Small caps have only traded this discounted to their large cap siblings about 11% of the time. Their earnings growth will probably come pretty close to matching large cap stocks next year when you look at the median small cap company. And given just how much large caps have dominated for the last 5+ years, this rally in small caps, I think, has a better than year ahead of it, maybe a 2 to 3 year run.
Will the earnings season...
He's liking the small caps. SPY 4,700? No way. Yeah, that's it, man. So, again, you're about to close on this unless we get like a bounce, but that's just going to leave you right here at the lows. Remember last time, though, you had the stupid gap up thing. This was all after that NQ drama, more or less. But, again, now this is the big old Fed day that's just waiting there to get filled, if anything. But 4,700, you hit 4,699. So you don't get your pump. Remember, this was the pump it up level at one point, but NASDAQ down 1.2, small caps, Russell down 2.6, Dow 0.8. Dow actually started to pick up a little bit to the downside there, but again, Dow is doing amazing still in the last couple of days here, comparing it to everything else, and then SPY down by 0.87 as well too. The minutes, again, they had both good and bad, but I think if anything, Nick Timmerhaus's comments had a bigger effect than the minutes, I would argue. Again, but I don't think it gave anything too crazy, especially with the data and earnings that we have literally right around the corner. Right around the corner. 2 days. 2 days. You don't have to wait too long. That's the beauty of it all. Oh, my goodness. Should we give the decibel warning now? We got a little bit. We'll give him a little bit of time. We'll give him a little bit of time before we let him know. Let's see what happens. Final 5 right here. You got to bounce off of the low. I'm waiting. If it bounces up too high, everyone's going to say it's rigged. So let's see here. Let's see. Nick Skimmerhouse. Am I going to be here for Walgreens? I think it's in the morning, is it? It might be after hours, but I don't think it's today. It's tomorrow. The market can stay rigged longer than you could stay solvent. I think that was Warren Brofit. Oh, it's tomorrow morning? All right. Well, speak now or forever hold your peace on that one. And then China names held up great, so we'll take that on the day. A couple of names still held up, but again, a majority of names are red. They were trying to fight back on the upside here, and then that's it. But I do think most names are in the red. So now will be a good time to warn the folks. So Chattadonia, I hope you enjoyed your second day back, but I hope I could end it on a good note, and I don't want you to be negative coming into it. So here is my warning for you. The new guy is going to come on. He's not so new anymore, but he's extremely loud. That has not changed. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your signal to mute your speakers so you could protect your ears and your overall health. Why? Because a lot of people have reported a lot of different ailments because of the loud noises. We've had reports of eardrums bleeding, diarrhea from every sort of crevice you could think about, and above all else, dormant BBB coming back to life. So we want to make sure you guys are safe, and don't forget BBB is highly contagious and it spreads. So that being said, you could wear a mask, but best thing you could do is wear earphones as well, earmuffs. So when I say earmuffs, that is your cue to mute your speakers, okay? Just telling you now. Yeah, no, and Imodium won't fix what happens. So just make sure you just mute them, okay? So let's go, man. You guys ready for it? I think you guys are ready for it. Okay, earmuffs. 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 Okay, earmuffs. Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 55 degrees and light rain, believe it or not. So not looking like the best day, especially if you thought the Russell will outperform or if you thought anything would bounce, because that did not happen at all. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, Chad. Bring it home. A little bit more data and earnings, but you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, it don't matter. The market's going to react tomorrow. Maybe it all happens pre-market. You got a position. You got Walgreens earnings. You better make up your mind, and you got a little bit of data. ISM services. So what you going to do? You have 10 seconds until the market closes. So finalize all those plays right now. Let's go. Bring it home. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. The second day of the year. It's already throwing curveballs. One of the worst starts in a while. But I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the tables. Plays, news, info, vibes, personalities. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold it down and listen. Without a GG, nothing matters. We have Chad facts. I can see every message you have ever posted. You better drop a GG so you have sportsmanship. You think you're the best Chad, the worst Chad, the Chad facts will show it. And if we don't see a GG, that says something. I'll know right away. That's it. The GG will stop you from getting banned. The GG will show you really got sportsmanship. You got respect for everybody in here. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Hope you know we stronger as one, baby. Where you at, Twitch? Tell them, baby. I see y'all too. Good game. Way to hold it down. Everybody, the members, non-members, stream alerts, the honorary members, my positive people. Where you at with the long term, baby? Let's go. Good game. That's how you play, baby. That's what I'm talking about. GG, bro. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game, bro. Good game. That's how you play. Good game, dog. Good game. Good game. GG, dog. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. Oh, this one coming on? No, I was going to give you one. You ain't have this all year, bro. You ain't have this one all year. I'll give you this one. You ain't get this one all year. It's your first time of the year. We got the first press conference. Now we get Biden's first flow.
Yeah, where's Jill? Come on.
That's it, Chad. The day's over. I love you. Thank you for being here. I'm going to tell y'all thank you again, but I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Let's go. 2024. Start expecting.
The president, that's me.
Stop
you
it.
could just call me JB.
Go.
I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaquille. Kamala riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just change my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm lies. Who I think they mad? My fault, talking about inflation. I caused, dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
Good guy. Anyways, Chad, I love y'all, man. I hope you enjoyed the second day, man. I hope you got the PHILO too. I hope you're ready to go, man, and take it slow, baby. Take it slow. We still got a long year ahead of us. Y'all know that? Can I say something to all of you, all my traders out there, everybody with the long term? The same thing applies as well, baby. But, like, dude, I said it on the watch list, man. Oh, you know we got a watch list, too. That's second link, man. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. But listen, man, for real, like, do you know how much is going to change by the time we enter next December? You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, bro. Even last year, it took 3 months, and then you got a bank failure, then this, and then no more bank failure. Then the bank failed, but it didn't fail, but then Jamie, you know what I'm saying? So just take it slow. You don't got to do everything in the first week. You don't got to do everything in the first month, man. Go quarter at a time, if anything. Take it slow. Protect yourself. Be wise, my friends. So don't worry, man. It's a long, long mission. I know we are going to get it. Oh, tell her, baby. Can you play? Can you? Now I want to hear that, man. I want to hear it. So listen, man. I love you all, for real. Thank you to every single one of you. If you came in, not only did you show love, but you participated. You brought something to the table here. You made it a good experience. At least you didn't distract and get in the way. Even if you did, man, I just want you to have hope. I want you to get a long term. That's all we've been asking for the last couple of years. So for real, man, all y'all who held it down, the members, the non-members, the stream alerts, man, everybody out there, especially if you positive to everybody out here, man, thank you, and thank you for your time. I hope you got news, info, plays, whatever you're looking for, man. I hope there's a lot, man, even a laugh, even a smile, man, but thank you for being here. I appreciate all of you, and on that note, man, we got it's a long mission, man. We got a lot, man. You want free long-term alerts, you want to pay for alerts, you want to not miss anything. That's the first link. You got second link, you want to recap, you missed anything, you like to ask me the same thing 100 times. I think today I might make this 2 standard deviation video. We might have to do something to that level, man. We're going to find out what's going on with that, but that's second link. Third link for the member badge. Fourth link for the merchandise. I don't think we've updated the merchandise in a while. You can check out the new channels. You got Co-Real Estate today, baby. TTF Real Estate. You got Don't Buy Real Estate. You got all the real estate, baby. That's the other level of the long term. Stop playing with me, man. That's it. It's in 1 hour, actually. I said tonight. That's ready to go, baby. So God bless you, Chattadonia. You check out all those links. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I need a post. Bro, I thought I was going to make one more post by the end of last year, and I didn't, bro. I fucked up. I have no. Maybe I'm going to post every day of 2024 on my Instagram. You know, I was playing with the homie on 2K. I have a homie on 2K, and then he you know, they always ask why is your name Stock Market Live? I'm like, oh, I trade stocks. I got a long term. I go, yeah, check out the YouTube. I don't tell them until we play like 10 times. They have no idea. They don't even ask me until then. And then he's like, do you market? He said, I said, not really, bro. Unfortunately, fortunately, I said, so I don't know, man. But maybe I got to start posting on here. Y'all check it out. Y'all check out the Instagram. I'm going to make a post today. The third day, I'm going to post my face on there. So follow. Well, maybe my face will be. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. You'll see it, man. How option pricing works, baby. Finding 1,000% gainers. That's a great tutorial. How to set up the long term, man. Years and years ago. It still works. It still works, and it's up. It's up and it's working, baby. So check it out. And then finally, the prayer request wall, baby. That's it, man. I'm praying for y'all. I've been doing it for years. And y'all been praying for me for years, man. It's different. I've been praying for a lot of hope and expectation for a lot of y'all out there, man. So listen, you could be shy. That's okay. If you click the link, you won't turn into salt. Even if you a demon, it's fine, man. We just praying for you. It's not that deep, bruh. We just got love. We got love for the people we spend time with. We spend so many hours. So many y'all would say it got quiet for a week. Y'all didn't know what to do, man. I feel you, though. I definitely feel you. But it's just like, hey, man, we spend a lot of time here with each other. We rooting for all of you. That's why we do what we do. So if you want me to send a prayer, I got you, man. You don't have to fill it out either. I'm still praying for you, but shoot me a prayer as well, man. It's one of the best things you could ever do for me. I'm telling you, if you want to give back, man. Pray for me, pray for the Chad. That goes a long, long way. It was quiet, man, but you were holding it down, Battleborn. You was holding it down even if it was quiet. You know what I'm saying? They don't feel me. They don't feel me, man. They don't feel me, huh? They playing me, man. They playing you. They playing you. Hey, they don't feel you, dog. Let's call. So, Chad, that's the day, man. Okay? Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, The Strangest Secret in the World. And I'll give you one more just because the chat said it, man. I said we're going to vibe out with smooth vibes today. Come on. Oh, shit. I already skipped it. Now it froze. Yeah, is this it? Yeah, son. Vibe with me, Chad.
Check me, man.
I said you got to expect
you
more,
play
baby.
Your position.
Don't let the hope turn to apathy. It'll change.
It's a call, baby.
The devil is a lie, baby. Stop playing with me.
Please, can you listen? Can you play your position? Have some faith in the vision while you all in your feelings. Everything is all chillin'.
I don't even know what he said.
I know we all gon' get it. It's a long, long mission. Can you wait? Can you listen? All that talk you gon' miss it. Get a check, start trippin'. Get a check, start trippin'. Yeah. This could be a philosophy, a Descartes and the Socrates. I know the truth and fallacies. I've been the abnormality since I was probably 2 or 3. Been getting checks since puberty. The money not eluding me, but actually pursuing me. You was nothing new to me. I seen the haters foolishly try to take the cool from me. but I only conduce the peace, even under scrutiny. My politics is neutrally, common sense is humanly, coasts and communities. I blow and spend it frugally. That sound like opportunity, like long-term health securities, the equities, maturities, what's happening historically. Place me categorically. The media is boring me, promising the sureties, but that sound like some gold to me. But oh no.
It's a long mission. All that talk, you gon' miss it. Dog, let's go, baby. Let's go. So, Chad, I love y'all. I'll see you on the watch list. You even got that code real estate bumping. So let's go, man. Let's go. Make it a year of expectation. But revelation, no resolution, revelation. Nothing to be resolved. All you got to do is let it be revealed. You know, oh my gosh. But you got to accept it. You got to accept it, baby, because you might have already had it. It could be right in front of you right now, man. So, Chadadonia, I love you. Enjoy your evening until the watch list, and even afterwards, enjoy it. Get ready. We got so much more, man. We got so much more, man. That was Uncle Answers. You get it on YouTube, Spotify. Search Uncle Answers. There's a big catalog, though. You're going to have to go there. I got some other stuff from Uncle that he's working. I got one sent back to me. I don't know if I could play it all for you. This is what I'm going to listen to right after. That's it. I got one edited version back. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Let's see. I'll listen. I'm going to leave it out. We only get like a couple words, man.
Eximar.
Oh yeah, I keep the tags on there. I tell Uncle, pay homage, baby.
It's a call, baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like a ball.
It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God.
It don't matter about the weapons.
All right, that's it. We got a couple. I don't know. I got to listen to it. I don't know. He mixed a couple of them on there. We got to see what happens. Bro. It's not fair. I know. I need to listen to it. We got to see. But listen, I love you. God bless you, man. Have a wonderful day. And don't you ever forget why we here, why we hope, why we expect, baby. That's what why we hope, why we expect. Why you ain't got to be violent because you got a different expectation. Oh, my goodness. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh. Wow, Chadadonia, day 2, baby. Maybe we should try to count every day. Let's try to count every trading day. Because I said we're only doing that at the beginning of the year. Eventually, we're going to stop counting. But like I told you, you better use that. You better use it while it's hot, baby. Because eventually, you're going to settle into the year. I don't want you to settle into anything. You know what I'm saying? I want you to keep it moving, baby. So let's go. But I love you. Enjoy your evening and peace out. Yeah, hey, Josh, you played my shot today. Good work, man. Now you got to get to the booth, the parliament. You got to vote for me, huh? Anyway, I'm the best. I've done more in 1 year than anybody's done in 4 years. I did more in 4 years than anybody done in 25,000 years, huh? Yeah, we're the best ever. That's it, but watch out, okay? You better watch out. We better stay away from the fence, because otherwise you may get hurt by a fence if you're on the other side of it, huh? Yeah, exactly. Anyways, I'll leave it on that. You have a morning. Anyway. Exactly, Joshua. Hold on. How is somebody not in the wire getting hurt by the wire? Can you clarify? Is it ironic? Would you say it's ironic that you want to say that people not getting hurt by the razors are the ones getting hurt by the... It doesn't make sense, Joshua. Can you explain it to me? Is it ironic that nothing makes sense anymore up until the election is not going to make any damn sense? Exactly. I reclaim my time. I yield back. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Good